Thank you.
Rico's on mute.
Can you hear me?
No, I can.
Okay, good. Thank you. Get that settled, so we're just waiting on one council member so we can start together.
Yeah, Linda says she's actually, I think she ended up in the wrong meeting. She's in a meeting waiting.
Through the mayor, I can explain the technical challenge that we are dealing with and the solution.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
So we have 69 participants in this meeting. This is the Zoom link that was printed on the public hearing notice. Unfortunately, the Zoom information that was printed on the agenda is different. We are currently in the process of activating both Zoom meetings. We will use this Zoom meeting as the primary Zoom meeting. The one that's listed on the agenda, we are in the process of putting a slide up that will direct people to log off that meeting and redial into this meeting. Thus, we will be using this current meeting, which is the one that was printed on the public hearing notice. And so we can have our public hearing tonight. Anyone that goes to the other Zoom link that is printed on the agenda will get information to be redirected to join this meeting. We apologize for the confusion. We are trying to figure out what happened, but we know what happened, and we have a solution.
Sounds good.
Okay, and I see that Linda, we're all here, and appreciate everyone's patience. Councilmember Mason, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I actually have two. I'm trying to get in on everywhere except my phone. I'm just wondering, Mayor Medina, should we wait a couple of minutes to see if this could get figured out?
Yeah, we're up at 61 attendees, so I can see folks joining. And I was going to give us about, since they're in the process, I've got 7:07. I was going to wait at 7:10 and then begin then.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Of course. Okay, I have 7:10 on the clock, and I appreciate everyone's patience and understanding, but we want to give adequate time for folks to move over from the one link to the other. So we'll go ahead and begin the San Bruno City Council meeting of March the 23rd, 2021. Call the meeting to order. And could I ask the city clerk for roll call, please?
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Mason,
Here.
Councilmember Salazar,
Here.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina,
Here.
Mayor Medina.
Here. We're going to now have the Pledge of Allegiance, and it's kind enough for Councilmember Mason that will lead us this evening in the pledge, please.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Mason. Now we're going to move on to item number 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals will be allowed 3 minutes. It is the council's policy to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. So if you do wish to speak on an item that is not on the agenda this evening, if you go ahead and would raise your virtual hand, that would be very much appreciated. And we have some people in the queue, and I'll turn it over to the city clerk to call upon them, please.
William Armis, Mr. Armis, I'm trying to unmute you. Mr. Armis, can you hear us?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready.
No, I'm just gonna listen. What's the meeting?
Okay.
Well, welcome, no problem. And this was just taking public comments for items not on the agenda, but we'll go ahead and please go to our next speaker, please.
Dennis Matthews.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear us?
I can for the first time. I was wondering if I was going to have audio on this Zoom.
Whenever you're ready, you can start your public comment.
All right, let me get my paper. I raised my hand. Okay, I'm just going to read pretty much what I sent to you as a protesting the proposed stormwater fee. My parcel number is 020-273-060.
I apologize. I'm so sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
That is on the agenda this evening.
Pardon me?
That item is on the agenda this evening. And this is for items that are not on the agenda at this time for public comment.
Pardon me?
That item, as far as stormwater and the protest, is on the city council agenda this evening.
Yes.
And so that would be the time in which you would want to speak on that, and that's under public hearings, item 7.
Well, can you let me know when that comes up, and then I'll...
Yep. You'll hear us, we'll call out the number, and we will read out the item that will be discussed, and absolutely.
Because this is my first time. I have no idea about quorum or anything like that.
No, don't worry. We all know, and my colleagues will remind me and the city clerk to make sure that you have your opportunity to speak.
How did you call on me in the first place? Because I touched my hand up.
Yes, sir. Your virtual hand came up to show that you wanted to speak.
Oh, okay.
You did great. So we'll let you know when it's time.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Our pleasure, and thank you for being with us this evening. Are there any other folks that wish to speak on items not on the agenda this evening? If you could you raise your virtual hand? All right, we have to bring in the next speaker, please.
Patty Fanching, one moment while I bring you in. Patty, I'm trying to get you unmuted.
Mute.
Hi, are you able to hear us?
Yeah,
Okay, whenever you're ready, you can start. Patty,
yes.
whenever you're ready, you can start.
Yeah, it's for the your training system. So I have an objection.
An objection to what, ma'am?
The whole proposal.
Are you talking in regards to the stormwater?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so that is on the agenda, and then we'll let you know when it's that we're going to have a public hearing on that, and we'll let you know when it's time to talk on that item.
Okay, I have a very difficult time to join your meeting, join this meeting.
Okay. Yeah, the public comment is for items not on the agenda, but that is coming up as we told the other gentleman, and so we'll announce it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Hold on, please, Vice Mayor. Let me just go over because I see another hand coming up. So I just want to let folks know. So on the agenda, there's a few items. A lot of you may be here for a public hearing. That's item number 7. And that is where staff will give a report. Obviously, it's opened up to the folks. And since it's on the agenda, that would be the appropriate time to speak on that topic. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just forwarding a text that someone says that the sound on the TV doesn't work.
And Vice Mayor, thank you, because I'm getting text after text. And so I'm going to, and I apologize very much to everybody, I'm going to ask to take a break because I've got folks I'm getting called that are not being able to get into the meeting. And I think it's really important, and I do apologize very much. When we reconvene, again, we'll be on public comment for items not on tonight's council agenda for discussion or business. So at this time, let's take a 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Check if we have Councilmember Mason, Councilmember Hamilton, Councilmember Salazar, Vice Mayor. I think he's rejoining us. If we can move the Vice Mayor into the panelist room, please.
Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting at 7:32. I've asked for staff, the city manager, and or whoever else is necessary to update us as to our delay. And then before we get into public comment, I wanted to make an announcement that, again, public comment is for items that are not on the agenda this evening. And if it's regarding the public hearing, which is item 7, which means hold a public hearing to consider protests regarding the storm drainage and flood protection fee, that is on the agenda. So this would not be the time under public comment to speak on that right now. And I'm going to turn it over to the city manager.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. After nearly a year worth of Zoom meetings, we had a mess up tonight. And so the issue was that the Zoom link that was posted on the public hearing notice did not match what was posted on the agenda. So currently we are in the Zoom meeting that was posted on the public hearing notice, which makes this meeting legal and can continue. We are in the process of reposting this meeting information on all of our social media platforms, Nextdoor, Twitter, Facebook, and on multiple places on the website. The City Council previously planned to continue the public hearing tonight on the stormwater item until April 6th. So anyone that did not have the opportunity to get in and protest or speak during public comment has the ability to write that in and speak at the continued April 6th public hearing. We do apologize for the technical difficulties. Unfortunately, the two Zoom links did not match, but we have referred everyone that we can to this meeting. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to the mayor to resume public comment.
All right, thank you. All right, and again, sorry to everyone for the inconvenience. So we're back under public comment. This is for items that are not on tonight's agenda, and I will turn it back over to the city clerk, please.
Simon Lee. Hi, Simon, can you hear us?
Hello?
Hi, whenever you're ready.
Can anyone hear me? If you can, thumbs up or down, please. Okay, for some reason I cannot hear you. So I don't know this is in the agenda. So, and this is my first time speaking in the public. So,
Okay, whenever you're ready, you can start speaking.
I want to talk about the public safety regarding to Asian American descent. As an Asian American descent person, I fear for my own life. I fear for my family's life. I fear for my children's life. And I want to know what the San Bruno Police Department is doing to protect us. In particular, the extra step to protect us.
Mr. Lee, do you have any more comments?
I don't think you can hear us, Ms. Safer.
Okay, thank you. Next, unfortunately, I don't have a name here. It looks like you're using a mobile device. It just says Samsung. So I'll bring you in. I'm trying to get you unmuted. It's not really working for me. I'm unable to get you unmuted, so I'm going to bring you back into the other room. And we will go to John Marquez.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, John.
Everybody hear me? Good
Yes,
evening.
whenever you're ready.
Yes, I'm ready. It's just going to be real quick. Is it possible to request some stop signs on Walnut Street? Because I've been almost hit a few times there. Yeah, it'd be very good for some stop signs, really, on Walnut Street. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And next we have Celeste Chang. Just one moment, Celeste, while I bring you in.
Actually, nothing. I just come and listen to what I'm talking about. I don't need to tell anything. I don't have anything to do.
Okay, understood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have Thea.
Hi, I'm okay too. I don't have any questions right now.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Anne.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I am talking about the storm drainage and the flood protection, the increased rate into the property tax.
Ma'am,
yes.
I very much apologize for the interruption. That is on the council agenda on item number 7 under the public hearing, and that would be the best time and the appropriate time for you to speak and offer your questions or concerns, and it can be verbalized, my understanding, as well for a protest if one letter has not been submitted.
So that means I have to submit the letter, cannot be public speaking.
Ma'am, my understanding is yes, it can be verbalized here at this meeting. City attorney can correct me, but it needs to be done under the public hearing because it is on the agenda on this topic.
Oh, okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I do want to just ask if there is anybody else at this time from the public. Let's see. Is there any other hands? I'll just give a moment because I know it was with a pause and everything. Again, if it's for an item not on the agenda, please feel free to raise your virtual hand, and we do appreciate everybody that's here this evening.
I see one more hand raised. Rich Koenig, just one moment while I bring you in.
Mr. Koenig, okay.
Rich, I'm trying to get you unmuted.
Hello.
Hi, whenever you're ready.
Hi, City Council, Mayor and City Council. Rich Koenig, Sheet Metal Workers, Local 104. I'm just want to comment on the rec center project that's coming up to bid. I think next week, or maybe this week. I just wanted to make sure that, or let the city know that 104 is watching to make sure that the city, ensures that all the contractors on the project follow the letter of the law regarding prevailing wages, labor code, and other regulations. So we hope that the city council does the right thing and selects the appropriate contractors on that project. We know that project was funded by some of the PG&E money from the explosion in Crestmore about 10 years ago. So, we have a lot of members that live in San Bruno, a lot of union members, and they're watching, they're calling me, and they're asking me, hey, is this going to be a union project? So I'm speaking on behalf of my members. They're really concerned about this project, and they hope the city selects the most responsible contractors. And I sent the email to all the council members and the mayor. So I left my cell phone number. If anybody wants to talk to me offline, I'd be happy to do so. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please.
The next speaker is named MS.
Hi, good evening, Council and Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so this is one safety comments that I have been addressed to the police department. On the Oakmont Drive is a pretty wide street that stretches between Westboro and St. Cloud area. Often people go pretty fast on the roadway, and the speed limit on that road is I think it's 25 miles per hour, but oftentimes people go pretty fast. I have a couple incidents for neighbors, also for myself. Very close to get hit by the high-speed traveling car down the hills or up the hills. So I tried to talk to the police department, address to them,
but nothing's have been done. So I wanted the council, hopefully they can talk to the other department of providing speed bumps on the road to reducing the speed traveling down on that Oakmont Drive. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next, we have Malcolm Robinson.
Please don't begin until I know you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Are you on public comment period of the agenda? Because San Bruno Cable has no sound, and the Zoom meeting says the host has another meeting in progress.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm Malcolm Robinson, a 32-year-old citizen of San Bruno. Trying to take part in San Bruno City Council meetings has become problematic. Citizens are not allowed to attend. Meetings can begin 20 minutes late or even a bit early. I watched the March 2nd fee meeting that began 20 minutes late. Tired of waiting for it to begin, I set my DVR and went to prepare dinner. It was a nerve to hear the city manager say we must raise fees on everything in San Bruno. Some fees would double, some triple. Other fees would be 10 times the current amount. A hired consultant was even more disquieting. I heard that basic accounting principles were being used in San Bruno for the first time in 20 years. Really? What did that consultant's fee cost the citizens of San Bruno? The reason why fees in San Bruno are to be raised was vague. Apparently, our fees seem to be lower than Millbrae, South City, and Burlingame. They also discussed what fee increases are governed by law and what fee increases can be raised to market levels. I assume they were thinking of the new rec center. The mayor did ask for public comments. I was watching 20 minutes behind live time, and there were no public comments that I recall. Councilmember Medina seemed aghast at the proposed higher fees. Councilmember Mason pointed out that the city manager was comparing apples to oranges. Besides the obvious economic and income differences, San Bruno is an area of economic concern as decided by the state of California. The services these other cities offer are also distinct from San Bruno. San Bruno has no aquatics. Our library staff has been cut to the point where it takes a week to get a book off the shelf, while there is near same day or next day availability in South City or Burlingame. Our cable system continually loses half of the premium channels, and my bill has gone up $50 a month the last few years with no service change. No matter what city office you call these days, you get someone who cannot answer your question and they transfer you to voicemail. Yes, South City is the world hub of Gentech with a large budget surplus and pays a $100 monthly stipend to members of its citizen committees, and it has an active CERT program. San Bruno has neither. Councilmember Salazar pointed out that tripling the permit fee to install a water heater might prompt citizens from not getting a permit at all. The reality is many people avoid fees at current levels. Councilmember Hamilton said we should compare with San Mateo fees. San Mateo, the home of the Atkinson construction owning family and the Hearst family. Why not compare fees to Pacifica and Daly City? These are cities more akin to San Bruno. What is this fast-paced push by the city council to raise the cost of everything? Watch the mayor's State of the City address, and there were no mention of pending budget crisis. Why higher fees for everything in San Bruno is the big question. The Brown Act prevents the city council from providing an answer today. However, it is a question that the city council will have to answer in time. So I thank you for the time, and we've got big technological issues. Disabling technology is what we used to call it. So good luck with that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, I'm showing nobody else under public comment. I'll do one more check. Okay, so we're going to move on to item number 4, which is announcements and presentations. Item A, receive update on COVID-19 response efforts, and we're going to turn that over to Jennifer Dianos, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the public. We're just pulling up the presentation now. My name is Jennifer Dianos, and I'm the assistant to the city manager, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the EOC Public Information Team, and I will be providing you an update on COVID-19. Tonight, we will have a similar format to previous updates, including our current status on the blueprint for a safer economy, our local statistics for our county, and specifically San Bruno, and I'll share additional information about vaccine and testing with you, and we'll end the presentation with modification to city services and other resources. Earlier today, the state released its updates for county statistics statewide. There was no change to our status since the last review made by the state this past Tuesday, and our metrics appear to be holding steady. So thank you to all that have continued to do their part with wearing masks and social distancing. You can see those statistics on the screen now. Although last week...
Excuse me. I apologize for the interruptions. I'm not personally seeing any share screen.
Oh, okay. Let us share that quickly. Thank you for stopping me.
No problem.
Do you see that now?
Yes.
You see it. Okay, that's the cover screen. I'm just going to flip through quickly. That's the agenda that I quickly went over. The blueprint statistics, we have the county metrics listed there. And I was just going to go into the orange tier. So although last week our status did not change, last Tuesday the state did announce that our counties moved to the less restrictive orange tier on the blueprint would be effective Wednesday, March 17th. So this was last week's activity. And the major changes include those that are listed on the screen. But it basically includes additional indoor capacity for several business categories, including retail stores, places of worship, gyms. Those are just to name a few. Bars and breweries are now allowed to operate outdoors. And as a reminder, the city did put together a program for outdoor business operations in which permit fees are waived for businesses so that they can operate with their modified capacity outdoors. And so if there's an interest by any small businesses, they should contact our Community and Economic Development Department to apply for that permit and get review. Moving on to our local statistics, countywide, we have 39,874 total positive cases in San Mateo County and a total of 544 deaths. There are a total of 2,248 positive cases in San Bruno locally, and that's through the duration of the pandemic. Although vaccine doses remain limited, there are a total of 235,224 individuals who have received a form of the vaccination, and that's as of March 20th. That was on the site earlier today on the county site. That's along with 124,230 completing the entire vaccine series. So that's just under 356,000 doses in San Mateo County alone. And I'm going through these slides quickly, but the detail will all be available on our website at the conclusion of our council meeting tonight. In San Bruno specifically, about 36.9% of our population ages 16 and above have been vaccinated. This is an increase of just over 10% from the last report to you. And for those who have not already signed up for notification on when you're eligible for the vaccine, you can sign up and you can do so at myturn.ca.gov or by calling 833-422-4255. It's also recommended to stay in contact with your primary care physician as more local offices and pharmacies begin to receive the vaccine and continue to support the full rollout to the public in vaccine doses as they become available. When you become eligible, you'll be notified by phone or email just the way you sign up on My Turn. And sometimes that is going to come with very short notice. So it's important that you pay attention to those messages and get an appointment scheduled. The vaccine supply remains limited. You will be notified once you're eligible. The process has been long and very complicated, and we're doing our best to help get the information out there through social media and other means that we have available to us. For example, our senior center staff have reached out to patrons to make sure that they're registered and are aware of the process. And so with that said, just please make sure that you check in with your loved ones and help them register to be notified or help them make an appointment. The more we can spread the word, the better. And for those that have limited transportation options, both Samtrans and Caltrains are offering free rides to vaccination sites. The direct links to the transportation hubs are hyperlinked in this presentation, or you can visit them at smchealth.org/COVID vaccine. And the PIO SEO team did put together a website on our city site with resources. And on the screen in front of you, there are 2 YouTube videos. They're PSAs that were produced by the county that are available in multi-languages. So one is in Spanish with English subtitles, and the other is in Tongan with English subtitles. I'm not going to play them tonight, but they are available on our site. We are also hearing more now that many residents know about the vaccine and are registering for their turn, but they have concerns about the possible side effects of the vaccine and are hesitant for that reason. And so for that, I share with you this information. The CDC reports common side effects as pain, redness or swelling on the arm where you got the vaccine shot, tiredness, headache, muscle pain, chills, fever, nausea. Side effects may be more intense after the second dose, and they will vary from person to person. You should contact your primary care physician if you have complications or side effects, you feel worried about them, or they're not getting better. And there's a link on the website, on the presentation here to the CDC website for more information about that. And as a reminder, especially if you're not feeling well, COVID testing remains available at several locations throughout our county, and 2 specifically in San Bruno. Testing is very important as it supports our metrics for the reopening plan. So you can visit the county website or the city website for exact dates, times, and locations. Both are hyperlinked on the screen. All tests are free for those that live and work in San Mateo County. And here I will transition to our operational services and resources that are available and likely of interest to you. As you know, our recreation team has developed several at-home treats, and here's another one for the public. And so it's called Egg Hunt in a Box. This program allows you to enjoy a socially distant egg hunt at home with a box filled with goodies for 2 people for just $20. You can register on our website. There's a link on the screen in front of you. It's sanbruno.ca.gov/rec-sign-up. And with our recent change or move to the orange tier, we have made other operational modifications. And beginning yesterday, March 22nd, City Hall and CityNet service lobbies are now open with modifications. Services have been available through the duration of our dealings with COVID-19. However, our counter services have been modified to mostly by appointment only and remotely. And so as of yesterday, members of the public that come to City Hall or CityNet will be able to obtain an appointment in person if appointments are available, or they can schedule an appointment for a future date. City Hall is open 8 to 5, Monday through Friday, and CityNet services will be open 8:30 to noon, Monday through Friday, both with counter capacity limits. So there will be some time delays as we have limited counter capacity. When visiting either facility, you can expect a controlled single point of entry and exit, temperature and symptom checks. There are plexiglass barriers that have been installed at counters to protect the public and to protect our employees, and social distancing stickers are in place on the floor as a reminder. Online services all remain available. Other forms are also available on our website and over email. And you could call our main line, that's 616-7158, and you could speak with a staff representative should you have any questions, or simply visit our website. Our EOC continues to work with each department to evaluate services as our status changes. Safety remains a top priority, and while continuing to deliver services to our community, as well as ensuring compliance with guidances that are issued as they are issued. In regards to next steps, we do anticipate that the San Bruno Library will reopen with modifications on April 19th or shortly thereafter, and summer programming will be sent out in the next activity guide, which is expected to be available by the end of April. That activity guide will include the summer programming of summer camps and other program offerings, so please stay tuned. Announcements will be forthcoming. While our offices have been closed, service has not stopped and customer service representatives have been available. These times have been uncertain for many families in our community. I'm just using this opportunity to remind those that are behind in their utility bills or struggling to make ends meet that we do have a discounted rate program and it is available. The income requirements and the service that a 25% discount applies to is on the screen. Just to make up some time, I'm going to skip that information, but it is an annual program and does need to be reapplied for on an annual basis. that annual program or application period is going to open in May. And so while the numbers in front of you are valid for the 2021 fiscal year, they will be updated. The incomes will be increased slightly for the upcoming year, and you'll have to reapply. The state is also offering relief through their rent relief program, and this includes help for qualifying households to pay past due and future rent and utilities. This is another program for those families that are struggling and just need that level of assistance. This program is designed for landlords or tenants that have been impacted by COVID-19. There may be different income requirements as the previous slide, and so it's important to link on the screen. You will be able to do so. The photo is hyperlinked. And again, this is for rent and utilities. And the last resource that I'll mention for you this evening, and I'm happy to again announce this program to our business community, the Small Business Micro Grant Program is going to reopen. That's great news. The Bay Area Entrepreneur Center and the San Bruno Community Foundation are partnering up again to offer San Bruno small businesses some relief. Information will follow on this program. I believe this may be one of the very first announcements of the program, so I am honored to be able to share this with you. More information will be available for small businesses, and we're happy to work with the BAEC to get this information out. And everyone in our community can help too by continuing to shop local and supporting those businesses that have had to modify and endure operational changes throughout the pandemic. And I end my presentation like most, just reminding everyone to sign up for SMC Alert for emergency notifications and to follow us on social media. Official city accounts are all linked on the screen. And with that, Mayor and Council, thank you. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your report. Any questions from my colleagues? Not seeing it. Councilmember Hamilton.
No questions. Thank you very much for the report. I just want to take advantage of the fact that there's so many people with us tonight to reiterate that while it's absolutely wonderful that we're making this progress against the virus and reopening and moving ahead toward the world after this virus, now is not the time to back off on safety. Now is the time to double down on it so we can put this virus away. So please wear your mask, practice social distancing, and all of the same protocols that we've been following. That's what's got us to this success, and if we keep it up, we can put this behind us. So just want to remind everybody, and thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Hamilton. I think that's something that the council is unanimous on. Thank you for those comments. All right, let's move on to the next item. I'm sorry. I apologize, Councilmember Salazar.
Okay, yeah, and not to drag this out, I know we're running late, but I've gotten questions about planning for festivals and school events, and probably not okay in the current tier, but when committees start organizing and wondering what they'll be able to do in the fall. Is there any guidance yet from the state or from anyone else on what would be appropriate for that time frame? What's expected? And I know things could change, but people want to know what they should be planning for.
Sure. Councilmember Salazar, Javon Grogan, City Manager. Unfortunately, there are no guidance for what happens in the fall. We are still following the state's roadmap for opening. There's a color-coded system. It is quite possible that even though we're in the orange tier now, that we may have a third wave and go back to the red or purple tier. And so there's no timetable to advancing down to the yellow tier. We hope we stay here and then advance down, but that may not happen.
All right, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions from colleagues? Seeing none. Okay, we will move on to item B under announcements and presentations. Receive presentation on the 2020 Police Department Annual Report. We'll turn it over to our Police Chief, Ryan Johansson.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the community who are watching from home. I am Ryan Johansson, your Chief of Police here in San Bruno. and I'm very grateful for the time this evening to present to you the 2020 Police Department's annual report. I have a lot of slides to go through, but I'll try to be quick because I know we have a lot of content to cover in the meeting tonight, and there are a lot of folks standing by for the stormwater issue. But again, I do really appreciate this opportunity to bring you what has been quite a bit of work on the police department's part. We wanted to begin generating an annual report so that we could provide better information to the community and to council about the goings-on at your police department and in public safety in general in the city of San Bruno. And this is a representation of that effort. Our objective tonight, again, is to present City Council and the community with a summary of the Police Department's 2020 annual report. To be clear, this report is posted on the Police Department and the city website in its entirety in PDF format and can be reviewed there. I will not be going through every page of that report here this evening, but just trying to give kind of a high-level summary of some of the key points and then reserve some time to take questions. In terms of an agenda for this evening, I'll give a little bit of a background as to where this report comes from, why we're creating it and providing it to you all here, an overview of the report itself, a message from me as your chief and the guiding principles we're utilizing at the police department to direct our actions day to day. I'll take you through a tour of the report itself and touch on some high points and then take some questions. So diving right into the background, the goal here, this is one of the most fundamental goals for me personally in taking over as chief of police a year ago now, also sits as one of the strategic objectives for the department this year, is to begin generating a competent annual report to provide to council and to the community. We'll talk a lot about why we're doing that as we move forward with the report, but please understand that this is the start of it. And so I'm going to ask for a measure of patience and understanding from council and the community as we perfect this. There has not been a formal annual report like this generated in many years by the San Bruno Police Department. And so we will continue to improve it over time, but my hope is that this provides a good starting point for some dialogue and some better understanding of what goes on at the police department. An additional objective here of our background is to provide elected officials like yourselves with better information to inform your decisions, to have a little bit of a clearer picture of statistically and otherwise what's going on from a public safety perspective within the city that you preside over. Additionally, we know that our community desires increased transparency and that within that increased transparency comes greater accountability from law enforcement, which certainly is one of the highlighted points of reform over this past year and is a chief reason of why we have created this report for you. What we found in creating this report that we should have been able to see but didn't, that is very exciting, is the process of building it has actually uncovered a number of strengths and weaknesses, not only in our day-to-day operations, but in the data that we have accessible to us and how we provide it to the community. So the good news is not only am I able to share some great information with you through this report, but it is making your police department better. And that is always the goal that we strive for. So as an overview of the report, I'm going to cover who we are, which is actually very, very important. We'll talk about why we're here, what we do day to day, how we do it. And then, of course, I'm going to dive into data. I will include crime data, call data, traffic data, data from our public surveys, arrest data, and use of force data, most of which has not previously appeared in a report like this, but it will appear in front of you tonight and does appear in the report that is available online. So I want to start out with the message from as I crossed out your chief, Ryan. I very much prefer to be referred to that way. I've been with the city for the better part of 16 years. I feel very intimately connected to the city and the citizens and the council and the whole picture. So I'm kind of informal. But this statement is fairly formal, and it's the only part of the report I would like to read to you verbatim this evening because it is truly from me and from the heart, and I hope that it helps to sort of set the context and a foundation for us to move forward on. I begin by saying that I'm going to begin this message by asking a personal favor of you as you read it or as you watch tonight. I ask that you please accept the following words not so much as a sterile opening to this annual report, but rather as a heartfelt personal message from me to you. Whether you are reading or watching this as a valued member of our community, a dedicated city employee, or one of the absolutely amazing men and women who proudly serve within our police department, please know that I love and appreciate you very much. Throughout 2020, I've been continually reminded of how very proud I am of our community and our collective resiliency in the face of yet another challenging year. Of course, I would be remiss if I failed to acknowledge the seemingly unrelenting onslaught of crises that 2020 ushered in for law enforcement and the communities we serve. A pandemic, civil unrest, calls to defund the police, economic upheaval, political polarization, concerns over officer wellness, and the list goes on. And as I've said from the beginning, I will not attempt to sugarcoat or hide from any of these issues. Your police department is deeply committed to playing a leading role in asking and answering the hard questions about who we are, why we exist, and how we can be better. In fact, this annual report is indicative of our renewed commitment to transparency, education, innovation, and collaboration. With all that said, I think it's important to acknowledge that here in San Bruno, the positive relationship between the community and the police department has been built over many years through mutual respect and trust. This respect and trust has been earned through the consistent efforts of community members and department personnel alike. Please know that we consider it a tremendous honor and responsibility to serve as shepherds of your trust and confidence, and we are deeply committed to continuing to earn that trust and confidence one call for service at a time. I also think it's critically important for me to spend a moment speaking to all of the victims and potential victims of criminal behavior. I can only imagine that amidst the current focus on criminal justice reform and the rights of those who commit crimes, you might feel forgotten. Please know that the men and women of our police department will never forget you. Your right to be safe and protected from harm is of paramount importance to us. Much has been said over the last year about equity. What is not being said is that when crime spikes, it disproportionately impacts minority communities and those with limited socioeconomic resources. As such, we remain deeply committed to protecting all people from harm and to holding those who victimize others accountable for their actions. I firmly believe that the best path forward for police departments and the communities they serve must be paved by a genuine effort to better understand one another, and I hope that this document contributes to that cause. With utmost love, respect, and gratitude, your Chief, Ryan Johansson. So thank you for allowing me a moment to read that to you. I'll dive right into the content of the actual presentation. The start of this process really involved digging deep into who we are and really exploring questions that maybe haven't been asked in a long time in an institution like a police department, where we kind of take for granted the operations, the policies, the procedures that guide us day in and day out. We have a mission and vision statement. We've had them for a very long time. They're somewhat lengthy documents that are well thought out, well worked through, but they don't really serve as a guidepost that officers and sergeants can use day to day in their interactions on the street to determine how they'll handle situation A or situation B. And so we've arrived at the following guiding principles to help guide exactly those decisions day to day as we make them on the street. Number one, ensuring peace. Number two, providing safety. And number three, building community. These are the tenets of your police department. And they're actually hierarchical. So they serve as a decision-making tool in that we will always put ensuring peace first when we're taking a course of action. At a very close second is our effort to provide safety to everyone who lives, works, and plays in the city. And then finally is to build community through steps 1 and step 2, but also independently through engagement and participating at community events. I think that these guiding principles are a good start, but they'll always be a work in progress. We will continually reevaluate who we are, what we do, and why we do it to ensure that we're the best police department we can be for you, our community. As we move forward into the report, I include some organization info, including department photos of every single current member of your San Bruno Police Department with their names and their ranks and positions. The objective here is simply to help you to understand that we are all human beings deeply committed to your safety and to make a little bit of a more personal relationship between us and you. Please know that these men and women really do give their heart and soul to make sure that you're safe and that your families are safe. Also, under organizational info, I include our org charts. This will simply help you to kind of better understand the organization of the police department, how rank works in order to ensure that decisions are made properly and that there are systems of checks and balances all the way through to my office when those decisions are made. It also serves to kind of demonstrate where we're currently at with staffing. The police department is divided into 2 divisions, the Field Services Division and the Admin Services Division. This is the org chart for the Field Services Division. As you can see, the positions in red are current vacancies due to positions that were frozen as a part of budget balancing strategies. Positions in yellow are those that are vacant that we just are not able to currently fill, either because we haven't completed hiring practices or we haven't had the level of applicant that we're looking for. And then those in green are actually positions that are staffed, but they're occupied by staff that are on long-term leave, military leave or injury leave are examples. So as you can see, when you staff a shift with 4 police officers, 5 police officers, and a sergeant, and you have those that are frozen or that are vacant, it does have an impact on our ability to provide services to the community. We're not a large department, so while 4 frozen officer positions may seem relatively small, it represents better than 10% of our sworn force, and so it does have a significant impact. I know that there's a deep commitment to the city and the city council level to make these positions as whole as possible so we can continue providing services. And I am very, very proud of the men and women of the police department for stepping up during this time to ensure that there was not a bottom line impact to safety or to the services we provide the community. This next page shows our administrative services division. Again, a little bit less impacted here by the vacancies just by virtue of the nature of the positions, but it is important to understand that we maintain an investigative services section, which is our detective bureau. We also maintain our own police dispatch and police records divisions, and I'll talk about both of those when we come to those sections of the report. So let's talk about our patrol section. This is truly the lifeblood of any police department. These are the folks who are responding to calls for service. These are the folks you see driving through your neighborhoods in the marked black and white units and wearing our LAPD blue uniforms. This truly is the backbone of everything we do. The most core function of a police department is to respond when someone calls for help, and these are the people who do that. They do this 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and it is a very difficult job, becoming more and more difficult every day. I am exceedingly proud of the job that the patrol section does at the San Bruno Police Department, especially through these challenging times, keeping their heads up and trying to continue to be the police department that you expect them to be. Let's talk a little bit about this slide just because I thought it was interesting to help educate a little bit what a police officer deals with on a day-to-day basis in kind of a fun, interesting way. We participated in this challenge that was a fundraiser conducted by law enforcement throughout the county. The challenge was to take a picture of an officer with all the gear in their car, set up sort of Tetris style, and it was a challenge throughout the county. So our Lieutenant Brent Shimmick and his canine partner Dart agreed to participate. I think it's a little bit staggering to see the amount of gear that fits in that car. I still have no idea how it came out of the car or how it got back into the car. But as you can see, a police officer does have to master the use of an awful lot of equipment to get through a typical day at the police department. I think this just kind of gives a good illustration of that. So let's take a little bit of a look at some data from patrol. The first piece here talks about where our incidents come from. And we consider an incident anytime that we have to respond to a call for service, anytime we make a traffic stop. Really, just about any interaction between the police and the community is considered to be an incident in terms of terminology for us. And in San Bruno this year, we handled 40,913 incidents, which is over 112 calls per day. It's a pretty significant volume, albeit it's notably down from previous years, largely because of the response to COVID-19 and the fact that there's just fewer people out and about as there should be. But that represents about 66% of those calls are calls for service from the community, meaning that someone is calling and saying, I've been a victim of crime, or I need help, or they're complaining about something that requires a police response. The remainder of those calls are initiated by officers in their proactive efforts to ferret out criminal activity before it occurs. And that represents about 34% of the calls or the incidents that we handled this past year in 2020. You can also take a look at the 3-year workload comparison, and this just sort of illustrates the typical workload for the patrol section, which involves total incidents, calls for service, officer-initiated calls, and formal reports written. Obviously, when you get to that final tier of formal reports written, this is where things can get to be quite laborious in the modern era of policing. Completing a relatively simple police report, like for, say, a vehicle break-in or a petty theft at the mall, is actually typically multiple hours of work in today's world. And that's because, good data in, good data out, as they say. We're collecting a great deal of information and required to report a great deal of information with all those crimes. And it is the officer on the street who has to import all that information every time they take a crime report. You can see in terms of trends here that in comparison to 2019, total incidents were down 16%, calls for service were down 12%, officer-initiated activity was down 22%, and formal written reports were down 18%. You can attribute almost in its entirety those reductions to the COVID-19 pandemic and the response there. Specifically, when you look at officer-initiated activity, obviously during periods of time where we were trying to minimize interactions between the police department and members of the community, that meant far reduced traffic stops and pedestrian contacts and even other face-to-face contacts for an extended period of 2020. So that is the primary reason for the impact of those numbers. Continuing on, these are I don't like the term top 5 crimes because that sort of implies that it's a good thing. Crime is not a good thing, so I don't mean to imply that these are the top 5 winners, so to speak, but these are the top 5 most prevalent crimes for 2020 in the city of San Bruno. And it shows their trends from 2018, 2019, and 2020. As you can see in looking at this chart, Everything is down from 2019 to 2020, with the exception of assaults. And this is really pretty troubling information for you as a community, and certainly for me as your chief of police, because at a time where there should have been far fewer interactions out in public, where people are quarantining and sheltering in place, we would think that we would see a reduction in assaults as well. This increase in assaults is almost entirely attributable to what was almost a 34% increase in domestic violence incidents through 2020. And I think this was somewhat well reported in the media. Wanted you to know that it has proven true in San Bruno as well. It is somewhat anecdotal, but I think when you combine the stress and the economic stressors associated with COVID-19, along with a lot more time where households are restricted together in the same home, it definitely increased the level of incidents of violence in some of those households. We have taken on a number of things to try and address that as aggressively as we can, namely working much more closely with CORA, our domestic violence partner, to ensure that counseling and step-in mitigation services are being provided at a higher volume of those incidents to break the cycle of domestic violence. Nonetheless troubling, but it is encouraging that the rest of the numbers are down. I said I wouldn't sugarcoat things. I do believe that is largely due to the COVID-19 pandemic and not due to some miraculous level of new police work on our part. But we will see what happens in 2021, and we will certainly continue our efforts to combat these top 5 crimes. This slide is a sampling of incident types and trends. I will not go through all of these listings. They are available in the actual report. But suffice it to say that green is generally good and red is not so good. Green means we've had a decrease. Most of them, as you can see here, are very significant from 2019 to 2020. There are some significant increases. I'll speak briefly about them. We already talked about battery as it relates to domestic violence. That's sort of that assault and battery category. Commercial burglaries also up significantly, quite simply because unoccupied businesses are better targets for crooks. So one of the things the police department has done is really stepped up its patrol checks. You'll see a significant increase over there on the right side of this table in that area. Those are our primary tool for combating nighttime break-ins that occur at closed businesses. The problem with COVID is that the nighttime break-ins transitioned into daytime break-ins oftentimes because they're closed during the day as well. So we don't have a whole massive tool bag to address that particular crime. They happen fairly quickly, and we can't obviously be omnipresent. But I think the patrol checks do have an impact, and so that's the effort that we've undertaken. You can see the significant increase in domestic-related incidents. We already talked about that. And then there's a significant increase here in grand thefts. This is a little bit more difficult to understand because I believe that it has a lot to do with changes in legislation that spanned over a couple of years. Didn't just happen in 2020. But the primary increase in grand theft has to do with auto thefts and catalytic converter thefts, most of which has been fairly well documented that folks are aware of. These crimes have been largely decriminalized, or the penalties for them have been taken down to a level where they've become more popular crimes to commit, and they are very difficult to combat. That being said, we'll talk a little bit about some technologies that have been implemented at the police department to address these crimes, and I'll share some success stories in the short term here that have helped us to reverse the tide. So continuing with patrol data, this is just property crimes as reported to the Department of Justice, required from the police department every year over a 5-year span. You can see that 4 of the 5 here really look very similar. You saw a pretty big jump from 2018 to 2019, and then you've seen this decline in 2020, again, largely due to COVID. Just a couple points I put in here to ensure that we're kind of learning about each other and using the same language. Things that are commonly confused as a theft versus a burglary. The legal definition here is that, like, if you steal something from an unlocked vehicle, that would be theft. If you break into the vehicle or break into a house, that is actually a burglary. Burglary is actually defined as entering an inhabited dwelling with the intent to commit theft or another felony. So for clarification, that is your difference between theft and burglary on these slides. The next slide shows violent crimes as reported to DOJ over a 5-year comparison, and you see an almost identical trend to the previous slide with nonviolent crimes. The increases that you see from 2019 to 2020 are aggravated assault here, which is exactly what we've already spoken about with domestic violence increases and assaults and batteries in the household. Again, a point of information here just to share, the difference between a robbery and a burglary is that a robbery is when someone takes the property of someone else using force or fear. So this is like the point a gun at you and take your purse or wallet. Versus a burglary, which I stated before, is actually breaking into an inhabited dwelling or a business with the intent to commit theft or another felony. Just kind of helpful as we move forward that we're using the same terms. So now I'm going to move quickly through some of the different sections of the police department's divisions so that you have that information. There's much more written about this in the actual report itself, but as I mentioned earlier, we maintain our own dispatch and communications section. This is critically important to the level of service that we provide in San Bruno. When you call 911 or you call the non-emergency number for police, you are speaking to a call taker or a dispatcher who is working at the San Bruno Police Department. They're intimately familiar with your city, the layout, the challenges, the streets, the landmarks, all the things that they need to be well versed in to improve response times. And they are in direct, immediate communication with the officers responding to your call for service. There are some other cities that outsource their dispatch communications to a county entity or to somewhere outside of their city, and they see significant increases in response times, which is not what we want to have in San Bruno. We are very much indebted to the dispatch communications section. These folks work very, very hard, and much like patrol officers, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 a year, they are in that dispatch center, and they are the backbone of our response, keeping us safe and giving us the information we need to provide an adequate response to calls for service. The records section is also critically important. You know, in this new era of technology, we're very data driven, and we are aggregating so much data on a day-to-day basis and accumulating massive amounts of records, whether it's body-worn camera footage or criminal history records, crime report records. All of that has to be triaged by a group of people who understand the state-mandated reporting requirements, can scrub that data to ensure that it meets those requirements and can get it sent to where it needs to be. And that can also support the district attorney in their efforts to prosecute the cases that we bring before them by providing the evidentiary backup required for those cases. And this is all the duty of our records section. Very dedicated women who work currently in that department and have been there for most of them for a very long time, providing this service to the city. Very grateful to our records section. The traffic section currently consists of a sergeant, a traffic/motor officer, and a series of full-time and part-time CSOs that handle our parking enforcement and some other ancillary duties. The traffic section is relatively new to the police department, and so it is still a work in progress and one we'd like to see more resources diverted to over time. Year after year after year, traffic safety and parking concerns remain at the very top of the list through our community surveys of those that the community wants addressed by the police department. I think the traffic section does an exceptional job of this, but they're limited in terms of their scope because they're just limited in terms of their staff. Part of the traffic section is a regional major accident investigation team that was actually started by the San Bruno Police Department and includes officers from 4 other departments in North County. This is a wonderful resource for us that has helped to solve a number of fatality and major injury collisions, especially those involving criminal charges that can often be quite convoluted. The MATE team specializes in accident reconstruction through forensic diagramming. So those are real fancy words to say that they bring out survey equipment and reconstruct accidents after they have occurred to show the dynamics that caused the collision and to help us to identify suspects in the case where we have outstanding folks that need to be looked for. The investigative services section, this is the detective bureau for the police department, and ISS is fundamentally responsible for supporting the efforts of patrol by providing more in-depth investigative services to more serious or convoluted crimes. So obviously ISS is going to work any kind of significant missing persons case. They're going to work all of our homicides or major assaults. They work all of our gang cases because gang cases can be extremely difficult to prosecute the way they need to be prosecuted. These are sort of your next level of investigators, really set up to do what patrol doesn't have the time or resources to do day to day. Most of their time is spent authoring and serving search and arrest warrants and making sure to support the back end of investigations. In 2020, there were 148 cases assigned to ISS for follow-up. And mind you that only significant cases end up getting sent up there for follow-up. It gives you a little bit of an idea of the workload of significance that the police department is dealing with. In the annual report, there are 2 examples of significant cases being worked by detectives currently. One of those is the discovered human remains up off of Skyline Boulevard. That case is ongoing, extremely involved, and is taking up a tremendous amount of their time. The photo you see here in the picture is actually a photo of an evidence processing, field evidence processing area we had to set up for that case in order to process the large amount of evidence that came in from it. We do also have a canine unit, which this is probably the one unit that almost everyone knows about because we all love dogs, as mine has probably interrupted us 3 times barking in the background during a presentation. But our canine unit is something we're very proud of. Not only do they serve a fundamental purpose for law enforcement day to day, because the canines can engage in activities that would be unsafe for police officers to engage in, and they have senses that we don't have. They can find someone who ran away from home 4 hours ago with their nose, whereas we're stuck, kind of following the leads that come before us and trying to take shots in the dark. But additionally, our canines are really active in the community, and they really add to our community involvement. They're very friendly and very peaceful when in the right environment, and we love taking them out to public events. We currently maintain 3 canines. 2 are multi-purpose, meaning they do protection and drug detection as well as tracking. And 1 is a single-purpose dog that works at our DEA airport position solely for narcotics detection. We also maintain some other specialized units, and this is really relevant because it's important to understand that while we are San Bruno and we're obviously largely focused on the criminal sort of picture within our city limits, we're amidst massive urban sprawl and really are kind of more like a small section of a much larger city in the Bay Area. And as such, we are impacted by the larger criminal trends that occur throughout the Bay Area. And because San Bruno sits right next to an international airport in close proximity to 2 international ports and directly in line with 2 major highways that run north and south throughout the state, we have significant drug issues that need to be dealt with. And our way of investing in addressing those issues and keeping the violence that tends to follow them from populating our city is to participate in some task forces. Task forces are really valuable because small departments like us do not have the resources to deploy and handle major drug investigations all the way through from the first arrest to as far as you can climb up the supply chain. Task forces that send officers from multiple departments to work in collaboration do. And so we participate in 2 DEA task forces, 1 at the SF Metro team and 1 at San Francisco Airport. We also participate in the county, San Mateo County specific narcotics task force where we have an officer assigned. And we participate in North Central Regional SWAT, which provides us with the ability to respond appropriately to major tactical scenarios without having to manage our own SWAT team. The pictures you see here are actual seizures from 2020 from those task forces. So as you can see, they're dealing with significant quantities of drugs, money, weapons, and really do help to keep San Bruno a safer place. Let's talk briefly about outside deployments and mutual aid, mostly because in San Bruno, we are no stranger to the importance of mutual aid. We've had some very significant incidents, unfortunately, over the years in our city, including the Glenview pipeline explosion, the active shooter at YouTube headquarters, the active shooter at Tan Fran Mall. These are incidents where a local jurisdiction simply cannot handle the volume of workload by themselves. And as we have benefited from that mutual aid, we are always one of the first agencies to step up and provide it when someone asks for help. We think this is very important to participating in the larger community effort to curb crime and to take care of communities. Some examples of outside deployments and mutual aid for this year, very sadly, on June 6, 2020, a sergeant with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office was murdered while responding to a suspicious person call. The suspect then engaged in a shootout with other responding officers and foot-bailed into a neighborhood, which cued off a massive manhunt. Our officers responded along with others from San Mateo County and assisted in the apprehension safely of that suspect. Truthfully, the apprehension itself was committed pretty successfully by a very brave resident who took this guy on while he was in his backyard. The end result, though, if you don't recall, is that this person was then also determined to be the suspect in the killing of the federal officer in Oakland the month prior. Very dangerous individual taken off the street of mutual aid. Obviously, another massive deployment for us this year was the CZU Lightning Complex fires. Everyone knows that these fires were devastating for much of Santa Cruz and San Mateo counties. 86,000 plus acres, almost 1,500 buildings lost. Fortunately, only 1 human life lost. And while I will not steal the thunder from the very brave firefighters who are really the reason why this came under control and why there wasn't far more widespread human loss of life than there was, remember that it's not just firefighters responding to these incidents. When firefighters are focused on curbing the fire, it is largely law enforcement that is facilitating the evacuations that save lives. And this means police officers going without fire protective equipment into very dangerous areas in order to get people out of harm's way. And we took a very active role for an extended period of time in the CZU fire evacuations. Additionally, we responded to riots. And the civil unrest is not something that I need to necessarily speak about here in this presentation this year, but suffice it to say that in multiple jurisdictions, the civil unrest rose to the level of being riots where there was violence and acts of vandalism. While we did not have any of these things in San Bruno, a fact I'm extremely proud of our community for, we did respond to help several other jurisdictions that did have these issues. Okay, back to data, because as you told me earlier, Mr. Mayor, I'm a bit of a data hound. So let's talk a little bit about traffic data. So these are 3-year comparisons of key traffic stats that we track for OTS, traffic stops, moving citations, traffic collisions, DUI arrests, and DUI collisions. Trends you're seeing here are very similar to what we saw on the charts with crime, which is not unusual. They tend to kind of follow the same pattern. What is concerning, though, and a little bit misleading in these numbers, we look at 2020 and see things down like traffic collisions and DUI collisions. This is fantastic. Conventionally, these numbers only go up every single year, year after year. However, these numbers are actually quite troubling when you consider, if you looked at them in the scope of per capita person on the roadway. Roadway traffic is way down in 2020 because of COVID and people working from home and all of these circumstances. And the fact is that if you look at a per traveler data set from CHP, collisions are much higher this year as a percentage, which is very concerning. And I think it has to do with a number of factors, but suffice it to say that it is on our radar at the police department, and we're diligently focusing on how we're going to step up traffic safety efforts as we move into the full bore of 2021 here. The top 6 moving violation citations issued this year, you can see them here, was unsafe turns, followed by seatbelt violations, red light violations, violation of signs, which I know is very vague, but that's how the tickets get written if you turn left where it says no left turn, or you make a movement like that. Then speeding, cell phone or distracted driving tickets, and stop signs well ahead of all the rest. Some of this has to do with the fact that stop signs are easier to enforce than almost all the rest of these violations, because you can sit at a stop sign where you know you have problems and you can observe violations. Whereas many of the rest of these violations require us to be somewhat mobile and to be in the right place at the right time, so to speak. Overall, moving violation numbers were down in 2020, again, because with COVID-19, we had step-down enforcement for significant periods of time. Parking violation citations. This one could probably cause at least a visual shock to the system. At the bottom, you see street sweeping, which had the most tickets written at over 6,000 citations. This is pretty consistent with the year-over-year statistics. I can say that the primary reason why we see more citations with street sweeping is because the violations are more prevalent and widespread, coupled with the fact that we tend to not back down street sweeping enforcement if it can be avoided, because it has a direct tie-in to maintaining free flow of water into the floodgates and everything that needs to happen in order to keep the city flood free. So when public works is out street sweeping, they generally will not do so without that being backed up with street sweeping enforcement. And so those numbers will always tend to be higher than others. You can look through the rest of these and kind of see how they trickle down from there. These numbers are fairly consistent with what you see year over year. A little bit low in 2019 and 2020. 2019 because we had major staffing issues with backfilling positions for people who left unexpectedly, and in 2020 due to large periods of time where we stopped enforcement altogether due to COVID-19. But these are the numbers for your parking violation citations in 2020. This slide covers survey data. So we do send out surveys to people who have called the police for a variety of different services. These are randomized through our CAD RMS system, and they ask that they complete a brief survey to give us an idea of what their level of satisfaction was with various components of our service, including everything from the person who took your call to the officers who showed up on scene and how they dispositioned the actual incident. We're going to talk in a minute here about how we're trying to improve this process, but we did send out surveys in 2020. We had 58% of them return with an excellent rating, 33% with very good, 9% with fair, and no responses indicated that the response effort by the PD was poor or failed to rate them. I will fully acknowledge that the present survey, in my view, needed a lot of content added to it and also needs increased exposure. And so we've already taken on the task in 2021 of developing a new mailer for these surveys. This systematizes the creation of them in-house so we can send out many, many more. The goal is to send out 5 times as many surveys in 2021 as we did in 2020. And it also takes the survey itself online and is provided in both English and Spanish. We will move forward with other languages as well, but given the prevalence of Spanish-speaking folks in our community, we decided to start with Spanish and ensure that we were reaching out to them in their native language. And then we have done the same with the online survey that is in both English and Spanish. We've also added a $100 Amazon gift card that we give away quarterly if you complete the survey in its entirety, to further encourage more participation so we have more data points to deal with and hopefully get a better representation of the kind of work we're doing in the community. The survey will still be available offline for those who do not have internet access. But statistics show us that the majority of people will be able to complete these. You can do it on your phone, you can do it online, you can do it either way, computer or on your phone. And moving right on into arrest data. So I have to couch arrest data by saying that while I understand that we all are going to have the need to digest data points like this. I do very much hold with a great deal of regard the fact that you recognize me as your in-house police department expert. I appreciate that role, and I'm going to ask for you to reflect that a little bit now as I describe arrest data, because the fact is that to analyze and draw conclusions from arrest data really requires a very deep understanding of where arrests come from and how they're generated. And while I'm going to give cumulative data here because it is of interest and I'm happy to disclose it, it's important to understand that really the only valid way to evaluate an arrest is on its merits individually, arrest by arrest. Every arrest is an individual call. It's an individual interaction between a human being police officer and at least one human being in the form of the suspect or the person arrested. And it's really difficult to extrapolate or to make determinations from raw data alone. So that's my disclaimer. Nonetheless, I'm going to dig right in and give you what I do have. So let's talk a little bit about where arrests come from. Most arrests are not actually the result of officer-initiated activity. I think there's a common misconception that police officers pull someone over and then they get arrested and go to jail. And that does happen, but that is not actually where the bulk of arrests come from. About 60% of our arrests year over year, not only in 2020, come from a call for help or a call for service from the community, not in fact from an officer proactive initiated activity. Additionally, it's important to understand that not all arrests are made at the discretion of a police officer. We have a tremendous amount of discretion as police officers. We also have things that we are required to make arrests for by either a matter of law and or a matter of department policy. Some examples of that are felonies. Any felony. When an officer has probable cause to believe a felony has been committed, they must arrest the person responsible for it. It's left to the courts to decide from there what will happen, but we are obligated by policy to make an arrest. Additionally, arrests are required when it's a citizen's arrest. And actually, there's a significant percentage of those in San Bruno. The classic example of this is the theft from the mall, where loss prevention officers at one of the mall stores have effected a citizen's arrest of someone for shoplifting, and they call the police department simply as a matter of process to accept that arrest, which we are obligated to do. Again, this is not at the discretion of the officer. And then still a slightly larger percentage at 13% of arrests are actually made pursuant to warrants issued by a magistrate. Again, where an officer does not have an discretion, the officer is told in the arrest warrant, you shall arrest and bring before a magistrate this individual, and we follow suit and do as we're supposed to do. It leaves you with about 47.9% of arrests in which officers have some level of discretion, meaning that they could choose not to arrest the subject. Very important to understand that there are a litany of issues involved in that decision, not the least of which, and probably the most common, is liability in the mind of the officer. Right? We arrest people primarily to stop crime from occurring. And oftentimes, most of the time when an officer is deciding whether or not to make an arrest based on something they've stumbled into or a call that they've responded to, the primary driving factor in that decision is, if I don't arrest this person, what is likely to happen? Who is not protected? What additional victims might result? And is short-term incarceration, taking them to the county jail, the immediate answer to stopping that from occurring? Often a difficult decision to make, but one that we have to make literally day in and day out, call by call. The last misconception that I think exists out there is that being arrested means you're going to jail. And it does not mean that. In fact, year over year, it is meaning that less and less and less as legislation is driving towards not incarcerating folks even short term at jail, but allowing them to receive a promise to appear, show up in court, and answer for the allegations against them. In 2020, those numbers sat at about 61 to 62% of our arrests were cite and release to a court date, and 38% were jail bookings. Some of this is certainly due to protocols in place for COVID-19. The jail is accepting less arrests. The jail was asking police departments to cite and release on things that conventionally would mean that a suspect was being booked into jail in order to avoid overcrowding and the mass spreader events that were occurring within our places of incarceration. So this does vary year to year. I looked at 2019 data. It sat at closer to 50-50, about half down the middle. I think that you'll see following COVID-19 this realization that, hey, maybe citing out is a better idea on many of these crimes rather than jail and bookings. And I think that you'll see numbers more commensurate with these as we move forward here in 2021. So let's talk about arrests and race. I know that this is a very important component for the police department, the community council, the city manager, everyone to track and to analyze as part of this ongoing effort to ensure equity in our police activities. That being said, a competent analysis, as I mentioned earlier, really does require looking at each individual arrest. I'm going to give the data here. I think that the data is fair, so I'm not trying to, sort of preempt it so much as to say that it's important to understand that when we look at data like this, what we have to really look at is what would we change? If there's a desire for change, what would we change? So again, 60% of arrests stemming from a call for service, 52% being required by law. I think very important to acknowledge here that more than 70% of the people arrested in 2020 were not San Bruno residents. This is actually low. In most years, it sits closer to 80%. So the majority of people we're arresting are not folks who reside in the city. Nonetheless, here are arrests by race for both officer-initiated activity and calls for service-related arrests in 2020. These are numbers, not percentages, obviously, as you see that they're somewhat larger. And these are the race codes that are provided by California Department of Justice. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but you might ask, well, why isn't this broken down into, more types of races? It's because DOJ sees these as the races we have to report and other specified ethnicity as just that, ethnicity as opposed to race. So, you can see the data here. The data is also obviously in the printable annual report PDF. But if you look at arrests by race for officer-initiated activity, 164 of those were white or Caucasian, 173 Hispanic or Latino, 75 Black or African American, 38 Asian, 18 Hawaiian or Pacific Islander, and none in the American Indian or Alaskan race category for this year. Very similar numbers in the calls for service-related arrests. More arrest data on the top 12 charges for which people were arrested and their comparison over 2019 to 2020. Very similar to the charts earlier, you see this downward trend in 2019 and 2020. The exceptions you'll see are going to be domestic violence. You're going to see a change also in suspended license. I actually have no explanation for that. It would seem that with fewer people on the road, we'd have fewer suspended license arrests. But the reality is that we had a pretty significant increase, almost double the suspended license arrests in 2020 versus 2019. Beyond that, I think that these numbers are pretty consistent with what we would see year over year. Arrest numbers as a whole are down, as you see here. Last year, we made 1,608. This year, only 923. Typically, we will sit in that 1,500 to 1,700 range for arrests every year. So this year is definitely a low anomaly, again, largely due to COVID-19. And now diving into use of force data. Let's talk about some sort of ground rules or foundation here. First of all, what is a use of force incident? This is really, really important, okay? Because we are really quite liberal in how we report use of force at the San Bruno Police Department. We consider any time that an officer uses more than gentle touch, those exact words in the course of their duties, that is a use of force incident. So if I as an officer tell you, sir, you're under arrest, put your hands behind your back, and your answer is no, and I grab your hands and put them behind your back, and I meet minimal resistance other than you maybe tensing up your arms, that is a use of force incident by our standards. Also, if an officer uses a higher level of force, obviously those would be documented as use of force incidents as well. But just know that really any time we are using force as part of our duties, we are documenting it as a use of force incident. And that cues up not only a separate report, but a very thorough use of force reporting and review process. So that report will be written by a sergeant. The sergeant will then review all the video footage and all other evidence from it, forward it to a lieutenant who does the same, forward it to a captain who does the same, and forward it to me. I watch the video from and evaluate every single use of force incident at the San Bruno Police Department for compliance with law and policy. If there's a policy or a law violation, it is immediately sent in as an administrative internal personnel investigation to be looked into further. If there is no policy violation, but training issues identified that need to be worked through with the officers, then those are immediately sent over to the training captain so that individual training can be conducted with the officers involved. So that summarized, I guess, what I was just about to tell you here, the use of force reporting and review process. And then I've set up some levels of force and some definitions for purposes of this report, just so that we can have a kind of a clear illustration. So we have low levels of force, intermediate force, less lethal force, and deadly force. No, less lethal force is not a typo. That is actually the legal term used for uses of force that could potentially cause lethality, but that are not expected or intended to. But as we move up above, low level of force is a use of force that is not designed to or likely to cause any kind of injury. Examples would be controlling someone's arms, as I described earlier, to put them behind their back, or taking someone to the ground while they're fleeing from you in a foot pursuit. Intermediate force has our uses of force that have the potential to cause injury or substantial pain, even though they're not designed to do that. So examples of those would be more Aggressive control holds like an arm bar to take someone down to the ground or use of striking weapons fall into intermediate force. Less lethal force, this is for us almost entirely taser usage and or beanbag or projectile weapon usage is going to fall under less lethal force. And then obviously deadly force is any force that creates a substantial risk of causing death or serious bodily injury, not limited to, but obviously most of the time is the discharging of a firearm. So with those definitions in mind, let's dig in. In 2020, we had 47 use of force incidents at the San Bruno Police Department. That same year, we handled 40,913 incidents, which means in 0.11% of incidents did we use any level of force. We contacted 16,055 people in 2020, which means that as a percentage, we used force in 0.29%. That's less than 1/3 of 1% of people we contacted did we use any level of force on. We also made 923 arrests, and the percentage of those arrests that resulted in any use of force was 5%. So 95% of the arrests made involved no use of force whatsoever by the police department. So we did use force 47 times. Let's talk about what those use of force incidents were. 43 of them qualified as that low level of force. That's 91.5%. This is because, again, we're quite liberal. So if an officer grabs your arm, puts it behind your back, that is a use of force incident. And that does make up the bulk of the use of force incidents reported in 2020 and year over year. There were 3 incidents of intermediate level force. 2 of those involved use of what we call the wrap restraint device. So this is actually a very low level of force in terms of its potential to cause injury, but it's a level of restraint that we qualify as intermediate level. This is utilized when someone is, say, slamming their head on the concrete or doing something to cause harm to themselves during an arrest. It allows us to restrict their movements further than just handcuffs. So 2 of those intermediate level force incidents were wrap device use. The third was use of a flashlight as a striking weapon during a fight. We had 1 incident of less lethal force. This was a taser deployment. That's 2.1% of our use of force incidents. And we had 0 incidents of deadly force again in 2020. Tends to be the norm year over year, obviously, in San Bruno. Let's talk about injuries. Of those 47 use of force incidents, there were 0 great bodily injuries caused. There were 0 deaths caused. There were 0 serious visible injuries caused. There were 12 minor visible injuries caused, which means injuries we can see but that did not require any kind of medical treatment or intervention. There were 3 incidents that involved a complaint of pain, but where there were no visible injuries on the suspect. And there were 32 incidents in which there was no visible injury and no complaint of pain on behalf of the suspect. So again, very low level uses of force. My hope is that you'll see that this data helps to show you that your San Bruno police officers make every effort to use the absolute lowest amount of force possible to overcome the resistance they face in the course of their duties day to day. This next section is called Why I Wear the Badge, and this one is actually really important to me. I promise not to read them all here. They appear in the report. You can go see them. But I love this section because this is the voices and faces of your police officers, unfiltered and unsanctioned and unprompted by me as their chief. This is a simple question posed to a cross-section of the police department as to why do you do this job? Why do you wear the badge in your own words? And my hope is that this will help you to understand that these men and women are here for the right reasons. They are not and will not be perfect, and they're deeply committed to being better and to being part of the change that the world wants to see in law enforcement. But these are absolutely wonderful human beings who are here for the right reason. These are the people you want protecting you and your families. You know, as Justin says here, he feels a calling to serve the community, to protect, to provide safety. And he really, this is a recurring theme as you go through these. He loves the unique opportunity to make a difference. And I can tell you, period, point blank, that's what got me into this line of work, was the feeling of wanting to live a highly relevant life where I made a difference in the lives of other people. And police work really does provide a genuine opportunity to do so. Sherry Campbell, a lot of you probably know her because she was our support services officer for a long time, very visible in the community. I love that she says that she wants to be an advocate for people who can't speak up for themselves. Oliver Reich, young cop, good cop, heart in the right place. Again, looking to make a difference. Loves coming to work. And if you think about the current environment that these men and women face coming to work every day, these are really pretty miraculous statements to make. And a lot of that has to do with the support from you all, the community and council. They feel loved and wanted here, and they feel like they're doing a job that's appreciated. Val Oka, Jessica Jimenez, one of our newest officers. a huge victim advocate, came to us after being an FBI analyst. We have Ivan here, who is very considerate and being willing to provide a Spanish version of his Why I Wear the Badge. Llevo la placa para ayudar a otros. I wear the badge to help others. Officer J.R. Ginto. So in closing, I just want to say that it really is an honor and a pleasure to protect and to serve you here in San Bruno. We really are here because we love you, respect you, and we really are committed to keeping you and your loved ones safe, whatever that means day to day, even if it means not going home to ours. I really like to say all the time in the police department that we promise you that we will police the city with a heart from the heart, always. That's where we're coming from. It doesn't mean we're always going to be perfect. There will be mistakes made, but we'll always try to learn from those mistakes. And we really do take very seriously the fact that we're shepherds of your trust. If you want to keep up with the goings on at the police department, we have a pretty robust social media presence. I encourage you to follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Nextdoor, and Instagram. And equally important, if not more important, as Ms. Diano said earlier in this evening, be sure to register for SMC alerts. I'm telling you, plain and simple, this is what we're going to use to notify you and your family of what you need to do in a major emergency, and also to keep you apprised of major public safety issues going on in your community. It's free. You register for SMC Alert, and we know we can reach you when it matters most. So please, please, please go register. So that concludes my presentation of the annual report, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Chief. If you wouldn't mind, stop sharing the screen so we all be, shall we say, in the same room together in a manner of speaking. Thank you. Do appreciate all the detail, and please feel free to get a glass of water or something. There you go. So I do see I see some members of the public, and so because it's coming to 9, in case they wanted to speak on this topic. And again, if your hand is up, it is in regards to the presentation of the 2020 Police Department Annual Report. So I'm going to have the city clerk call on you, and then you'll come into the room, and it would be specifically on this topic.
Lavinia Zanasi.
Hi, I just wanted to say thank you very much for your very clear and extremely, I would say, organized presentation. I think as a resident of San Bruno for my entire life, practically, which is over 50 years, and I won't go beyond that, but I want to tell you that I appreciate this, and I think we should have more of these presentations. I know it's a lot of work, but part of my appreciation for living in the city is that we do have a sense of community. And I think that in your new position, you have started off on an excellent foot. So again, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for staying with us and speaking those. Next speaker, please.
Next is Simon Lee.
Hi, I just want to say that thank you for the chief for the presentation. It was very informative, but perhaps a little bit shorter next time. Although I appreciate the thoroughness, I want to ask you that what are you doing to address the targeted hate crime against Asian and Asian American descent? Chief?
Yes. Did you have any other questions or comments?
No, that's the main one.
Okay. We're going to go through everybody who's speaking, and then we'll circle back around.
Next, we have Linda Freitas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the chief for a beautiful presentation, and I would almost recommend to the council that this be part of some training that goes on in the middle and high school levels, because that presentation showed a lot of what goes on in the police department and not perceptions that are being shown on the media. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Alan.
Hello?
Hi, Alan, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I would like to report that I'm living on 1620 Hickory Avenue. Once in a while, I do hear somebody knocking at my door. And when I go there, I don't see anybody there. But I am a disabled person. I'm really concerned about it. I'm really hoping that they can have some improvement to have somebody can monitor or something in the neighborhood to make the environment become more safety. And in the meantime, once in a while, I do see the people who passing. I don't know the people they living in San Bruno City or not, but the people they are buying food from Bay Hill Shopping Center, that they are littering, they're stopping on the street, that they don't really careful about to make sure the street the environment is clean, to make sure the the drain or system or something work better. And because of the people are really effective to the neighborhood, to the environment of the city. That's my concern. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next is Kevin.
I would like to ask, it says on the letter right here, you guys were gonna talk about storm drainage and the flood protection fee. You guys didn't mention any of that yet.
You're correct. That's item number 7, which is a public hearing.
Oh, so
I mean number 7.
When are you guys gonna talk about that?
Okay, well, we're under item 4, announcements and presentations. It'll be a public hearing. You'll hear it announced, but that's further down on the agenda.
All right. That means you will be talking about that later.
Yes, you are absolutely correct.
Oh, I see.
All right.
How about the other one?
Also, my wife wants to know, why don't you guys have more internet network providers? Because I've been living here and AT&T doesn't provide any service here.
All right, so right now we're on the item of the presentation of the police chief's report. So we need to keep to that topic.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I'm not seeing any other hands up at this time. Just very quickly before I start opening it up. Oh, no, I do see. Okay, so this is going to be the last call for anybody speaking. We have one call, one person in the queue left, and then we're going to bring it back. Please, City Clerk.
Yes, we have Stephen Seymour or Sandra Perez Vargas. Just one moment while I bring you in. Hi, Stephen or Sandra, can you hear us?
Yes, it's me. First, I'd like to say that I think there were a lot of us who got on really late, so there may be people who missed public comments earlier. I'm not sure if you're going to bring it back. But in regards to this presentation, I just want to thank Chief Johansson for his leadership. The presentation was very thorough. I too am a numbers person, and I appreciated looking at the numbers. I like seeing things split between the calls that are initiated by the public versus the call initiated by the police officer. I think one of the strongest things about our police department is our community policing. So I would like to advocate for the chief that the vacant and frozen positions become unvacant and unfrozen as soon as possible, so that he can work with, so the police department can work with a fully staffed. I just want to say that the slides that showed the reasons that people go into policing were very powerful. I hope that you share them all on social media over time. It really does show to the general public how the officers that are hired here in San Bruno care about the city that they work in. And I think that you can see that on the street. By hiring the open positions, I think that would become even more evident because right now, since they're understaffed, I'm sure that cuts down on the amount of time that they can interact with the public, and I think that interaction is very strong. Chief Johansson, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the job that you do. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, folks, I've asked, and so I'm going to ask one last time. If you wish to speak on this, you need to please put up your virtual hand. I show 2 speakers in the queue, and then that will be the last one will be Mr. Robinson. So next speaker, please.
Next is Dennis Mathings.
Yes, hello. Thank you very much. That was a very excellent presentation. I do have an incident on my street, on Elm Street, the 400 block. Usually I've lived here for, I don't know, 35, 40 years, 45 years, and only had one thing stolen out of my car in all those years. And just recently I had some more theft out of my car. Is theft on a rise? I've always considered this neighborhood to be quite a safe neighborhood. And it's just doesn't seem to be that way right now. And I talked to neighbors to let them know that they should keep their doors locked. And I had some people move in recently. They said their cars had been rifled when they first came in to move into their new place. So it seems to be on the rise. Is that what's going on? That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for your comments. And again, once we finish, we'll circle back around with the chief. Our last speaker, Mr. Robinson, City Clerk, when you're ready.
Malcolm Robinson.
Hi, thank you. I would like to compliment the city council for a great hire. Not sure if it's city council or the city manager, but city council, you're going to get the credit. Thank you for that. I've had great interactions with the police department. Officer Rogie and Officer Campbell have been great on the committees that I serve on. And last but not least, I would like to thank you for your proactive announcements on Nextdoor about mountain lion sightings and what to do when you encounter one. We're having a lot of them up here in the hills of San Bruno, and people need to be safe. And I thank you for taking the lead on that. Good luck and best wishes on your career. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you for everybody who offered questions and or thoughts. What I'd like to do is just give a moment to our chief and see if you wanted to address or circle back with anything that you had heard within public comment before we bring it to council.
Just very briefly, the comments about what we're doing to protect the Asian American community against what have been some really shocking acts of violence against that community across the nation. Fortunately, we have not been plagued by those incidents here where there's a direct and immediate response. But the San Bruno Police Department in general takes very seriously any crime that is motivated by hate. It sits on a different tier from even other crimes that can be committed day to day. And we investigate all hate crimes very thoroughly. Additionally, tomorrow I'll be participating with the San Mateo County Police Chiefs and Sheriffs Association in a press conference out of San Mateo to highlight what the county as a whole is doing to stand, as we say in San Bruno, united against hate, specifically as it pertains to this issue.
Thank you, Chief. And I'm going to open it up to my colleagues at this point. And I do want to just, you've already heard it, the great presentation, and I know people will be shocked, but it was done in-house with a lot of work from, I know you'll always say, the team. And so appreciate that. And with that, I appreciate the Vice Mayor's patience. Mr. Medina.
Yes. Wow. Thank you, Chief Johansson. A personal, comprehensive presentation, fully appreciated. I really like the fact that you're taking the survey further, of making it 5 times wider. The personal touches in the report with the photos, so that people are reminded that these are men and women that are real and tangible, and it's I went on a ride along not too long ago, and it's the dedication of our officers and staff that of everybody who supports them is appreciated. This was asked with the vacancies. What do you need from the council now in getting back whatever you need? We need to know that. So thank you.
I think to be clear, first of all, Vice Mayor, thank you so much as always for your support and the faith that you put in us to do the job that we do, and for your kind comments. I will say that in terms of what we need from you, I don't want to come across like we have not always had the support of council to give us what we need to do our job. That's not the case, right? The positions that are frozen were a necessary measure in order to keep the city whole. And it really was just the part that the police department did. All the city departments made a huge contribution in order to get us through this difficult time. I will leave it to City Manager Grogan, who I have absolute faith and confidence in, to make recommendations to you all about what should be done in the next coming years to shore up what we're doing at the police department. But I will also say that no matter what happens at the police department, the men and women there are deeply committed to keeping you safe and to working hard with the resources we do have, and we are grateful for those. So if we can get more whole in the future, fantastic. I appreciate the focus, but not really my area of expertise.
Councilmember Mason, please.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple questions and just a couple follow-ups for you. First, I just wanted to thank you because when Chief Johansson and I first met over a year ago, I expressed the interest in seeing not just the incidents that we're seeing in San Bruno, but a comparison of whether those crimes are going up or down. And you showed that tonight on slides 18 and 19. So I just wanted to thank you for including that. I think it's really helpful to see where we're going and where we've improved. And I love those two slides. I wanted to ask, as far as the frozen positions go, how long have these positions been frozen or vacant that you guys have been working with these additional hours?
So the frozen positions were part of the budget balancing strategies. You'll have to correct me, Mr. City Manager, about the date. I think that was somewhere around October, but I don't recall for sure.
July 1.
With the new budget, yes.
And then the vacant positions?
Those are a little bit more cyclical, so not all of them have been held for the entire year of 2020, or have been vacant, I should say, not that we're proactively holding them. I can say that the two officer vacancies that are not frozen have been vacant for one of them for 6 months, the other for 8 months. Quite frankly, that's because the hiring process of a new officer is exhaustive in terms of the background and what it takes to get them through. We have two officers starting the academy coming up here in June. Those are both hired by the police department to fill those two available vacancies. And then we've maintained a sergeant vacancy ever since one of our sergeants retired, really as a budget balancing strategy to kind of make sure there was a buffer in there for the budget. And that's been vacant for beyond the past year, well over a year.
Okay. And then when we look at the 16-hour days, it just are the regular 12-hour days, are these shifts of 4, so 4 days, 12 hours a day, or is, because I saw in the report that the average or the daily schedule is a 12-hour schedule, so is that a 4-day week?
It actually rotates, so they work a 4-day week followed by a 3-day week. So they rotate, the two different sides rotate working Saturdays.
Okay, great. And so just a suggestion is to the city manager as we go into budget balancing season. I think we need to figure out with money coming in how to fill those positions. I've brought this up at past meetings, but also to figure out if there's a balance maybe in the overtime being worked and the budgeting strategy for filling some of the positions. So there's no need to respond to that, just a suggestion to the city manager. I wanted to just compliment the team that got the alternate funding. $81,000 is nothing to scoff at, so I was really thrilled to see that in the report. As far as the incidents, and I'm actually referring to the report that the council received, and I know you mentioned your report was a summary report, but it was on slide 13. and it says total incidents, calls for service, officer-initiated calls, and formal written reports. So 3 of these are self-explanatory, but I did want to ask for a deeper explanation of what are incidents, like what's considered a low-level incident, a high-level incident, but what is an incident? Because there's 40,000 of them.
Yeah, good question. So an incident is anything the police department handles from a call for service or a proactive officer-initiated activity standpoint. So it could be someone calling to say that there's a car parked on their street with expired registration, all the way up to a homicide. Literally any time there's something that requires some level of response from the police department, it's going to be an incident.
Okay, and so it doesn't necessarily mean that this is any call. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the officer is coming out for that call. It could be any call to the police station.
Not exactly. Kind of yes, kind of no. So for an incident to be created, we generally, like if someone just calls a police department for advice, how do I get a ticket signed off, or I, want to know how to better protect my house, those are not incidents. Anytime it's just like phone advice, and we do a lot of those. An incident would mean that there was a reason to create a call for service in our CAD RMS system because we're taking some kind of action that needs to be memorialized.
Gotcha. Okay. And just a compliment to your dispatch team. I have called a couple of times and they've just been very excellent, very calm, very professional. I wanted to ask about the, hold on. Oh, so there was a law implemented maybe 2 or 3 years ago regarding additional records that could be retrieved from the police department. And I'm just wondering if that's impacted your workload as well at the police station.
Yeah, there's kind of the realm of Public Records Act requests and everything that falls into legality there, as our city attorney can certainly attest to, is a pretty significant workload. The bulk of that is handled by our dispatch and records supervisor, Shannon, who is working very closely with Mr. Zaffarano on a regular basis to determine the validity of these requests and then to fulfill them. And then when you have a large-scale one to fulfill, they can be very, very challenging to provide and make sure that you're adhering to the requirement and also that you're protecting your staff, right? Not everything is releasable. And so we have to kind of weigh those very carefully. But it has created a very significant workload. The city actually, the previous chief had some good foresight here. We appointed a digital evidence position from an existing CSO. We transitioned them from one job to another. Without that position, we'd be completely lost because the mountain of digital evidence, I mean, terabytes and terabytes of data on a weekly basis is very difficult to manage.
Okay, good. That was good to know because I know some cities hired someone just for that job because it was such a difference in the law and what can be provided. I wanted to also ask about the street sweeping. So my calculation is that 56% of all the tickets are going to the east side because the street sweeping is only done on the east side. And so I'm just curious to know about are there any efforts to address this? I've heard various versions. The city manager has already responded, I think, in a previous meeting. I've heard comments about the stormwaters, but as we've learned from the stormwater increases, a lot of the issues with stormwater flow down, so they're not necessarily just an east side issue. And so I am kind of curious to know what you think about when you hear that number, 56%, know that it's all the east side. Are there any thoughts around what can be done to address this issue?
I think the police department is happy to accept direction from council via the city manager as to how we want to move forward with street sweeping enforcement. Just a point of clarification, it does not negate what you're saying, Councilmember Mason, is accurate, but it's not only the east side. There is a large section up at Shelter Creek that we enforce street sweeping on. Actually, a large number of tickets. I'm sure that I could get that number for you so we can at least have an accurate number we're playing with. But it's an area where there are a lot of street sweeping citations issued every time street sweeping takes place. But nonetheless, yes, the bulk of the areas are on the east side. We, like I said, enforce street sweeping because we are told that it's necessary for public works to do their job. But again, we're an open book and happy to accept direction.
Okay, that's actually really good to know about Shelter Creek because the other areas under the freeway on near Bay Hill, that's oftentimes really kind of messy, but that's good to know. The other one is on page 30, the arrest data. So looking at the officer-initiated activity, it was 16% was towards African Americans who make up less than 3% of San Bruno. The question is actually more so for the city manager, that as we go towards the third party audit and we do the 5-year look back, that we just look at what does it mean and how does it compare to other cities that are similarly situated. So if we can, again, no answers needed now, but if that could be part of that third party audit, that would be great, or third party review.
And just for clarity, that will be the next topic.
Right. So let me see. Can you talk just a little bit about your camera registration program? I didn't expect so many people to be on, but since there are, I know a lot of my neighbors have cameras at their houses. So.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Very briefly, the camera registration program gives you an opportunity to tell the police department that you have cameras on your property and that you're willing to share footage from those cameras in the event that there's a crime that is covered by them. It's really valuable to us because canvassing neighborhoods following a crime is laborious and often not very fruitful. But this database internally can tell an officer on the scene, hey, these 5 residences have video cameras, and they can quickly check with you, even by email if it's your preference, to ask if you happen to capture anything from the crime. And this is really, really valuable evidence moving forward, right? Like, it's kind of the new expectation of this day and age that things are captured on video camera, and your eyes and ears are ours, and now that has moved into the digital age. So you can get on through the city, the police department's website. There's a link right there to click to register your camera, and all you have to do is tell us that you have a camera and tell us how you'd like to be contacted.
Great, thank you. And then regarding I just wanted to thank whoever the officer is that's doing the bilingual social media posts. Really nice in the last year. I've really enjoyed them, and it's easy to share. So pretty much that's about it. I'll have some more questions for the next presentation, but just want to say I really appreciate everything you guys are doing. I know I asked some questions that aren't always fun and exciting to answer, but I do believe that police have one of the hardest jobs right now in urban America. And so I just want to make sure that that's clear and that you know that the police department is definitely appreciated. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Oh, there you go. Councilmember Hamilton.
I'll be really brief because I want to echo the comments from our residents and from my colleagues just about the thoroughness and the clarity of this presentation was excellent. Really appreciate the attention to detail. I appreciate you answering the questions that I sent in advance and incorporating them into the presentation. So I won't waste a lot of time except just to express my gratitude to you and to the rest of the team for all the work that you do. Thank you.
Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. So, Chief, I just wanted to add my thanks as well for all the work that you and your team do every single day. And I know that, this was a pretty lengthy presentation, but even then, it only touches the tip of the iceberg of all the work that you guys do. You've got an amazing team. Very proud of the work that you're doing. And so I just wanted to echo my thanks and support for the department.
And I'll finish it up, and I'll make it quick as well. I do want to thank you. I don't think any of us or the public realizes that this was a goal and objective set by the police department. And you've now been our chief for about a year. And unfortunately, it's been a whole COVID time, but there will be that time that we will meet again. But it was a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I know you spearheaded it. But I know it took a whole department and a team and a lot of all their talents and their abilities to help put this document together that will be shared, will be on the website, because somebody had asked that question. And, in light of all that happens, I think we are blessed to have the department that we do and the people that help and protect us without question. And the unfortunate thing is with the Colorado tragedy, I thought back to YouTube and going to that scene and then seeing, and when you saw on video, officers running in to the building, not knowing what was on the other side, with shots being fired. And yet that is what you folks do. And unfortunately, obviously 10 passed, were killed, and an officer who obviously gave the ultimate sacrifice. And so there is nothing more, thank you doesn't say it enough. And I don't know any other words to use, but I have, being a part of a crime prevention committee, as Councilmember Salazar was, and being an employee and being all those things, very proud of the department. Been very proud of the men and the women that serve at every level. Dispatchers sometimes have the toughest job, let me tell you. And so that whole team makes it work. So I think you've heard from all council members to please pass on to your team and to that department our sincere appreciations and thanks. And thank you for the detailed report. All right, with that, I'm going to proceed on to under announcements and presentations, item C, receive presentations on safe and equitable policing review. And I'm first going to turn it over to the city manager.
Good afternoon, council. Can you see the slide? Okay. Yes. City Manager Javon Brogan, and it is my pleasure tonight to present the City Council and the community with an update on our safe and equitable policing review. And so this is our second presentation tonight on policing in San Bruno. And so let's just jump right into it. So the goal is to provide you with an overview of this project. And let's talk a little bit about this project. What is it and what is the background? The agenda for our presentation, we'll do background. I'll give an overview of the scope of work. We'll have a detailed update on phase one by our police chief. He will come back. And then we'll talk about phase two that is getting ready to begin and introduce part of the consultant team that will be working on that. And then we're happy to take questions from the city council and of course public comment. So a little bit on the background. As we know, this is a unique moment in our country, and there have been calls for police reform and justice reforms, not just nationally, not just statewide, but here locally. And there was really a catalyst moment in May 25th of 2020 with the death of George Floyd. But really also the countless others have created a moment. And we know that there's 8 Can't Wait, a call for 8 immediate changes to law enforcement. And so what that really created for us here in San Bruno is that, as the City Council knows, the City Council issued a resolution on June 9th of 2020, really condemning the death of George Floyd and reaffirming that racism and hate and injustice has no place in San Bruno. In addition, we committed, and I committed as your city manager, to undertake an in-depth review of how we police here in the city of San Bruno. And so you have that commitment from me. We have already launched this project. We sit right now 63 days away from George Floyd's death, the 1-year anniversary of George Floyd's death. And so with the challenge of this review also comes a unique opportunity, and it's an opportunity to look introspectively from within and determine if there are any room for improvement on how we police here in San Bruno. I will say it was my pleasure to promote Chief Ryan Johansson from a lieutenant to our police chief in March of last year. Ryan has been with the department 15 years, and his commitment when I first met with him and said, you know, we're going to take a deep dive. He really relished at the opportunity, and as you saw tonight, really is committed to doing this work and has been a partner with me in developing the scope of work for the work that we're undertaking. And so the objective of what we're calling the San Bruno Safe and Equitable Policing Review is to assess and enhance the San Bruno Police Department's ability to provide for the public safety needs of our community fairly and equitably through a review of the police department's policies, practices, a detailed data analysis, and an assessment of community perceptions. And as we all know, perceptions can be reality, and it is important to reach out to the community, and you'll hear a little bit about how we intend to do that through phase 2. So this project has 2 phases. The first phase is an internal review by the police department. And in many ways, you have just received the largest outcome of that phase 1 review, and that was the annual report presentation from Chief Johansson that you just heard. Tonight, you'll hear a little bit more through this presentation because there are additional components of that. But it's important that this review really began with the police department and the men and women that put their lives on the line and that run in when we run out. And so affording the police department to be the initial phase in this review was critical. Again, I just want to thank the chief and the entire department for the work that they've done to date. We're getting ready to embark on phase 2, which is the city managers and the independent review. So we will be supported by Impact Justice. You will hear tonight from Antoinette Davis, a director with Impact Justice, and she will introduce the team and talk a little bit about who they are. We will also be supported by Howard Jordan, and I'll talk a little bit about his background shortly. So first, let's begin with phase 1. What is the scope of work for phase 1? It is a detailed policy review of all of the critical policies in the police department. But a keynote is and revision. We were not going to wait for the conclusion of some review. Chief Johansson had his directives from me. If he saw any policies that he thought needed to be changed, he had the full right to implement immediate change in those policies through general orders. A review of all of our training practices, a detailed data analysis, and you saw a part of that, and so we won't go into that in detail because you just received an assessment of our calls for service, use of force, and arrest data for 1 year. Phase 2 will be a multi-year look back, and that's important. There was also a review of our disciplinary practices and the processes with regard to how they come in the door and how they're processed. And there was also a review of ongoing community engagement efforts, and you heard a little bit about that, and that was immediately realizing that, you know what, we needed to change and improve how we surveyed the community, and also produce a very detailed written annual report. And so work has already begun on that. I'll pause right now and turn it over to Chief Johansson to talk at a high level about other components of phase 1 and go through where we stand with 8 Can't Wait as well. Chief Johansson?
Thank you, sir. I'll be very brief. I've already taken more than an hour of you watching my head bobble around and talk tonight, so I'll try to move through this and give you the info that you're looking for. Important to understand that we really started with this project with this sense of why. You heard me use that term numerous times in the presentation earlier, but I know as a student of organizational and personal development how critically important it is to have a foundational sense of purpose before you engage in a reevaluative process like this. You've got to be really clear on who you are and where you're going. Can you advance the slide, please? So I started by having my entire command staff among an extensive reading list I've given to them, because trying to re-engage police officers in reading extensively can be a bit of a challenge, was to start with Why by Simon Sinek. And if you're not familiar with the book, the reason I love it is it causes you to really drill down to the deepest level and figure out, why do we exist as a police department? Why do you as a council allocate a massive amount of the general fund monies you have to improve the community to fund a police department? What is it we need to do? And more importantly, how is it that we need to do it to be who we want to be? So again, we came up with the guiding principles you heard about earlier, ensuring peace, providing safety, building community. I'm only going to speak again briefly here on ensuring peace. This is critically important because I look at what we're doing in terms of police reform as redefining our role as peacekeepers and not law enforcers. If I had my choice, we wouldn't even use the term law enforcement moving forward ever again, because it's a very, very small portion of what we do every day. What we actually do that's most fundamental that you require from us is we go into inherently unpeaceful situations and we attempt to restore peace to them. It's important for an officer on the street to remember that on every call they go to, that even though you're walking into a volatile, potentially violent scenario, your job is to make it not so. And this can be incredibly challenging and does sometimes mean that it gets met with violence, but we have to acknowledge that with violence, you only create more violence. And our job is to restore peace to unpeaceful scenarios. Can you advance the slide, please? So this internal policy review and revision, please understand this is a massive, massive undertaking. At a high level, we're reviewing and revising all the policies. This is hundreds of policies and literally thousands of pages of legalese to sift through. And I am not an attorney. So the challenge there is you can look at a policy and say, is this policy consistent with who we want to be in this community? And you can say no, and then you still have to be very, very careful how you rewrite that policy to ensure that it's in compliance with the multitude of laws, legal requirements, and all of the other parameters we have to sit within. So we're focusing on 36 policies, hundreds of pages that are what we consider to be our critical policies. These are things like use of force, avoiding bias in policing, de-escalation policies, crisis intervention, handling of personnel complaints, all the ones you could imagine that really do dictate how we do business day to day. I'm through about 25 of those 36 critical policies and have already made dozens and dozens of changes to their content, which is a bit of a challenge that we'll talk about here briefly on the next slide. So our policies are drafted by Lexipol. And this is awesome in some respects because keeping up with emerging case law, which literally every day, I would say at least weekly to be conservative in this country, there is some sort of a case that's decided in the court that police officers then have to change how they conduct business based with that case law right here and now in real time. Well, Lexipol helps us to keep up with that because they track all of that case law. They're a team of lawyers and they rewrite policies and submit those policies to us all the time so we can make sure we're always legal and compliant. The challenges are that you can't just rubber stamp those policies when Lexipol sends them because you still have to ask, are they us? Are they this community? Are they consistent with who and what we want to be? And that review process requires a lot of work to go through and read every update that Lexipol sends through to the tune of 6 to 7 a week and make sure they're not changing something you've already changed that is more the way you want it to be in San Bruno. So part of this review is that we have to revise for legality, compliance with legislation, as we've talked about, but these two bottom parts are really the important meat and potatoes of it, which is looking at every policy and asking the hard question, hey, that's great, it's legal. If it's not consistent with what our community expects from us as a police department, then we're going to take a serious look at changing it. And that's what we've been doing through phase 1. Next slide, please. So let's talk about 8 Can't Wait, because this is one of the groups that sort of led the charge into the calls for police reform. And while I think their site is not entirely accurate in its evaluation of whether or not police departments are compliant with 8 Can't Wait, we were really aggressive in immediately looking at the components of 8 Can't Wait in our police department. So going through them quickly, banning chokeholds and strangleholds. This was effectively already done when 8 Can't Wait emerged on the heels of the George Floyd incident, but we did take a stronger stance on it, and we basically wrote strangleholds as tantamount to lethal force in our policy. And so they are not permitted, except in the event that you are deliberately taking the life of another in defense of someone else's life. So banning chokeholds and strangleholds has been accomplished. Requiring de-escalation, that was always in policy, but it appeared as a standalone policy. I have since peppered it into all the related policies like use of force and firearms and de-escalation itself to ensure that it appears everywhere as a requirement of the police department. So we have accommodated that requirement. Requiring warnings before shooting. I would add the word when practicable. Okay, the fact is that I think this is one of the areas where there is slight disconnect between the folks at 8 Can't Wait and police departments. Our policy has long required warnings to be issued prior to shooting whenever practicable. The reality is that the world we live in, I'm acutely aware, even personally from my own experience as a police officer, that that will not always be an opportunity you have. If you are actively being shot at, issuing a warning before you defend yourself or others is not feasible. And so a blanket policy that says you will always give a warning before you shoot simply cannot happen. That being said, we do require them whenever practicable. This next one is not checked because the requirement to exhaust all alternatives before shooting has a definition at 8 Can't Wait. And it literally means that they want you to try every low-level force before you accelerate to a higher level, no matter what force is being presented against you. So again, if we go to the scenario where someone is actively shooting, this would, in essence, require us to exhaust asking them not to shoot, using less lethal weapons, using intermediate levels of force, going hands-on, all things that simply can't be done in that real-world scenario where the only way to stop that threat immediately is to meet it with this equal level of force. So this is not something that's likely to ever be accommodated the way 8 Can't Wait identifies it. But I'll talk a little bit in a minute about use of force continuum and how we do address it. Duty to intervene has long been a policy of San Bruno Police Department. If you do not intervene in a use of excessive force by a fellow officer, you are subject to discipline up to and including termination. We have reinfused that in our staff. I think the fact that we wear body-worn cameras for every single contact we have with the public is sort of that intervening effort to begin with, but the individual personnel have that same duty. Ban shooting at moving vehicles. This is another one of those areas where it is generally prohibited in policy. However, there are foreseeable circumstances in which the only option an officer would have to stop the death or serious injury to others would be to shoot at a moving vehicle, and it is permitted in those instances. Only when there is an immediately articulable threat to life are they able to shoot at a moving vehicle. The use of force continuum, this is another area we have a definition challenge with 8 can't wait. This is going back to exhausting all alternatives. A true use of force continuum would say that you have everything from verbal commands to use of lethal force and everything in between, and that you need to slide along that continuum before you arrive at this level. You have to do all of these preceding levels first. Pretty easy to see how that's not practical. What we do instead is we make it very clear in policy that an officer is required to use only the minimum level of force reasonably necessary to overcome the threat that is being posed against them or against the member of the public that they're protecting. So it has the same impact, but actually the use of force continuum concept was weeded out of law enforcement many, many years ago because it doesn't actually work. And then comprehensive reporting, I think we touched upon pretty thoroughly earlier. Every use of force report, at the police department is coming all the way through to the chief's office, which, by the way, is not the case almost anywhere else you will go. It'll make it to one command staff member, and that's where it'll stop unless there's a problem. So we're exceedingly thorough here. Next slide, please. Review of disciplinary practices. This is pretty simplistic, but we just are taking a deep dive into whether or not our disciplinary practices are serving their purpose, right? And the fundamental purpose they need to serve is as an early warning system. So tracking all use of force by officer enables us to sort of see if there's an increased occurrence with an individual, and to get out ahead of it, because the ultimate goal is always to get out ahead of these behaviors before they could become something problematic. And anecdotally, I'll say that in most of the bad incidents we've seen across the country, we've seen that there were failure of early warning systems. Now, we are a much smaller department. We're intimately involved with our staff day to day, and I think that those systems are already in place to ensure that we catch things ahead of time. But we have expanded our reporting and tracking to ensure that we do. We've also returned our focus to developing staff and enhancing skill sets. Again, the goal has to be prevention, not just holding people accountable when something bad happens. So we've really kind of doubled down on an experiment, I'll call it, that's near and dear to my heart, which is a focus on officer wellness. I fundamentally believe that the bulk of these very negative incidents across the country can actually be largely attributed to officers who were not well when they made these mistakes, when they made these poor decisions. They were not taking care of themselves mentally, emotionally, physically. They did not have a productive, positive work environment that encouraged them to do the right things. And so we're really focusing in our disciplinary practices on low-level discipline being focused on providing the training and the skills necessary to perform better in the future. Can you advance the slide, please? There's a couple more bullets here. Still, we're very focused on accountability and making sure that there's follow-through on discipline. It's important to understand that, as has been in the media, there are a number of protections for peace officers. Many of those are really essential to asking them to go do the difficult job they do every day. It also means that we have to be very thorough in our investigations in order to ensure that when we discipline for misbehavior, it sticks, and that we don't have this scenario of giving severe discipline to a misbehaving officer only to have them appeal it and get their job back. And so this can be laborious and require a lot of work. And so we're relying a lot on Howard Jordan, who I know City Manager Grogan will talk about. He has extensive experience in this area to ensure that our investigations are competent and are held up. Advance the slide, please. Also reviewing and revising our training plan. Real quickly, just understand that there's a lot of things that govern our training. We have state laws. We have the California Peace Officer Standards of Training, which has mandated training for perishable skills every year that we have to get through to maintain our certification as a law enforcement agency. But beyond those required training, that required training is really the area where I think we excel. We do a lot of supplemental training, as you saw in the report, to the tune of almost 8,000 hours this year alone for peace officers. And this has been largely focused on crisis intervention, de-escalation. I've implemented essential Spanish, which is something I think is critical. Every officer, by the time they complete this course, will be able to conduct major safety operations in English and Spanish to avoid the incredibly unfortunate incident where you are telling someone to do something and think they're not complying, but it's just because they can't understand you. So we can't make everyone bilingual, but we can at least make sure that every officer can conduct a high-risk stop in Spanish, can tell you to stop, to put your hands up, to drop a weapon, and can ask basic information to determine the level of emergency they're dealing with if you run up to them on the street and need help. So we've implemented essential Spanish training in our briefings for the entire staff. I already talked about health and well-being, but I want you to know that we are exceedingly focused on emotional intelligence. Again, I know that I'm not the expert, but I've been in this line of work for the better part of 20 years, and I have seen and done a lot of things. And I really do believe that what needs to happen in order for us to really handle the reforms being requested is we need to focus on an exceedingly high level of emotional intelligence and EQ from police officers, both measuring that in the hiring process to ensure we're bringing in the right people, but also training on it as a developable skill constantly. Because really what it comes down to is a great police officer needs to respond and not react. And the only way you can respond rather than reacting is to be very cognizant of that small window between a stimulus and that response, and leverage it in order to think about who you are, where you are, and how what you're doing impacts others. So we're really focusing on emotional intelligence, which includes training outside of the law enforcement realm we normally train in. Private sector training that would be more consistent with what you get at a business rather than at a police department. Advance slide, please. We talked a lot about data analysis, so I won't go into it any further here, but just know that what City Manager Grogan will talk about is that data you saw tonight is but the tip of the iceberg of what we will give access to for impact justice and their analysis. We are open doors. I've already opened those doors to Howard Jordan, and so that he can begin doing his analysis. We want to be better, and we're committed to really working with good data to do that. I want to touch briefly here on stop data. To me, this is far better than arrest data as a measure of equity in police activities. Stop data is literally collecting racial and identity data on people who are detained by the police every time they're detained, not just associated with an arrest or a case. And stop data is mandated under RIPA, Racial Identity Profiling Act. We are mandated to start in January of 2022. We have almost completed implementation and will actually begin 6 months ahead of schedule in June of this year as a beta program to ensure that we iron out all the kinks and are doing it properly before we have to report back to DOJ. But I just want to put it on your radar because this will be better data for you to look forward to in coming years in terms of how you measure what we're doing as a police department. Next slide, please. We want to review and enhance and expand that data. So I guarantee, I think council was very kind to me tonight. I appreciate that. I know there's data points that you probably looked at in the report and thought, I'd like to see this as well, or why isn't there more historical data? All valid questions, and truly indicative of your desire to contribute to a better policing environment in the city. Just know that this is my first year, and knowing what we want in that report, it required a lot of time and effort to mine for that data. Now that we know what we want in there and we're doing these reports every year, that data will be expanded upon and much more available to you. So not only the annual report, but you'll see coming out in 2021 some additional transparency. And finally, I want to touch upon, this is a really huge component of transparency and community outreach that a lot of people are not aware of, which is Citizen RIMS. RIMS is our CAD RMS, our records management system at the police department, where we log every single call for service, and everything we do in CAD RMS through RIMS. And as a citizen, as a resident, you have access to this data in near real time. It will not tell you what's happening right now for officer safety purposes, but it will tell it to you very quickly thereafter, where you can search for incidents by date, incidents by type, arrests. You can map them out and see exactly what's going on in your city in really a very transparent format. It's a little difficult to navigate when you first get into it, but the reality is this is populating straight from the system we're using to respond to calls. There is no filtering system where we're deciding what to put in and take out of here. So there's no confidential data, but there's lots of good data here. You can use the link here to get over there and check out Citizen RIMS, or you can always access it through the police department's website as well. Increased public outreach. We already talked about these survey cards. Very proud of those. Very excited to be rolling them out. The first batch went out last week. Excited to see the online survey responses. What I'll add to that is that this is a survey for people who called the police. What we really need is a survey for the whole community. So we are working on using our web-based survey platform to create a more vague survey that doesn't just have to do with how you were happy with a certain call. And we will be putting that out within the next 30 days. It'll be up on the website and put out through all social media so we can begin collecting some aggregate data from the community as a whole. Again, all of this in English and Spanish, and general surveys coming very soon. Also, my Chiefs vlog, a little bit embarrassing, but nonetheless available to you all. We're trying to keep up with them every couple of months and cover a different topic of interest. We have a Chiefs vlog we'll be working on in the coming weeks, which will highlight the Citizen Crime Prevention Committee and their role in working with the police department and the ability for the community to engage very actively in what policing in your community looks like by working with that committee. And we'll also give you a sneak peek into our new mobile command vehicle. So look forward to that. And if you want to see those proactively, you can always follow us on YouTube. We're under the San Bruno Police Department. That's our channel. And then you'll get notifications when new videos come out. And finally, regional coffee talks. These have been virtual for now. but I'm really hopeful to get back face to face with the community. It's the reason I wanted to be in this role in the first place. But you will see more and more of these rolling out both virtually and in person throughout 2021. They'll be organized as smaller groups, not your typical town hall that can sort of get out of control with volume. But we'll probably focus on working with neighborhood watch directors so that they can coordinate different neighborhoods, and we can get an opportunity to work with some community leaders through the churches and the schools to ensure that we're getting to hear all the different areas of our community and their interests and their concerns for the police department. And with that, I think I'm turning it back over to you, Mr. Grogan.
So thank you, Ryan. So I'll talk a little bit about phase 2, and then I'll be joined again by Antoinette Davis. So phase 2, this is a 12-month effort. We will be launching this in April of 2021 with a formal kickoff meeting with staff at the police department. Our consultant team will do ride-alongs and tours of San Bruno. They will get to know us and the department as intimately as they can, 6 feet away, wearing a mask due to COVID-19. We will also have individual interviews with council, as well as they will conduct interviews with the entire command staff. In June through August, we will have a very, very in-depth virtual due to COVID-19, unfortunately, and by mail, but community engagement process, where we will have surveys both online and mail to seek community perception. So a broad way to receive input on how the public feels about our police department, what have their experiences been, and any recommendations that the public may have. We will also convene focus groups of various constituencies and stakeholders in the community. Certainly, those will include youth. They will also include business and members of our Chamber of Commerce, as well as, for example, when we talk about stakeholder interviews, the management of the mall, and convening a group that includes businesses of the mall as an area where we know we have a lot of calls for service, so we can really understand perceptions and the ideas about improving or our police department, or really anything that arises through that. Importantly, there will be a summary report. This entire process is aimed at providing, at the end of the day, information to the council and the community. And so we will present a summary report of the community engagement themes. It's also important to note that those themes will actually influence the analytical portions that come next in the study. And so if themes arise through the community engagement process, and there are themes that frankly cause the researchers to go down one path, they will have that freedom to do that. We will also have an engagement process with our personnel at the police department. There will be groups convened of officers and detectives, so there will be focus groups of our sworn staff as well as our non-sworn staff. We cannot forget them, our dispatchers, records, traffic, and code enforcement staff. There will also be individual interviews offered with members of the police department and a confidential online survey. The fourth step will include a workforce analysis of looking at the demographics of our police department, how that compares to the city's population, as well as looking at hiring practices. What are the techniques that the department uses to assess, recruit, train, and bring on new officers to San Bruno? Data. There will be a multi-year look back. So the information that was presented in the annual report was a one-year snapshot. We're going to go back to 2016 and look at arrest data, use of force, citizen complaints, vehicle pursuits, internal affair investigations, as well as officer-involved shootings. And actually in that time, I know that there were no officer-involved shootings during that time, and so we may have to go back and act. Aside from, actually no, in that time there were no officer-involved shootings. So we may go back past 2016 to the very last officer-involved shooting we had to pick up that information. Policing policy and training analysis with recommendations, so the entire list there. Bias prevention training, use of force force, de-escalation, looking at the policies around our body-worn cameras, ensuring that the department is aligned or is aligning to the 21st century policing policies, taking a look at our personnel complaint process, as well as the all-important restorative justice. And lastly, we will culminate with a comprehensive report produced for the City Council that will have both recommendations and, if there are action areas, a suggested implementation action plan. So it is not that document that sits on the shelf, but it is a document that will move from recommendations to implementation, and we will absolutely outline that for the City Council and the community. So next, why don't we talk about our partners? And so in doing this work, as the city manager, yes, it is my responsibility to oversee Brian and the police department. But in reality, we need partners. We need partners with experience in the criminal justice system and policing. And so we have identified Howard Jordan, who has more than 25 years of experience. He is a former police chief of the city of Oakland. He has supervised in his career at one time over 1,000 sworn and non-sworn officers. And he's truly one of the foremost experts on policing practices and procedures in the U.S. And so he will be a part of this team as our law enforcement expert. And we wanted to make sure that we have a excellent entity to help us with that research and the full comprehensive analysis of the department. And so I've identified Impact Justice and their research and action division led by Antoinette Davis, who is here and will present a little bit to the City Council on what Impact Justice is. And so she has over 20 years of experience doing research in the criminal justice and policing arena. And so I'll pause now and turn it over to Antoinette to introduce her team as well as talk about Impact Justice. Just make sure Antoinette is, oh, there you are.
All right. Please go ahead.
All right, thanks. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Javon. So I'm Antoinette Davis. So as the city manager just mentioned, he asked me to come and just give you a quick overview of Impact Justice. And since you just gave the introduction for Howard Jordan, I will just go ahead and just highlight some of the folks that you see on the screen right now. So these are just some of the folks from our team. We're an organization of about 80 people. And so some of the folks that do research, it's about 15 of us. So again, I'm Antoinette Davis. I am one of the vice presidents with Impact Justice. I'm also the director of the Research and Action Center. I've been with Impact Justice for about 6 years, and before that, as Javon said, I've been doing research and evaluation for about 20 plus years. You'll see Donna Linton also on the screen. Donna is a consultant with Impact Justice. She has over 40 years of experience in public administration. Much of that time was spent serving Alameda County as the assistant county administrator. At the bottom, you'll see Dr. Danielle or Danny Soto, who is the Associate Director of the Research and Action Center. She is a criminologist by trade, spent many years in the academic setting, wanted to take her talents and move it to the nonprofit sector. Lauren McCary is one of our support staff. She is an analyst, an exceptional analyst. She provides support to a variety of projects, and most recently, was one of the key staff for the District of Columbia Police Reform Commission. And at the end is Catherine Stroud, who is one of our senior analysts, and she also helps to provide project management and things of that sort for many of our projects, and she also has a background in criminal justice. Next slide, please. So, Impact Justice, who are we? We are a National Innovation and Research Center. We have offices in Oakland, California, as well as Washington, D.C. We've been around for about 6 years, but with that said, most of us have years of experience, and we've been in the field for a very long time. Our president is Alex Buzansky, who was a former prosecutor. He's worked for the Department of Justice, and he also was in charge of the VERA office of VERA. VERA, the VERA Office of Justice in Washington, D.C., before founding Impact Justice. There are a number of things that we're a mission-driven organization. So when we think about the things that tie our work together, you'll see that there are three goals or three things. So I think about it as, I'm sorry, I have my dog here. So if you hear that, I apologize. At home right now, but we focus on reducing justice involvement among youth and adults. We also look to improve conditions to ensure humanity and hope for those who are currently incarcerated. And we have a specific emphasis on improving outcomes for folks who are formerly incarcerated so that they can successfully rejoin the community. When I talk about the different program areas, later on in the slides, I'll give a bit more detail on that. Can you go to the next slide? This is just a statement, again, and I like to add this when we're talking about the organization because we are a mission-driven organization, and the work that I do, we say that we do mission-driven research. So what does that mean? That means that we do research that's applied. We want it to be actionable. I've worked in the academic setting before, and that's there's an appreciation for both, but with that, there are some instances where you'll do research where you're just collecting numbers to collect numbers and you present things. What we do, we want to do it in partnership and make sure that it's something that's applied and practical and things that we can actually share. And, we don't want to write big reports, and we're in agreement with that with the city manager and also with Ryan. We don't want to write, 500-page reports that no one's going to read. We really want to pull that together and work in partnership so that it's something that folks can use and help to improve practices. Next slide, please. There are four major teams in Impact Justice. We have our Restorative Justice Division. They are currently working with jurisdictions across the country, providing technical assistance and training to jurisdictions across the country to help implement pre-charge diversion programs for youth who are charged with serious and violent crimes. So it's providing technical assistance to a variety of jurisdictions across the country. This program has been shown through research to be very effective as another off-ramp for youth so that they don't have to go through traditional case processing. We have our PREA Resource Center, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act Resource Center. This is a focus on increasing sexual safety for folks who are currently incarcerated. So as you can see, that goes back to the three things that I mentioned beforehand in terms of helping to prevent people from coming into the system, as you'll see with the Restorative Justice Project, improving sexual safety and, for those who are confined, which we do through PREA. We also have some of our more interesting projects, which is the Innovations Project. Most recently, we've released a report that's called Food in Prison. And this has been more of an expose and an assessment, a 5-part assessment of, food in prison. So what goes on in terms of what are the things that policy-wise that prevent folks from having access to healthy and consumable food. So for those who are interested, you can definitely check out our website. The Food in Prison report was actually highlighted through the New York Times. It's a very challenging report to read, but also important when we're thinking about all aspects of justice. So some don't think about food as being part of the justice system, but it is. We also have the Homecoming Program, and this is also a project that actually was highlighted on the news in the Bay Area. This is providing 6 months of housing to folks who have spent 10 or more years in prison. And it's providing really an informal mentoring and a housing situation with 6 months of free housing for folks. So it can help them to, again, reintegrate back into the community, have a place to stay, and not have to worry about some of the very basic things so that they can, integrate and find work and things of that sort. And then there's the Research and Action Center. So I always say that what we do is in our name. We do research and evaluation. So we provide support to some of our internal projects, but we also work with jurisdictions across the country. We support, we evaluate different strategies that departments may have, and some of the things that are also funded through foundations and things of that sort. So if we go to the next slide, I'll just tell you a little bit more about the Research and Action Center. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is just really quick who we are. Just say, again, we are a diverse group of social science researchers. We're intentionally using our skill set in the nonprofit sector with the goal of making change. We do mission-driven research that aims to improve outcomes and empower marginalized and impacted communities. Next slide, please. How we do this, and this is a really important part when we're thinking about our whole foundation and the structure and the things that we hold dear. We help other people. I start by saying that we do research with people, not on people. And part of that really speaks to the participatory action framework that we embody, meaning that when we talk to people and when we're developing solutions and analyzing data, we think it's really important to work in partnership. That's why I'm very pleased to have the conversations with the police chief, as well as to have Howard Jordan be a part of this, because it's really important that we can analyze data and provide numbers and tables and things of that sort, but we also want to make sure that we're providing the proper context. So with that also, I would say that in addition to working in partnership, we also honor impacted communities as credible messengers. So again, as we're doing that and we're developing solutions, I think it's really important to bring those folks who have been impacted and have that lived experience to be part of analyzing information and providing that context. We also promote promising and best practices. There are things that we know. There's been a lot of information and research now concerning justice programs. There are things that we absolutely know don't work, and there are things that we know that do work. So this is an exciting part to be, an exciting time to be part of this whole juvenile and criminal justice research era. So the next slide. Okay. And this is just something that we can take. I just added this because I wasn't sure how much time we would have, and I know that this presentation can be printed and reviewed later on. But this, again, just goes over our belief and our approach. We believe that the best solutions come from those who are closest to the problem. We view research as a tool to elevate the voices and expertise and solutions of those most impacted by our current carceral system. We prioritize fostering strong relationships at every stage of our process, meaning that part of the project, that was discussed is that we will engage in key stakeholder interviews. It's very important that we have conversations with the council as well as people who are in the community. We will do extensive interviews with police staff and things of that sort. I see us taking a cross-section sample of folks who are in the San Bruno community when we're talking about community engagement. That needs to involve a cross sample of folks, and also to include some of those folks who are most impacted by their interactions with the police. And most frequently, those are Black and Brown communities. But with that said, we have a very strong track record of working effectively with community-based service providers, with youth, adults who are impacted by the systems, with public defenders, judges, district attorneys, and probation departments and police departments. So that's one of the things that I do believe sets us apart. We have respect within the community, and we have respect within systems players. We absolutely work with systems and see ourselves as providing information and data to help you to be able to do your jobs better. So that's just a little bit about impact justice. I would also encourage you, and I know I've stumbled a little bit, and forgive me for that, it's been a long day, but I encourage you to look at our website. We have a lot of information on there, and I also encourage you to look at the Food in Prison report. It's just something that's really, really interesting, and kind of I haven't seen other reports like that, so that's impact justice.
Thank you, Antoinette, and thank you, City Council. Phase 2 is an important project, and just in closing, it's meant to elevate all voices. those impacted by law enforcement, our community stakeholders, residents who may simply be concerned about their own safety, our businesses, our community leaders like yourself, as well as the police department. And so we look forward to this exciting project and a true partnership and transparency and an open book assessment and look at how we police here in Bruno. So thank you.
Thank you very much for all your reports. Colleagues, questions? Could you raise your virtual hand? Appreciate it. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, in terms of community engagement, I know it listed focus groups and surveys and whatnot, but I would say historically we've done a pretty poor job of reaching out to all segments of the community. And I believe in this particular instance, probably the most impacted group is probably the one we've been least effective in communicating with. And so I'm curious what methods we might be looking at to reach those populations and to make sure that those voices are in fact included in what you're doing.
Is that a question to me? Can I?
Whoever wants to take it.
Okay, yeah. What I would say is this, is that you all know your population. We need to start out with key stakeholder interviews so that we can determine, what are some of the things that you've tried. I do know that it is a challenge right now. I've completed a number of focus groups and listening sessions online, and it's been challenging. But I do think what I spoke to Javon and to Ryan, and one of the things that I said is that there are existing groups. So if you're talking about brown communities, Black communities, there are some existing groups. Do we need to engage with faith-based communities or things of that sort? I think that there's just an assessment. I can't necessarily tell you the best way to do that until we have those conversations. But I do know that there are multiple ways to reach, different groups of people. And part of that is taking the time to have those conversations and to dig a little deeper. If the listening sessions don't work right away, what I've found to be very effective in the past, and especially when we've been able to do it in person, is that I've joined existing groups. So if there is a group among teens, if they're meeting at a specific area, we will go there and conduct the group. Or we will partner with community-based organizations who have contact with people so that we can reach them in that manner. So it just depends.
Councilmember Mason.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Ms. Davis. I just wanted to ask around the internal reviews. Will we be provided with numbers as well? How many complaints, maybe citizen complaints came in, how many internal complaints came in, and then how the internal review process went, and then what the results were? Obviously not individually, but statistically.
So what I can say is that Mr. Jordan is doing a part of that. My understanding is that this will be a public-facing document. So we're collecting all of that to create a public-facing document. So in terms of that specificity, I would ask that Ryan would jump in with that, or Javon, because I can't speak to that specific aspect.
Yeah, no, Ryan, take it.
The short answer to your question is yes. And as you touched upon, Councilmember Mason, it's a bit of a sensitive issue because there's things that can be released and things that can't. But aggregate data as to citizen complaints will definitely be a part of, it's already been a part of the internal review. Anecdotally, I'll tell you that it is such a small number that there's not a lot to be done with it internally. I'm really excited about working with Mr. Jordan on this because he has extensive experience in internal affairs with a much larger department where he had to deal with much bigger issues. And so I will take a tremendous amount of guidance from him. And then obviously City Manager Grogan, and looking at this from a city perspective in terms of, are we handling these things appropriately? Are we intaking them appropriately? And are we being transparent about them? So there will be aggregate data provided as a part of this report without question.
And then another question is, will this review also include some information around the intersection between police and mental health? We share services of the county with 20 other cities. So how is that? I think it's a separate question what San Bruno's paying for the services and, what the contribution is through taxpayers and such, but what exactly is it that we're reaping from the county, and how is the police department associating the mental health issues with the actions and results that we're getting?
Yeah, I'm going to have to fall on the sword here because, as I said, we're learning from this process, and you have just uncovered a huge gap in the annual report. So yes, that is a gap that we will close as we work through this review, and in the next year's annual report, it's very reasonable for you to ask for data surrounding our calls for service regarding mental health.
Okay, and then the last one is linked to mental health in many ways, but our officers' approach to homeless. We have an officer dedicated who's going out regularly. What are the results? How can those be enhanced? Is there any bias or judgment or implicit bias, et cetera? But will we be seeing that as well in this report? I guess you're asking for our direction, so that's something I would say I would want to see.
And can I just also say again, one of the first things that we do plan to do after we have a planning, a month of planning, but we will have key stakeholder interviews with each of you so that we can understand your priorities and things of that sort. It's really key to this process working. It's getting input from all of you.
Great, thank you. And I just want to echo Councilmember Salazar's comments. I think that we do need to reach out to all of our communities. Often the ones that are very silent may end up being the loudest once they're in a room and feel comfortable. So Ms. Davis, I agree, reaching out to the faith-based community, and we have a number of other groups here in San Bruno that are not necessarily, engaged with the government, but I think would be really helpful to have that voice. Thank you.
Vice Chair Medina.
Yes, thank you. I was able to briefly take a look at your website, and there's definitely some fascinating topics that you guys are looking into. As for conducting these type of reviews, how many have been conducted by your firm?
So in terms of so there are a couple of things here. So in terms of having the partnership with Howard Jordan, Howard does police reviews. We don't normally do, I can't say that I'm a policing expert. And I have done trainings and things with the police, but to be quite frank, I'm excited about having the partnership with Mr. Jordan because that is his specialty. And I think that can speak volumes to what he can bring to the table. But in terms of doing and working in partnership with cities and with probation departments and things of that sort, we've done a lot. I can get you the exact number, but right now, I would say that we probably currently have about 15 current projects right now that we're specifically are data analysis and things of that sort that we're providing support to different jurisdictions. Right now, we're working with Alameda County. It's a bit different. So, some aspects will be different, but it is still an analysis of data, a mixed methods approach to data where we're collecting key stakeholder interviews, we're analyzing data, and we're supporting folks to complete data-driven decision-making. And we make recommendations. So I don't know if I really answered, but I'm not going to say I'm not a, quote, policing expert. I'm a researcher, and we're a research firm that provides support to specific jurisdictions and probation departments, police departments, and things of that sort.
Thank you for that. I was just curious because it didn't have that part highlighted as much as the other interesting reforms on your website, and looking forward to the assistance with the expert in the police review. My final question is to our city manager, and basically is, what budget costs are we looking at for this important work?
Right. So thank you, Councilmember Medina. The City Council allocated an additional $75,000 in 2020 for this effort. The total cost is approximately $100,000. So 25 coming from existing budgeted sources. I will say to your last point, or your last question, which is a really good one. When we were looking for partners to help us out with this work, there are firms that do organizational studies of police departments, right? It's essentially a personnel resource organizational study. Then there are firms that are researchers in the criminal justice system, right? There's actually not one firm, believe it or not, that is an expert in reaching communities that are impacted by law enforcement that have a significant background in the criminal justice system, that's also a law enforcement policing expert. And so in putting together the two pieces of the pie, our two outside consultants, it was really imperative that we had a law enforcement expert, someone that can speak the language, that has put their life on the line, that has managed people that put their life on the line, and that understands the policies. But also having a firm and a group that could reach the people that are most impacted by law enforcement, and that has the analytical tools to be relevant and be heard and seen by that community. And so that's why you see two components to this work. And it's really critical that they work together. And so certainly I'm comfortable and confident that we found a good partnership in impact justice and Howard Jordan to do this important work for Bruno. And the honest answer is, I've said it probably to the team too many times. We're sort of creating something from whole cloth and doing a comprehensive, detailed review like this. It's not just an organizational study of how many police officers do you need to police and what does the budget look like. I think we're actually really doing something unique here, and I'm excited about it.
And through the mayor, let me make sure I wasn't muted. Yeah, I'm satisfied with the answers. I just was curious, and they're doing some fascinating work. So I just wanted to see how that was working out, and of course, the costs are always important as well. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And, we do have a member of the public that has been very patient. I'd like to, in case they need to sign off and take care of other matters. If there's anybody else in the public that wanted to speak, please raise your virtual hand. And City Clerk, if you would please help me out.
Paul Wapinski.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, during the chief's brief, he used the term several times of what we want to be. And I'm wondering what the council's definition of that is, and where's the document that I can read that tells me what that is. I think it's important that before we have anybody doing any studies of what we want to be, we should define it so that what we end up getting is what we want to get. And the second thing is, I didn't get a chance to say this earlier, but Councilmember Mason asked earlier about statistics about race and arrests. And I think that in the chief's next brief, when he does that, he should break out the arrests, or just because you get arrested in San Bruno doesn't mean you're a citizen of San Bruno. And it might be interesting to see how many people are arrested in San Bruno that aren't actually residents of San Bruno. And that might answer her question a little bit better. Thank you.
And thank you for your patience, and thank you for your comments. And I know it was a little bit ago, but I believe, Chief, you can correct me, but I think it was 70% of those that were arrested were not San Bruno residents. So just as but I understand the gentleman's question. Councilmember Hamilton, did you have anything?
Actually, my colleagues hit all my questions. I will comment how important this effort is. Has my full support. I'm glad that we're doing it, and I'm glad that our police department is in a constant state of continuous improvement. That's the place we want to be. Thank you.
And knowing the hour, I'll just say what I appreciate is that we have a city manager who I know when my colleagues and I would just go and say, hey, we need to start to look at this. And it was like, hey, I'm giving you my commitment. We're going to do that. I'm going to work together with the police chief. So first, my appreciation to the city manager and to the police chief, being two gentlemen from different professions, right? Different experiences in life, to come together and sit together and to say, let's have an honest dialogue and let's make it work. And through the chief, I know that it has the police department's support and backing and participation. So I appreciate that. It's something that's needed, and it's always important to look inside and look hard, look strong, and look for a continued success for the future. So I would appreciate everybody doing that.
Mr. Mayor, can I just add a comment before you wrap up this item?
Yes, Chief.
Just because I think it merits saying, I appreciate your direction in allowing us to do this, because the reality is that this is, in my view, something very special that's happening. And it requires a very special person in our city manager to queue up something like this. A very unique opportunity where you have a young Black city manager and a young white police chief who's been a part of the policing institution for 20 years, who are sitting down and having respectful, serious dialogue about complex social issues that often go ignored, and a wonderful group of human beings that impact justice that are helping to facilitate that. This really is a lot bigger than an independent review of San Bruno. I think that this demonstrates the leadership you see in the city, and really is something quite special that I feel very honored to be a part of. So I apologize for taking some more time, but I felt it needed to be said.
We don't see you enough on Zoom, and so you're going to get it all together in this month for us. But no, I think you said it even better than I. So with that, thank you to all for being here this evening, and thank you again for the report. City Manager, if there's nothing else, I'm going to move forward.
Nothing else.
Okay. So we're going to move on to consent calendar.
The Mayor.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
I say there are many people here for item 7A given the late hour. Do you think, can I make a motion that we move item 7A to next on the agenda?
I don't even think you need to make a motion. I was hoping that consent, we can just get through that. I was going to reopen public comment just in case people had come on late, which was no fault of theirs, just to make sure they could go off after that. And then I was going to ask council about moving the public hearing up, checking with the city attorney, because I think that's okay to do. And then we'll just get back on the schedule. But I also will have us take a break, because I think that's important too. The city attorney. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, it's my too fast in clicking the buttons.
Right.
Yes, certainly you can, by consensus, move up the public hearing, and you can certainly take a break whenever you want.
Well, that's good to know about the break part too.
I would suggest, Mr. Mayor, that we do 7A before consent. Because we don't know what items are going to get pulled. We don't know how long I could go.
Well, I was hoping not too much, but I'm fine with that. At this late hour, what I want to do is first open it up to public comment for items not on the agenda, to be fair to those that may have, came late to the transition, which was nobody's fault. So, but if you've already spoken under public comment the first time, we're not going to have you speak a second time on items not on the agenda. So if you did not have an opportunity the first time for public comment, then if you could please raise your hand, which we do have a person, and then we'll go through this once. I see one person right now, and we will, as city clerk, if you can call in the one person for extended.
Richard Bernal. Richard, I'm trying to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
So this is public comment or for stormwater?
This is public comment.
Oh no, I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so therefore that was that opportunity to make up for any folks that unfortunately because of the fusion. So okay, so we do have, this is my last time I'm going to be asking for anybody who wants to speak on items not on the agenda who has not had an opportunity. Okay, so let's go back on, and our city attorney had said we can go ahead and move up public hearing. Usually we don't do that, but obviously we know that a lot of folks are going to be here for that. So Staff, city manager, and Mr. Tan, would you be ready if we move to 7A? Okay, I've got a nodding yes. And my colleagues, do we need to take a 5-minute break or, okay. So, I'm seeing mixed. So anytime there's mixed, when it comes to that, I'm saying we'll take a 5-minute break. Because the other presentation and whatever, and then public comment. So for right now, and I apologize again, I have just about 10:30. We'll take about a 5-6 minute break. And then colleagues, if you could just keep logged in, and then when you're back, if you could just get your camera back, and then we'll be ready to go. Councilmember Mason?
I'm wondering if we can do the hearing and then take the break, just because I'm worried we're going to lose more people. We've already lost about 40 people.
I'm in favor of that.
Okay, and I've got a couple who want a break. So I guess the question should be, how long, City Manager, can you please tell me how long do you think the presentation, and, even if it's a 3-minute break, I just want people to be prepared and relaxed, because once we're done, we're going to keep going through the rest of the meeting, because we're going to hit it long. City Manager? Can't hear you.
So the city manager has already taken the break. So I
Well, I guess he made our mind. I guess he made up the decision for us. So we will now have let's make it 5 or less, please. So thank you, everyone, and again, keep logged on, please. Okay, let's make sure we have the city manager and Mr. Director Tan with us, and if they're ready.
Council, we are here and we are ready.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the meeting, and City Clerk, if you could please go to item 7, public hearings, item A.
Item 7A, hold a public hearing to consider protests regarding the storm drainage and flood protection fee, and continue public hearing until April 6, 2021, to conclude the required 45 notice period for all properties.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go ahead and turn it over first to the city manager, and then to Director Tan. Once I'd like to see staff get through the presentation, I immediately want to go to the public hearing, have anybody be able to speak, and so in case they wish to go and take care of other things. So with that, city manager.
Sure. Good afternoon, or no, not afternoon, good evening, city council and members of the public. Javon Grogan, city manager. I will be joined tonight, as the mayor said, by Jimmy Tan, our public works director. We are here to talk about a proposed storm drainage and flood protection fee. And we have a presentation that we will go through, and then of course we are available for questions. As was stated before, the objective is to hold a public hearing to consider protests regarding the San Bruno storm drainage and flood protection fee, and continue that public hearing until April 6th to conclude the required 45-day notice period for all properties. So our agenda is we will give an overview of our water systems. We'll talk about why we're doing this, why during a pandemic we are talking about stormwater. So we'll discuss the funding challenges and the financial needs. We will review our infrastructure, current projects, and our unfunded capital needs. We will also review the Prop 218 assessment process that we are undertaking and the public outreach. We will also take, as I said, questions. So let's jump right in. So we have 3 water systems here in the city of San Bruno that your city runs, operates, and maintains to ensure that they function safely for the community. First one is a potable drinking system. So when you turn on the tap and get drinking water, that is ran and operated by the city of San Bruno. It's a network of pipes that delivers clean water to every home and business. Next is the stormwater. This is also called our wastewater system. That's the network of pipes that collects the brown water, I like to say when you flush the toilet, and it conveys it to our water quality control plant that we operate jointly with the city of South San Francisco. That groundwater is treated prior to discharging into the San Francisco Bay. We're not talking about those two systems right now. We're talking about the bottom system, our stormwater system, the one that's unfortunately often overlooked. So this is the network of pipes that are subterranean that collects the rain runoff and conveys it to a creek and then directly into the bay. And so this is the system that, as the city council knows, poses a significant challenge here in the city of Bruno. And the graph you have before you is the graph that we presented to council when we adopted the 1920 budget. It has a estimated figure for 2021, but it shows what we know, which is this fund is going negative next year. We operate on a July to June fiscal year. So in just a few months, that fund will operate in the negative and not be able to cover its costs. And so it will, unfortunately, the expenses don't go away and they have to come from elsewhere, which will impact our ability to provide other services. So the fee has not been increased since 1994. It is an annual property tax assessment. It is paid on the property tax roll that homeowners receive. This is not like water or sewer that is paid on the bi-monthly utility bills. This is an annual charge. Unfortunately, the system is over 100 years old. It's aging. The cost to maintain the infrastructure is increasing. And the general fund, unfortunately, has to be the backstop. And we have subsidized this utility, unfortunately, over the years because the costs have not, the revenue has not increased. But with the fund going negative, it's placing increasing pressures on the city's general fund. And so how much does each property pay? Well, our current structure right now, essentially for all properties under 11,000 square feet, which is the vast majority of all of our parcels, every property owner pays $46 a year on their property tax roll. Unfortunately, that does not meet the O&M need, the operations and maintenance, nor does it cover what Jimmy will talk about, is the nearly $30 million of improvements that we know we have to make, that we've known of since 2014 when we did a master plan study, but we have not had the revenue to address. And so again, the general fund must cover any shortfalls. And this is not an if, this is it has already happened. In the last 2 years, we have spent more than $1.5 million from the city's general fund to cover projects that were stormwater related because we did not have the funds to improve this utility. Stormwater is a utility. It should operate as an enterprise, which are the charges, should cover the O&M costs as well as put away money for capital maintenance. Unfortunately, here in the city of San Bruno, our rate structure, which on average is $46 per year, unfortunately does not cover that cost, and it's impacting our ability to provide other services. When failures happen, with the fund going negative, it will come from our general fund reserve and truly threaten the health of the city's general fund. So notable stormwater challenges. So what has happened? I mentioned $1.5 million. And so the community will remember that in December 2019, there was a landslide in Crestmore Canyon, just off from San Bruno Avenue near Glenview. And it cost us $1 million immediately to call out contractors. We had to declare a state of emergency in order that we can access our reserve funds, and stabilizing that hillside and protecting the integrity of San Bruno Avenue was an immediate need. And there is a stormwater culvert that goes south to north under the roadway and drains rain runoff down into the creek that is in the canyon. That, due to lack of maintenance, eventually eroded the hillside with a significant landslide and threatened the integrity that we had to protect the roadway. In addition, in January of 2020, we discovered a drain culvert near Crystal Springs Avenue, just north of the county park, that has cost us to date $450,000 to repair. That does not even include repairing the hillside that corroded. That is just repairing the pipe and relocating where it discharged into the creek there and rerouting it. And so this very well, if we have to cover additional costs, may continue to rise. And we have, and also there's a underfunded, or actually, we have good news. There has, for a long time, been a undersized storm drain pipe on Spyglass. I know the council knows about it. Everybody in the public may not know about it, but Director Tan will present some images on it. We have been sandbagging 2 homes for years now because there's an undersized portion of our storm drain system. Thankfully, the Public Works Department has applied for a grant, and we just received word from FEMA and Cal OES that project will be covered by a grant, and so that comes off. Unfortunately, that does not touch the $30 million need. As Director Tan will talk about, the $30 million need is for our backbone system. There's also challenges with the pipes that service the residential and business communities. And as you'll see, there is a long history of flooding in San Bruno, downtown and lower line neighborhoods, and it truly affects the entire city. And so that's the pop-up of, so that $1.5 million need thankfully has been reduced to $400,000. There is a local match to the grant, and so we anticipate having to pay $400,000. So achieving stability in our stormwater system, as the city council knows, is a part of our comprehensive fiscal sustainability project, a project that we began in November of 2018. I do not have the long roadmap of all of the efforts that have been very successful to improve the health of the general fund, but it's important for the public to know that this effort is directly connected to preventing further fiscal stress on the general fund and addressing our overall ability to continue to provide other services that the residents depend on. And again, this is the utilities enterprises typically cover their full costs. Critically important, and so that I said bullet 2, as I mentioned before, we conducted a stormwater fee in September of 2020. That resulted in a very long analysis, a report conducted by Wildan that had recommendations on what we need to do to address the fee structure. It came out with recommendations that recommended that we adjust our model and have a fairer approach to charge properties based on their size and their impervious surface area. Director Tan will talk about that. And so with the council's approval, we embarked on this 218 process to put before the San Bruno community a financial improvement of their stormwater system to recover money so we can address these needs. And so I'll pause there and I'll turn it over to Director Tan that'll take us through some detailed slides on exactly what our system looks like and why this is so critically important.
Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, everyone. Here's a quick overview of the city storm system. As the city manager mentioned, the city storm system is over 100 years old. It was installed back in the 1900s. The system consists of drain inlets, which captures the water from the roadways and conveys the water into underground pipelines as large as like 72 inches or 6 feet in diameter, then eventually into these large box culverts. Some of these box culverts are large as like 10 feet in height and wide and 8 feet in height. The picture of these box culverts are similar to what you see in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide. The storm system flows by gravity from west to east and then discharges into a San Bruno channel, which is located behind the residential properties on the east side of 7th Avenue and near the Cooper Road area. And within the city, there are 2 pump stations that were built back in the 1960s, but both are owned and operated and maintained by the County of San Mateo. The city completed the first stormwater master plan back in 2014. and it recommended all these capacity improvements, totaling more than $26 million in 2014 estimate. But since there is inadequate funding, none of these projects have been implemented. There's a map that shows that's from the Stormwater Master Plan that shows the various watershed in color, along with the stormwater system that were modeled. There are 6 different watersheds in the city. Watersheds are drainage basins or catchments. So in order to determine the capacity deficiency in the stormwater system, the hydraulic analysis or modeling was performed. The model included many trunk lines, as you see all these lines on the figure here that form the backbone of our stormwater system. And the local drain collection system pipelines were not included in these analysis. And the model indicated flooding occurs in all 6 watersheds during the model design storm. And these problem areas are noted on the system map as shown with red dots, and improvements recommendations were included in the Stormwater Master Plan to address these issues. So, as we know, flooding can happen anywhere, in the city. This slide shows just a sample of various flooding events that happened in the city. As you can see, the flooding locations can be either, at the east or west side of the city. One area that flooding occurred in the past, on the east side, is, near Huntington Avenue. The city also experienced multiple flooding locations on the west side of El Camino, as well, such as, Valleywood Drive and even San Bruno Avenue. So therefore, the flooding event can occur regardless of where we live, if the system is unable to convey the flow during the storm events. And here's just some pictures of various flooding that happened throughout the city in 2014 and in 2017 storm events. On the left side, it shows a picture of Crestwood Drive heading up to Rollingwood. You see San Bruno Avenue on the right-hand side heading in the easterly direction. There's flooding events that happened in 2014 along Huntington Avenue, and as well as Valleywood Drive near Crestwood Drive there at the intersection, and as well as El Camino on the right-hand side. So since the master plan was completed in 2014, there were only minimal improvements that were made to the storm system, and the city manager mentioned a couple here on the slide. One of them is the Crestmore Canyon Slope Stability Project, and that was due to erosion that actually happened within the hillside area, and we ended up spending over $1 million, to restore the hillside at that location. And the other one is regards to the storm drain pipeline that was near the Christian Road, near SFPC's easement. We have allocated about $450,000 to repair that storm drain pipeline, as well as some erosions, to the hillside there as well. The other one is the box culvert at Masson. Ended up spending about close to $920,000 there. These box culverts were damaged back in the storm in 2014, and the work was completed to restore these box culvert. And then there's some miscellaneous storm drain spot repair projects that were completed as well. Due to every time we televise our storm drain line, if we see failures, we end up having to fix those. So we spent over $800,000 to do storm drain spot repairs.
And I just want to point out that unfortunately, all of these repairs were the result of either an emergency that we needed to address or a absolutely critical need. And so that $30 million worth of projects that we have identified, we have not been able to proactively program for that. There's not the revenue in the stormwater fund to take on a bond to do that work. And so we're essentially addressing things as they fail, and we'll be in a point now where that will impact the general fund and our reserves.
Thank you. Here's just some pictures of the various projects that we completed. This is the Crestmore Canyon Slope Stability Project. This is the one near San Bruno Avenue, Austin Bernardes, where we installed a wall there to protect the roadway. Pictures of the pipeline issue that we're still dealing with of the Crystal Springs Road. We already replaced the pipeline, or the contractor from SFPC actually replaced the pipeline already. So the next step is to determine the feasibility to restore the hillside that has eroded as well. This is the Maksam box culvert. This is the one that actually blew, as you can see from the upper left-hand corner during the storm event in 2014. The entire top slab of this box culvert popped up, out of the ground and ruptured the street and as well as the box culvert. So repairs were made to this box culvert. So, besides these projects, what else have we completed? Just a list of various unfunded projects that we have. The first is the Spyglass Ride, which the city manager mentioned, and then this neighborhood experiences flooding during storm events due to capacity issues. And we've been on site every single year putting sandbags at multiple properties, and design is already underway. We're at about 100% design stage now, and the total estimated cost is about $1.5 million. And then, as the city manager mentioned, we were able to secure funding, a grant from FEMA CalUES for about $1.6 million for this project. Then there's a capacity projects that are identified in the stormwater master plan. None of those projects have been completed. The total cost is, in today's dollars, about $30 million. And as previously mentioned, the stormwater master plan didn't include any condition assessment. The replacement cost for those system based on condition is estimated to be about $23 million. And there's also various municipal regional permit requirements for all agencies to comply by the regional board to install infrastructure or implementing regional stormwater capture system. So those costs are unknown at this time. Just some pictures of the storm system conditions that were captured using our city's CCTV system. The top two are pictures of the failed corrugated metal pipelines. The picture on the upper left-hand corner shows the holes and voids in the pipeline. The upper right shows the collapsed pipeline as well. And the bottom picture shows the condition of the existing box culverts. Box culverts, again, are concrete structures that convey large amount of water. And as you can see from the picture, on the bottom left, the reinforcement bars or steel bars are already exposed and they're corroded. The bottom right picture shows more concrete that have failed and then falling apart, from the ceiling of the box culvert structure. So in regards to the proposed stormwater drainage fee, the city acquired the service of Wilden Financial Services to assist in developing methodology for charging stormwater costs in a fair and equitable manner across all properties in the city. Since all properties discharge stormwater to the city's storm drain system, all properties within the city use the stormwater system. So therefore, the fees that are being proposed are proportionate to each parcel's fair share of the annual cost of the improvements and renovation and maintenance of the stormwater system. And this slide shows the difference between the impervious and impervious surfaces. The impervious area, that's what we're being used to calculate the stormwater fee, is a portion of the parcel that's covered by the rooftop, the walkway, the patio, any driveway, or any hard surfaces that prevents water entry into the soil and allowing the water to run off to the street. The impervious areas are lawns or dirt or landscaping areas within the property where water is allowed to enter the soil. So the calculation, again, of the proposed stormwater fee is based on impervious square footage area. And this slide shows the various recommended improvement projects from the stormwater master plan that was completed in 2014. There are a total of 14 projects that are identified for improvements ranging in different estimated costs for a total cost of about $26 million in 2014. And due to inadequate revenue to complete all of these projects, today, the cost today, right now, that has been escalated with inflation, it's about $31 million. This slide shows the median fee for various zoning categories. The residential R1 zone has the most number of parcels in the city, with approximately 800 parcels. The fee for the R1 single-family residential zone is calculated to be approximately $154, which is about $100 higher than the existing residential parcel fee of $46. The median fee for the commercial parcel is estimated to be about $2,500. Now I'll turn it back over to the city manager for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll talk about our public outreach, community feedback, the public hearing, and the protest period. So we've engaged in a robust community outreach. Know that from the staff, and I know from the council, no one wants to be going to the public saying we are proposing to increase fees right now. We don't, I know council doesn't. But given the need for the system and given the reality, we know that it's important to do everything we can to outreach to the community. And at some point I saw over 100 people on this Zoom, sort of the largest meeting we've had in the last 2 years, and certainly that we've been on Zoom. And so I think that's important and a recognition that the word is getting out. And so we conducted a public survey. We did an informational insert in all utility bills. We've done dedicated mailings to local properties. We've also sent letters to our out-of-town property owners. We've had an article in the city manager's newsletter. And Director Tan and I are on a bit of a roadshow to present to condo associations and community groups. We presented to the Lions, we're presenting to Rotary soon, and we're really wanting to get the fact-based information out as best as we can. We've also created a dedicated website to this effort. And so the public outreach has ran from December through now. From the survey, we have over 400 residents and property owners that have responded. And they've listed the priorities that are there, right? They sort of agreed with everything that was on the survey and said, repair the deteriorating pipes, let's prevent system failure, landslides and sinkholes, reducing pollutants that may potentially flow into the bay is important, as well as reducing the risk of flooding and costly repairs to local businesses and homes, and preventing flooding that may obstruct residents, police, and emergency response. You know, what we've also heard is, boy, why now? You know, now's a bad time, or live within your means. And it's worth pointing out that one of the actions that the city council took, which is to cancel a previously adopted 5% rate increase of water and sewer charges, actually amounts to roughly a savings of approximately $9 per month, which is roughly also the amount that the average single-family home will pay. So the current fee is on average, most properties are paying $46, and most single-family residential homes will pay $150 under the new fee. And so that equates to roughly $9 a month. And so by the council's actions to cancel the pre-planned water and sewer rate increase, should this be approved, it for the majority of our residences would net out that additional cost. So the public hearing, property owners received a public hearing notice in February, and so that was Zoom. That is the Zoom link that we're on, and they have also received other mailings from the city. As of March 16th, when the staff report was created, we had received 181 protest letters from property owners in San Bruno. As of tonight, the city clerk tells me that we have received 263. This is a two-step process. And so the phase one, if there are more than 50% plus one additional homeowners that protest this fee, we cannot move forward. And so with in the slide that Director Tan presented before, there's 12,937 parcels. And so there would need to be over 6,400 written protest letters to prevent the city council from moving forward to the next phase. And so protest letters can be mailed to the city clerk's office, either by hand or by mail or by hand, and the address is up above or on the slide, 567 El Camino Real. And it is also in the notice that was, of course, mailed to homeowners. And so this is a very long or detailed slide, but the city clerk will conduct the election. It's a two-part process, as I mentioned. Part one is a majority protest, so 50% plus one protesting cannot proceed to step two. Step two requires a 50% plus one of the people that respond and vote in the mail ballot process have to say yes for the fee to go into effect. And so we do not have the date that will occur. We are waiting on the conclusion of phase one in order to identify timelines or the precise date of that election. It is important to note, however, that the city is required to transmit the stormwater assessment to the county by July 31st. And so we do have a window. And that's part of the reason that unfortunately we're doing this now, because should we go through this process and receive additional funds so the fund does not go negative next year, our deadline is really getting a new assessment for every parcel in San Bruno to the county by July 31st. And so should we proceed to phase two, we will have to undertake that election and do that work in order to put it on the property tax roll. And so we're happy to take any questions that the city council may have. This is a copy of the front page of one of the mailers that went out to every home in San Bruno that also had the survey. So thank you, city council. Thank you, members of the public. I know it's been a long night. I know that there was a lot on the agenda, and I know that this was a long presentation, but we wanted to really give you a true understanding of why this effort is going forward and why now. So thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And as I said, this is a public hearing, so I'd like to right away go over to the public. Anybody from the public who's been gracious enough to stay with us this evening, please go ahead and raise your virtual hand. I'm seeing 8 speakers at this point, 9 speakers, 10 speakers. Okay, thank you. Okay, so why don't we just start, City Clerk, if you could begin calling them in, please.
First is Philip Alexander.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I was assessed with $368.58 for my property, and I'm a retired person who is on Social Security. Because I have a property which is the land is about 12,000 square feet, I have been charged $300 and some dollars as yearly tax for my property. I am not in a position to give that type of increased money at one instance. It should be either you should use the money that you got from the San Bruno fire, that $50 million we are spending on the swimming pool and all those facilities. It is used by only a few people, maybe 50 or 100 people in a month or so, or maybe 100 people, 2,000 people. But you are creating a problem for 12,000 people who live in the city by charging us. So my opinion is to use the money that you are spending for the swimming pool and all those gym and facilities. Use this for the work that should be done for the stormwater project instead of spending it on the swimming pool project.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
Well, thank you very much for staying, and thank you for your comments. Next, please.
Next is Perry Peterson.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you. On page 1 of the most recent mailing, there are several comments that caught my attention about, particularly one about floods and water getting into my garage, which damages property and fixtures. That's exactly what happens to me. And it's been happening since the 80s. In 1983, there was a petition in my neighborhood for the city to improve the drainage. The city came out and dug a 100-foot ditch and put a couple drainage pipes in from DeSoto Way to the creek. But it was several months after that, it was evident that the pavement was so high in front of those pipes that the water never effectively used those pipes. So I see the need for stormwater improvements. I can't really do anything but support the increase in tax because the city hasn't increased the stormwater revenue for so long that it's obviously needed. On the other hand, I've let the council know with a detailed, informative packet that my situation has been ignored by the city for year after year, and they haven't even given me a definitive answer. All they're saying is, we'd like to think about it some more, essentially. So I'd like to ask the council, and I know they can't reply to this now, but I'm asking the council to direct the staff to review this continuous flooding damage. And I've even provided a video of it where the entire DeSoto Way is flooded. So in summary, I have to support the stormwater tax increase because it's obviously needed, but I'd also like the city to support the difficulties I've been having. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Malcolm Robinson.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, thank you. My name is Malcolm Robinson, and I live in Merced Drive. I'll first read my protest letter to the city clerk and then talk about storm runoff. I did hear at least twice fair and equitable in these fees, but they're not. You're charging some people much more than others. And I'm not sure why that is. I think I heard $46 per household. Well, that's not what we're seeing up here. The old saying about assumptions, that is exactly what this proposal does. The word assume is mentioned throughout the letter I received. Let's drop the assumptions and stick with facts. My lot is 6,541 square feet. My home profile is 1,643 square feet. That means my home covers 25% of my lot. Half my lot is unusable steep hillside. I have to do a lot of work every year to keep it in place, and you don't walk on it, you crawl on your hands and knees up and down it. Your proposal is an assumption that my lot is 60 to 70% impervious is incorrect. 100% of the storm runoff from my roof is captured in my yard. That is 100% to my lot to replenish groundwater. I can provide pictures to prove the point. It is a common tactic in many environmentally sound locations and should be a recommended norm in San Bruno. I ask the City Council to ask that our citizens and local businesses do that. Retain your stormwater. Use it to replenish our water table. The only storm runoff from my property is into the storm drain is from my driveway, which is 25 by 10 feet or 250 square feet. That's 3.8% of my property. You can bill me accordingly. Most of the storm runoff in San Bruno is from the massive amount of paved service streets in San Bruno, to include 380 and 280. El Camino Real at the corner of Sneath is effectively 12 lanes wide of impervious pavement. Mostly El Camino Real is 8 lanes through the town. we're creating this situation by poor planning and poor management. If we want to deal effectively with the storm runoff, we must address this issue. Capture the storm water, let it drain into open spaces, swales, and voids, as proposed by the state of California and the county of San Mateo. The city council had a presentation a few years back. I recall a state mandated about water retention. Let's create a win-win situation. Take a few lanes out of El Camino and San Bruno, turn them into bike lanes that absorb water, and a row of trees and plantings to absorb water and replenish our water table. If you lessen the city's impact on flooding, you will help San Bruno retain water rather than pipe it to the bay. Weather's changing. We now get these hellacious Midwestern Florida-type weather storms that just dump a lot of water in a short period of time, and our system is not currently equipped to handle it. Wish you luck. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, please.
James Rue Gomez.
Good evening, Mayor Medina. Good evening, Mayor Medina, honorable city council members, hardworking city staff. My name's James Rue Gomez. I currently live at 1861 Donner Avenue. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the San Mateo Building and Construction Trade Council, which is 25 local unions and 16,000 highly skilled men and women, some of which live in our city here, many of which live in our city. The storm drains need to be replaced. I was driving down Genevin, one of the grates fell right into the catch basins last week, and we had to have emergency repairs there. But I'd like to talk about workforce agreements and ensuring that once this funding is passed, that we ensure we turn a public works contract that pays prevailing wage, that pays the wage, the health care, the education, the retirement, right onto the worker's check. And rather than doing that and wasting our taxpayer dollars to unscrupulous contractors, that the city government sit down with the Building Trade Council and negotiate agreement benefits the local labor in our town by hiring local contractors, local workers, local apprentices, returning veterans, people from underserved communities that have taken our MC3 program, pre-apprenticeship program, and producing jobs, good paying jobs that pay on the Working Families platform. When people ask me what a union is, I tell them it's working families standing together. Tonight, we're asking you to stand with those working families. The Working Family platform is earn a decent wage. Even though we earn a decent wage, half of our dollars go to rents or mortgages. Healthcare, not only for the worker, for the family. A retirement contribution. Our retirement contributions go back into our communities through safe investments in real estate as well as municipal bonds. So you will actually be loaning the money from some of our different pension funds to come back to our community. So it's good policy to turn public works projects that are paying prevailing rate into community workforce agreements. I sent you all a article that will be in this month's organized labor paper, San Mateo County. It was written by an intern, college intern, and that has a number of different studies that show that having project labor agreement workers get paid what they're supposed to get paid.
I think we lost Mr. Gomez. He doesn't appear he's any longer connected.
Okay, we'll see if it comes back. Why don't we, so we can continue with those waiting and to come up, why don't we go ahead and next in the queue, please?
Okay, I don't have a name. It just says Samsung. Just one moment. I'm unsure the name of the speaker, but I am trying to get you unmuted. Mayor, I recommend we move on to the next speaker. I'm unable to get them unmuted.
Okay, we can do that and circle back, please.
Tim O'Brien. Hi, Tim Arena, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi, good evening. It's Reina.
Hi.
Tim is going to talk. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I wanted to basically put my 2 cents here, and I definitely against I'm protesting the increase. I believe that this issue has been neglected for so many decades. Some speakers say in the 80s, and that's not that's unconscionable that it has been neglected for so long. And why is that? Why is it that it was has been neglected for so long? Second of all, why is it that the money from the community funds is not allocated to this project? Because this is more important than having a swimming pool or in a rec center. I mean, I know the rec center is going to happen, but the leftovers can be put to this project. A second thing is, why is it the city of San Bruno does not move forward with to raise funds or allocate some resources by cannabis? Okay, give the green light to open cannabis in the city. This we approved it. The residents approved it. So why is it that we cannot raise money through that, or as the county of San Mateo or the state to help us resolve this issue? Because it needs to be replaced, but it is unconscionable to put it on the residents, especially with the first uh, uh, speaker that is on low income, fixed income. A lot of families are unable to afford this increase. So you have to think about that. And yeah, that's my comments. And I hope you listen to the residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Was Mr. O'Brien going to speak too?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Good evening. Yes, I agree with some of the residents that this, I'm protesting the fee increase. I know the system needs to be fixed. I see it. I see when it rains that, there is flooding. The water's rising in some areas and it needs to be fixed. But the city has known that this system has been needing repair, needing to be replaced, and there's money being wasted, doing these spot repairs and everything. But the city needs to, like Reina said, find other ways to generate revenue, just not by passing it on to it seems like we've been, things have been passed on to the residents, Measure G, or raising our taxes. It's just getting ridiculous just by easily passing it on to the residents. Oh, they'll take care of it. They don't mind, that can't be the answer to everything. So I ask that the city dig deep and find other sources of revenue so we can do these projects without affecting the residents. Some of the incomes are fixed. It's a tough time to this year. This past year has been really bad with the pandemic, and it's affected everybody. And yeah, so please take in consideration the comments, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and thank you to everybody for staying with us to this late hour. Next speaker, please.
Thomas Wells. Thomas, I'm trying to get you unmuted. Hi, can you hear us?
Just so you know, your audio just cut out just recently at the last commenter. But if you can hear me, I would be happy to proceed. Okay, looks like you're letting me proceed.
Yes, please.
This is an important, the impervious area is addressing, this is a very important thing that you're addressing, and I have no qualms about that. I would like to address the impervious area calculations and the fees that are assessed based on that. Right now, the requirement is easy to meet with large lots, but it's hard to meet with small lots, which the lot sizes in the lower part of the city in the flatlands are usually substandard because the current standard lot size is 5,000 square feet, according to municipal code. And I don't know when that was implemented, but there's a lot of lots that are under that size. When you get below the 5,000 square feet, the amount of impervious area ticks up pretty quickly, and for example, you can there's a lot of buildings that are a lot of homes that are on 25-foot lots, and with the setback, the side of the buildings are slammed right up on top of the property lines. There's no 5, 10, 20-foot setbacks, which could count as permeable or drainable soil normally. But so it's very easy for these fees to be attached to the smaller buildings and smaller lot sizes. And it puts the onus onto the owners of these substandard lot sizes. I would like to recommend that, for example, in the municipal code, the maximum floor area is adjusted by lot size. So could we think about adjusting the impervious area requirements could also be adjusted by the same lot size requirement, and also I would recommend a carrot and stick approach. You already have the stick, but maybe you could consider assistance to homeowners to replace hardscape driveways, walkways, and patios with permeable alternatives similar to the sidewalk repair program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
Next is Kevin.
Hello?
Hi, whenever you're ready.
Yes, I am agree with the president talk about the income we have really hot income right now. We income very fixed, so we cannot afford to pay more for the property tax for this one. And can you find something the other avenue like that? So we because if we agree like that, so every year we have to pay for this amount, and then we have to pay for forever, and then later on every year we have to increase for the amount for the stone. So that means I'm not agree with your how you say with I'm not agree with one. Yeah. So I agree with the president talk about the one you your council or your committee need to figure out the avenue something to do it. Yeah, we don't have much money. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Next we have Anne.
Good evening. And I live in San Bruno for a long time.
in different areas. And I really see, the presentation, that is the storm drainage need to be replaced. But at the same time, I kind of feel like our property tax is already really high. When I look at the property tax, I printed out, is besides the regular, they charge us the property tax, that's already added other items we need to pay for that too. So when I break it down, I live here in this building, I mean, my house for, almost 20 years. So I already have to pay like 8,000 something dollars or $8,500 a year. So if I break it down, it's almost $800 a year, a month. And my husband is already retired. The Social Security is only $1,500 a month, and I'm going to retire in another 2 years. So I mean, thinking about you already chop off our Social Security, and not even talking about the waters and the sewage price is very high in San Bruno. So I think yes, we need to get done, but I don't think it's the homeowner need to bear all the to bear the cost. I know you get it from business too, but like many residents earlier, they mentioned that we know this problem for a long time, and the city should foresee this and project and budget into these things and to fix it. And it's like balance your budget and see where you can cut and where is the set up the priority to do it and generate revenue from someplace else rather than get into the homeowner, and which we doesn't mean we have money. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you for your comment. We do have 14 more speakers. The last speaker will be, first name is Andy. So continue on, please, Madam Clerk.
Dennis Matthews.
Hello.
Hello, whenever you're ready.
Yes, you have $90 million settlement from PG&E. Why not just use that money instead? Seems like this project has been well known and documented since the 80s. It seems like the project for fixing the storm drain should be a priority rather than to spend it on the San Bruno Recreational and Aquatic Center. In San Bruno, you have many retired residents on limited incomes. We don't need more bills to pay. So I propose you postpone the San Bruno Recreation and Aquatic project. Use that money, the $50 million, for the storm drain repair at no cost to the residents. It's a better use of the money. Your project is about 31 million, so there's plenty of money there. A financial advisor told me that if this passes, the city will be liable for all residents for any and all, or be liable to all residents for any and all flooding of their property in the future. They can sue the city for repairs. You should check your legal department on that. If this passes, this should not be a never-ending charge. The stormwater fee should stop once project is completed on a time schedule and completion date, not an open-ended time schedule. If this passes, you should exempt retired residents and all your residents that are on limited income. You know, it occurs to me that I've heard that you put public review at the end, so you would drop a lot of people. and it appears to be that way. You had 69. I heard Linda mention that 40 had already dropped off. I heard somebody say there was 100. So how many are actually listening right now? I think you need to change direction on how you handle public response and let them be first on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, and thank you for staying with us tonight. Next speaker, please.
Next is Vito in Dominica.
Hi, good evening. I appreciate all the information that was given out tonight on the storm drain. As a member of this community for about a half a century, I could tell you that we are a mixture of different backgrounds and ideologies. But one of the things that's important to keep in mind that in this community, we have a number of people that are senior citizens on fixed incomes with health issues. We have a number of people that are in the poverty and people that are in between that had jobs, lost jobs, scrambling to try to make ends meet. Some people are losing their homes. And, you know, it's a combination of things. Utility bills keep increasing. The city decided to add an extra 50-cent sales tax here in the city, which has hurt the local businesses because a lot of people will go outside the city to do their purchases. My recommendation to the city council, when you build an infrastructure, you also put together a maintenance plan to maintain that infrastructure. Since somewhere along the line they dropped the ball somewhere where they didn't keep up with it, my suggestion is that you look at first the state and then the federal government. We do have an Army Corps of Engineers in the federal government that can step in and help in some of these things where they need to be redone. They've done it in other communities throughout the country. I would exhaust resources in checking out those agencies and see what they can do to help your city, our city, okay? It's hard for the people here in this city with this type of epidemic that we have to be asked to, you know, dig into our pocket, whether it's today or next year or the following year, because we still have to recover. So in that, I close and I bid you good evening and thank you for putting this on. I wish you would do another one of these.
Thank you for your comments, and they will be coming back again. Next speaker, please.
Next is Angel Cruces.
Hello, good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, thank you for this opportunity for the public to discuss their concerns. I've been a permanent resident at San Bruno for about 12 years. I plan to be here for more decades. This is the place I want to be, and I want to, you know, see it improve in many ways. I completely understand, you know, the need for tax section. You know, taxes, you know, pay for our police department, for our paved roads, infrastructure. So I completely understand why tax section is needed. It's just kind of hard to digest when, you know, fees and utilities and taxes are just keep getting pounded and increased every single year, and you don't really see any improvements in your daily life. You know, you still see those potholes that are there for decades. You know, recology. You see, one of the things that I just don't really understand is that why are we only constrained to just one, you know, one utility servicer? And it's kind of hard to really take this next increase. It does impact me directly quite a bit because my property is on a is above the 5,000 square footage, so my assessment is a lot more than than the average. Even though I have a dry well, even though I went through a very rigorous process of city planning and approval to kind of have that done, and it seems like not only did I go through all the hassle and hurdles and expense just to get taxed again, just like a lot of my fellow neighbors suggested, we need to improvise. We need to look at a different, innovative ways to generate income, just like cannabis. Why it has been approved statewide? Why are we not having any cannabis dispensaries in the city? I just don't really get it. And I definitely understand the need for these increases, but we have to look at different ways to get this revenue, and not just the easy way of just taxing its residents, out of this area. Um, that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next is Dan.
Hello, good evening.
So whenever you're ready.
Okay, hi, thank you. About 3 years ago, FEMA came through here, and I'm down here in the Bel Air area, and declared this whole area a flood zone. So by this tax increase or this increase, will that improve this area to the point where I won't have to pay that anymore? I'm paying close to $600 a year. Then on top of I think my property is 5,000 square feet, that additional fee, so I'll be paying a lot more. So will this improvement prove to FEMA that that I won't have to? This is not a flood zone anymore, and would that alleviate that? And actually, that would help out a lot for especially everybody down in this area. Uh, you know, during the high tides and all that. And I know at that time when FEMA came here, the SFO was building up their wall, their seawall around SFO and raising that up. But I haven't seen anything, San Bruno, do anything about that. On our end, they had talked about South City also, because we're kind of connected to that. But basically, my question is, if this goes forward, will the FEMA flood insurance go away?
That's mandatory.
So, all right, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Simon Lee.
Hi, I'm Simon Lee. I represent myself and my family in 8 Buena Vista Avenue. I'm just going to read you the letters I sent to you guys a few weeks ago, and I'm hereby strongly protesting the proposed storm drainage and flood protection fee. I believe this is an unbearable additional burden to our family. We have struggled to meet the month's end as it is. Each month, our income barely enough to pay for the essential skyrocketed gas fee, garbage fee, electrical fee, mortgage bills, insurance bills, healthcare payments, school programs, and many, many others to keep us sheltered, fed, healthy, and keep the kids busy and sane. I'm sure many of you are parents and homeowners and understand how difficult it is to raise kids in this global pandemic. Like many struggling families across the countries, we are facing unprecedented financial, mental, and many other challenges. I ask of you, no, I beg of you to please withdraw the proposal. The additional fee may not seem a lot for those who do not live in this planet, but for those of us who live in San Bruno, I would think it would have surely destroyed families and homes in our great cities. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Bernal.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me. Measure G was approved. It was a $4 million to the general fund, projected 2.9 to 2021. Where's that money allocated to? You could use some of that. We're all in shortfalls. Every resident in San Bruno has a shortfall. It's just not the city. General fund expenditures, you have 56% in public safety, which we need, but public works only gets 8%, which I find odd. General fund capital reserve, you have almost 5 million, 4.9. Why isn't that money being used? You have reserves, your general fund cash reserve, 6.3 million for a total of 9.7 million. Why isn't that money being used? Then looking at your expenditure fund summary, you have 22 million for water surplus. Wastewater is 26 million. Stormwater is only 116,000. Looking at your capital improvement summary, you have carryovers of 21 million for water. Wastewater is 21 million. Project funding for both water and wastewater are 22 million. Your 5-year program for water is 66 million and 57 million for wastewater, but yet only stormwater is a 5-year program is only 2.8 and project funding is only 1.3. I find that odd that it's so underfunded for water storm, knowing that you've had this problem existing for decades. I think you could hold off on the street sign and light signing replacement programs at $350,000. I think that money could be allocated to the stormwater project. Also, I'd like to know from the Biden administration how much the city will be receiving for infrastructure and capital improvement grants. Have those been, have you reached out and applied for those since 2014? And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is MS.
Hi, good evening. This is Matthew Sum, the property owner along on the Oakmont Drive. Thanks for the opportunity to allow us to express our opinion. First, service and maintaining the utility infrastructure are important, but we have to repair the system. But I wonder if the Department of Public Works have their team explore other solutions to resolve the stormwater issues, and what have they studied on the different solutions. The city is proposing nearly $31 million to enlarge the storm drain pipes or duct. I wonder how this will work when the sea water level rising as the storm drain run off to the bay. The water may be still backing up, and certain level may have flood again. Some coastline city already talk about reinforcing or increasing the seawall to block the rising sea level. But we are here talking about enlarging the pipes, allowing the runoff flow to the bay. I'm curious how it's going to work. We need to have the permanent solution to resolve the stormwater, not one-time deal, or the problem may come back to the future generation. The DPW has always asked the property owner or people who are in the construction or designer to provide permeable surfaces, allow the runoff from the roof, from the area to drain or replenish the aquifer. But some property have altered front yard area. The newly developed businesses parking area has been paved with solid concrete and asphalt concrete for parking. That's your contribution to the runoff. But I'm wondering that we promote other permeable surfaces or the plaza parking lot, public road to reduce the runoff. The city may utilize the roadway surfaces area to absorb the initial heavy rain period, which will reduce a substantial amount of runoff from the storm drain. There's an example in other city, other state already using permeable material to reduce the runoff. So what happened to our city? Talk about something else. And one last thing, per the slide, Number 25 presented by Jimmy Tang and describe differences between impervious and permeable area of material. But the actual condition may vary. Runoff drain to the property. Permeable paver or as a hardscape allow rain replenish to aquifer, but I wonder how they calculate the formula to making for each individual owners. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is David De La Torre.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Medina, council members. My name is David Del Torre. I'm a lifetime resident of San Bruno. I'm not certain if this fee increase proposal is the answer. However, we are facing a dilapidating system in our storm drainage system that needs to be upgraded, and piecemealing it is not going to resolve the problem. I grew up in the avenues and underlaying neighborhood, and to pass the time away, my friends and I would make these makeshift newspaper sailboats, and we'd race them from First Avenue and chase them down all the way to 7th Avenue, and then we'd repeat the process. I now live in on the 900 block of Hensley. The same problem occurs here. San Bruno, we need to meet the demand with all this current development and future development that will happen. I heard James Regomez of the building trades jump on earlier, talking about an agreement with the building trades. If this project does go through, I support that. As many of the building and construction trades members do live in San Bruno, and San Bruno being a blue collar city, it's appropriate. So I don't know if these fees are the right way to go about it, but we do need to upgrade our infrastructure, and I support the agreement with the building trades. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next is Jeffrey Tong. Jeffrey, I'm trying to get you unmuted.
Unmute.
There you are.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Tong. First of all, I think historically people don't vote, so the protest letter was unfair. I believe the protest letter should ask for people who support as well as people who protest, and then take 50% plus one of those returned mails. Secondly, I believe San Bruno should look at the problem and solutions. We've known since Jimmy Carter's time, about 40 years, that we are facing global warming, and we should look at how we manage stormwater environmentally with permeable surfaces and water banking for drier months. Thirdly, I believe we should repurpose such as the recreation center funds for stormwater. And as Raina mentioned, we should look at alternative income sources of funds such as cannabis, and just be more creative in looking for funds. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Paul N. Paul, I'm trying to get you unmuted.
Okay, there we go.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. So I am protesting
increase. I think the city manager, I believe he said it the best about if this didn't pass, we'd have to eliminate programs. I agree with other speakers as far as canceling the park and rec remodel and new pool. And I also agree with other speakers using the PG&E money for the storm drain fund, because this is a true emergency for people who don't live in the hills and live downstream. And how much money is in the general fund? I'm sure I can probably look that up online, but yeah, how much money is in the general fund, including the PG&E money? Also, this whole program, I've been here for 37 years, and I've seen a lot of rentals pop up. The parents pass away, the kids either sell the place or most of them are renting. And renters, to me, they bring in more automobiles. They bring in, increase in crime. And, you put more burden on people with fees. It makes people want to move out of San Bruno. In that Crestmore project, I've walked by that San Bruno Avenue, Lenardi's Market. I've seen that hillside for years, and it's the city of San Bruno waits till the last minute. That hillside collapsed, and it could have been fixed years ago for half the amount San Bruno spent on it. You wait for things to break and don't fix them beforehand. That's it for me. Thank you. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is David M. Hi, David, whenever you're ready. David, I see you're unmuted, but we're not hearing anything from you. Mayor, I'm not sure what's happening there. I think we should move on.
Okay, let's go to the next speaker and then we can circle back, please.
Andy Kaufman.
I'm trying to unmute. There, you got me?
Yeah.
Hi. Good evening, or maybe I should say good morning to everyone. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and council members and anybody who still might be listening and awake. What I would like to know is who determined the 60% of lot size formula for the impervious area and the proposed fee? This, doesn't seem right. Many residents live on a 50 by 100 square foot lot, 5,000 square foot lot. And one of the speakers, I think it was Mr. Wells, noted that statistically it's 5,000 square foot for an average size lot. So that would be about $150 in the new proposed fee, 3 times what the $46 that we're now paying. Some lots are smaller, 2,500 square feet, 3,700 square feet. But many people, like me, have larger lot sizes. My proposed fee is a whopping $473. And most of the backyard that I have is trees and dirt and, hillside. Some of my neighbors, they're paying more. One is estimated to be over $600 proposed fee. Another is $433 proposed fee. So this is not a fair formula. In the final analysis, I think those of us with larger lots would pay a fair fee, but nobody has measured. And what I would like to know is somebody ever going to come out and measure and determine what the real size of our lot, the impervious area, is? If it's over 5,000 square foot, maybe that would be a determination and say those that are over 5,000 square foot, we're going to measure and determine a new formula. So I'd like somebody to figure out a new fair formula, not the 60% that's being proposed now. This would be fair to larger and smaller sized lots. And most of us understand and might agree to pay a fair fee. So let's figure out a new fair formula and measure the lot size of people who have larger sized lots. And with that, I say good morning to all.
Good morning to you too. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next is Linda Freitas.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mayor and council members, I'm completely an advocate for maintaining impeccable infrastructure, but I just don't understand what has happened to the capital project funds in this city, or the lack thereof. We went 2 years without streetlights. I know it has nothing to do with the storm drains, but that's another infrastructure situation that they knew was a problem for years that was never handled. The PG&E funds, I agree with the people that have spoken on that previously. Instead of making a rec center that's on a champagne budget, and we only have a beer budget because we're so underfunded in all our capital projects, why hasn't anybody decided to, let's put in a new pool, let's update the rec center, and let's use that money on the storm drain situation? I've never heard any mention other than they were dead set on this massive rec center and pool, which would be wonderful and used by many, I'm sure. But we've got bigger and better problems to use that money for. And I believe it's supposed to be used for something that assists all of the city, not just a single portion of the city. And I mean, that's wonderful that they have not raised they're going to hold back on the rate increases, but I believe that this property tax rate change is also going to be increased annually. Then we're going to go back to the rate increases that we've skipped out on this year, pick up the ones for the future years. So we're really not giving these people that have lost their jobs and potentially losing their homes a break. I think this is the absolute inappropriate time, because if the city can't manage their own budget and deal with these important situations, if I'm a homeowner and I can't handle my own household budget, what do? Call the county and tell them I'm not paying my property taxes because I had other important things come up? I just really feel for the people that are on fixed incomes. We've got several neighbors that are retired. We've lived here for 40 years. And these people just don't know where the money's going to come from. It seems little to some, but to some people that are only getting $700-800 a month, this is massive amounts of money. And we also just redid our yards, and we have our gutters and draining down into the lawns, onto the planters. Our water isn't even touching the gutter. So is somebody going to come out and evaluate that situation? We spent a lot of money doing this, and we are still going to be penalized. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Let's see if we can't get David M. back.
Okay, David M., I'm bringing you back in.
Hello.
Hi, David, whenever you're ready.
Can you hear me?
Yes, whenever you're ready.
Okay, yes, so I'd like to let you know that I've been a San Bruno resident for about 20 years now, and I moved out of San Francisco because of these type of taxes that continue to increase. I agree with most of the previous callers that infrastructure is number one before you start building fancy centers. I feel it's ironic that PG&E did the same thing, and we sued them for that, and unfortunately we had this fire and killed a bunch of people, but they were not paying attention to the infrastructure. They were spending their money on other things. money was reappropriated. We've known about this problem since probably before 2014, and we have not decided to use the money on infrastructure. I agree that we should not be putting money into a special interest gym and a rec center that not everybody will use. Instead, we are looking at taxing people who are on fixed incomes or have other financial situations. I also think that it was unfair for the way the system was, these letters are sent out, and again, the way that someone mentioned before, it should have been, if you're going to vote, do a vote, not how many protests come in basis. It should be on how many people agree and disagree. I understand that there's going to be another vote, so that would make sense. It's disappointing that we started this meeting. I started at 7 o'clock. It's now 12 o'clock. There were people on the line. We all knew that these people were waiting for this specific item number 7. And unfortunately, our antiquated system was not able to allow us to stop and pivot and redirect, how we handled this. And luckily, somebody finally stood up and said, I think it was Tom Hamilton, finally said, it's been over an hour and a half, that we should address this first before we continue on with the other matters. So thankfully, that was addressed. Also, this whole fair and ethical means of the assessment is absolutely not fair and ethical. Some other callers, described some of the methods and problems with how they're calculating this. It makes no sense. I have a 1,500 square foot house on 11,775 square foot property. I'm getting assessed over $380 something, whatever it is. And it's all this, I wouldn't probably got, and with the driveway and everything around the house, it's probably more like 2,500. They're assessing 6,500. They should have went by the size of the house and multiplied that by what a standard house driveway and area around the house would be, not by the size of your property. It's ridiculous to do that. Based upon the size of the house, you would obviously know that that not everybody's going to have the money to expand and put concrete around their entire property. So that's not what I would call fair or ethical. And it's just frustrating that we aren't looking at other more positive solutions rather than just trying to tack this fee onto the homeowners, when homeowners aren't probably the biggest cause of this problem. It's probably the big businesses with all the big parking lots and the roads, like everybody's mentioned. I think looking for more positive solutions is definitely the right answer, versus trying to just say, okay, we're going to now decide that we're going to do something about this, even though we've known about it for years. And I think a few other people have had good ideas on how we could look for other funds. And that's pretty much it. That's what I have to say for this evening. But I just want to say that I 100% disagree with this, and would like to see the city council, take all of these suggestions into consideration.
Thank you for your comments. All right, and just the time's elapsed, but thank you for your comments. I see we have one final speaker who got his system went down. So, and I think you had probably about 30 seconds. So I'm going to say 30 seconds, and then this is going to be it for the last speaker, because you had spoken before, but then got cut off.
Yes, this is James Gomez. And I want to apologize. My system froze on the last speaker, so the timer stopped working there for a second, but I was able to get it back up.
Okay.
Mr. Rui Gomez, I'm going to bring you in the room.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak, finish my time. What I was saying is that the bond, our pension money, gets recycled into the stock market, goes into safe investments like municipal bonds. So for this, for infrastructure, just like this, I've sent you guys an article that's going to come out in the organized labor paper, and I hope with a meeting request. So I hope that I could meet with you guys soon and discuss project labor agreements in detail. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Okay, council, thank you. And I know people had stayed with us for quite a while, and I want to give them that courtesy of this up to 3 minutes if they had wanted it. So I appreciate everyone's patience. If you want to, just for those that are left, This is going to be a continued public hearing, so this is not just done as of tonight. It also is noted that people certainly can drop off their protest letters to where and staff can correct me, where the utility bills are dropped off as well on Linden, so that there's another option or opportunity as well during the public hearing process. First, I didn't know if the city manager, Vice Mayor, do I go to the city manager first, or is it something you want to, is that okay?
Yeah, I just wanted to do a reality check. It's past midnight. Yeah. We still have other items on the agenda. This item will be continued. There are a lot of questions. I would guess it'd be an hour to go through all the questions. They're all important questions. Some are easy, some are more difficult.
Okay.
What are we going to do at this hour?
Okay, so my first thing, and I didn't want to jump all over, but the study session, I've been asking if that can be postponed. That's the first thing. Second thing is, though, I need us to check our calendars, because we do have to meet on that within a reasonable amount of time, and that could mean next Tuesday, the 30th, because it's a grant, and so we need to make sure we're within our time frame. And then I'm going to ask the city manager in regards to the conduct of business item. If council would keep their comments short, we could take care of that. And then we have consent, and we have the conduct, and we have what's left of this. So city manager and city attorney, let's hear from you about the time element.
Sure, Mayor, with regard to the rest of the items on the agenda, you're exactly right. We are pushing up against the grant deadline for the Huntington cycle track. As you know, we nearly have $2 million worth of grant funds that we have. They do need to be expended by January 2023, and we need to design the project. We are due to provide an update in early April, and so if we can continue that item to a special meeting, that would be great. With regard to the garbage rate increase, we should address that item tonight, given the time sensitivity of that. With regard to this item, there have been a number of comments. I can take probably less than 7 minutes to go through a quick response, given that we have 40 people still on and a number of people that made comments have spoken. I can give a quick summary of just to provide people with information. But yes, you're absolutely right. This item will be continued to April 6th. And so we will have more time for anyone that did not attend tonight or anyone that would like to ask additional questions. And that is a special meeting that is not that does not have all of our regular business items on it. And so there will be more time dedicated at that meeting.
What about consent? Is that necessary for the accounts payable and payroll?
The most important item on consent is the 2020 housing element report that needs to be submitted to the state. And so consent is a quick item. I would recommend that we do that tonight as well.
Okay. So council, here's my thought. Let the city manager have his 7 minutes, since there are folks that have asked questions and are on the line. From there, why don't we move up to consent? Hopefully that might be quick, I would perceive, and then go into, as he said, the conduct of business, which I guess is necessary, and postpone the rest. Is that, can we go with that for today, in this new day? Yes, Councilmember Mason.
I would just thought that maybe we might have some people here for the recology item also, so maybe we go to recology and then we go to the others. Just a thought.
That's fine with me. Yeah. Good thought. Councilmember Salazar.
Yeah, I'm wondering, does the law permit us to continue this meeting to tomorrow if it's going long? Are we allowed to just continue the meeting?
Muted.
Sorry. Thank you. That's a good question. Look, give me a second and I'll get back to you on that, okay?
Okay, so I don't want to lose time. So, do we want? Yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Maybe we just go to consent. I think that'll be pretty quick and get that out of the way.
I'd be more than happy to do that.
But you know what? What Councilmember Mason said, if we're going to do recology, tonight. Let's do ecology tonight. We could do consent at the very end.
Yeah, because it just.
Yeah.
I don't think there's many people on the line for consent.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think the answers to all the questions would take more than 7 minutes, and we could do a better job giving better, more thorough answers and not be rushed. I would like to go back and listen to them again, but there were a lot of information.
Well, why don't we keep progressing, and we're going to come back to that because the council member Salazar asked the question.
All right.
So let's move on to conduct of business. Item 6A, adopt a resolution enacting garbage rate increase proposed by Recology, San Bruno, for 21-22, and scheduling property owner notice and protest process as required by Proposition 218. City Manager.
Okay, so if I'm understanding the direction from council, we are pausing on the stormwater item, and we are going to the recology item, and you would like staff to give that presentation right now versus do a quick answer to questions and continue the stormwater. Is that what I'm to understand?
The reason it got paused is because the council member Salazar asked of the city attorney, can we continue this matter that we're currently on because we're in a new day? He needed a moment, but we didn't want to keep losing time. City attorney.
Thank you. Yes, I believe if the city council wished to continue the entire meeting to a date and time certain, you can certainly do that. There are a variety of logistical and other issues associated with that. There already is a city council meeting, a special meeting, I believe, tomorrow afternoon. And then, of course, there's the city manager may have.
City attorney, I want to just mention, I'm sorry to interrupt you. The meeting tomorrow is for staff, not for city council.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I apologize. I saw it on my calendar and didn't look at it carefully. Okay, well, then in any event, the city council could continue it to a date certain, whether it's tomorrow
let me ask the question,
or some other date.
I think Councilmember Salazar's question is, legally, technically, we are now in a new day. We're in a different day than when we started this public hearing. Can that continue, yes or no?
Yes, it doesn't matter whether you're in a new day or not. You can continue the meeting to a date certain.
Okay, so here, I'm going to go back to my colleagues. We have still quite a few folks that are on the line that ask questions. If the city manager can keep it to several minutes, I feel that if I waited this long and it's in the new day, I'd like to get my answers or something, than have waited all this time. That's just my opinion. Okay, I'm seeing some nods. I see 3 thumbs. Okay, let's just city manager, keep it to what you said.
Let's go quick. So in summary, I think I almost heard unanimous agreement that the condition of the stormwater enterprise certainly needs improvement. But what we also heard is, why don't you apply for grants, federal and state funds? The good news is staff has done that. The council knows at the very last meeting we presented a regional stormwater project that has over $2 million of grant funds, and there's another spyglass project. That's over $3.2 million of grant funds. Unfortunately, neither the federal government nor the state government will fund our $30 million worth of improvements to our stormwater system here in Bruno because our system is underfunded. We really need to take care of that locally, and we can choose what pots, but that's truly a local responsibility. Some individual projects may get grant funding, but not for the larger amount. A question was mentioned about coastal flooding or shoreline flooding, and will doing this decrease the insurance that people are paying because they're in the FEMA floodplain? Unfortunately, that answer is no. The improvements to take those properties out of the FEMA floodplain are actually not improvements that the city of San Bruno can do because they're outside of our jurisdiction. We are landlocked. Those are improvements that have to be done by Millbrae, South San Francisco, and the airport. There was a comment about use PG&E money. Why aren't we using the $50 million in PG&E money? A quick note on that community engagement process started in 2015, over 6 years ago. The bids for the Aquatic and Rec Center were literally due at 5 o'clock today. One of the things that I don't think everyone in the community knows is that when we looked into replacing that building, the analysis on the seismic needs of that building that was built in the 50s meant that it was actually cheaper to replace that building than to retrofit it for seismic seismic needs. And so we likely would be replacing the rack no matter what, given the seismic issues. And I really do think we would be. Can we pull from the sewer and water enterprises? Absolutely not. Individual enterprises, when we collect money from water fees or sewer fees, they have to go to that enterprise. It is actually illegal for us to use that money for this. Appeal process. There is an appeal process, people. So a number of people mentioned, I have a large lot. I don't think the formula is fair. There's an appeal process. If you are awarded in your favor, the fee will be reduced or we will reimburse any fees that have been paid. For example, if a property drains fully into their own property or does not drain into the stormwater system, maybe they have a French drain, through the appeals process, they can ask to be reassessed and have a assessment done on their property, and they may be exempted from the fee or have a significantly reduced fee amount. And so that is built into the model. In addition, we had people mention, I have a large lot. I don't think the model works for me. Know that the Wildan study is on our website. It was an industry standard model. It is it has been analyzed and reanalyzed, but absolutely there are large parcels that we will be looking at. We think there are approximately about 250 parcels that we want to take a second look at, given that we do have some unique large parcel size here. If it is found that your fee was over calculated in the letter that you will receive, you will receive a revised letter from the city. And there are some large parcels that we are taking a second look at, and it is our intention to issue those revised letters. And certainly if we identify something and this fee passes, the correct amount will go on the county tax roll on what we submit on July 31. Lastly, there were some ideas on ways that we should conduct this process. Know that we are following state law. It specifies exactly how this two-step process has to be conducted. And I think in high level, that captures almost all of the comments that were mentioned. Thank you for the community that attended and stayed on. I see Councilmember Medina raising his hand. Maybe there's a question I left off.
Vice Mayor.
Yes. I'm sorry. The question about the suing the city, that if the city does approve this, then we open ourselves to liability. That was one of the questions. Another was, why couldn't there be a sunset or date of a completion date on this tax? Another was using the Army Corps of Engineers to assist. Those are three other ones that I had.
Okay, as far as the sunset, the community should know that we are not through this analysis raising 30 million tomorrow or 30 million in 5 years. We are actually raising just enough money where we can take out a bond and pay that back over a 30-year horizon, and also have money so we can put money away for other capital improvement projects, so we're not doing projects and having failures and the cost of those going up. And so there's not a sunset, and there is a provision where this will increase or could increase annually based on city council discretion by CPI. And that is meant so we are no longer in this position where costs are increasing and we are not covering the needs of the system, and so things are not getting done. And so we're solving this problem. With regard to potentially being liable, I'll let the city attorney address that. There was also a question of, are there exemptions for disabled or senior members of our community? Unfortunately, this is a property-based assessment. Everybody pays it, including nonprofit entities, schools, anyone that owns a property pays this fee because it is a citywide system. Mark, do you want to address the legal liability question?
Yes. So, of course, that anybody can sue anyone for anything. Adopting a fee to fix a system that may be undersized now and isn't effectively conveying stormwater away is not something that is likely to result in liability to the city. In fact, not fixing it is likely to result in liability to the city. And there have been claims that have been presented to the city for flooding and so on. And that's one of the things that we're trying to avoid. I do want to say one thing where I really just want to caution everybody right now. We're all rushing to try to figure out what are we going to do next, and I'm afraid that we're going to get something wrong. So I want to make sure that we're clear about what it is that we're doing. There is another public hearing, a continued public hearing on this item on already scheduled for April 6th. So if the city council is going to sort of close out this item for this evening right now, then the appropriate motion for somebody to make would be to continue the public hearing until April 6th. If instead there is a decision that tonight's meeting is going to be further continued to a date that's before April 6th, then we need a different motion, and there needs to be a discussion about what that date is going to be. And notice of that meeting does need to be posted at least 24 hours in advance. If you decide to schedule the meeting for later today, at 7 o'clock, let's say this evening, then that notice has to be posted in all of the locations immediately after the meeting. So I don't know that staff is going to be able to do that if you want to hold the meeting, this afternoon or this evening, meaning, after everybody goes to sleep and wakes up again. So I think we just need to take a quick pause and figure out what is it that we're doing to make sure that we don't get any of the legal procedures wrong.
Thank you, Mark. So I think what we were talking about was having this continued to April the 6th, not, for example, 7 o'clock tonight or 7 o'clock the next day. So if that's the case in council, but we do need to have a motion and a second to continue it to April 6th, if that's the wish, and then we would need a roll call vote. Vice Mayor Medina.
If I could please have a little more clarity from our city manager, could the council now put a sunset date on this provision?
No, you're muted.
I'm sorry.
No, not you.
So sorry.
No, city manager.
Oh, God. Thanks. Now I'm muted.
Can the city council put a sunset date in in the ballot question? I believe the answer to that is yes. And I see the city attorney confirming that. My recommendation to you would be to, given the hour and given that we are continuing this meeting, if we were to engage in that, we do have our consultant on. I just say that we engage in that at a later time on April 6th, and sort of pause that. Understand the concept has been raised,
okay. That's good. Thank you.
All right. So council action. Is there a motion to continue the item?
I'll make the motion to continue the public hearing until April 6th.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Salazar Mason, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. So let's move to the conduct of business. Item A, I'll read it again. Adopt resolution enacting garbage rate increase proposed by the Ecology San Bruno for 2021-22 and scheduling property owner notice and protest process as required by Proposition 218. City Manager.
Good morning. My name is Chen Yu Sun. I'm the finance director for the city of San Bruno. Today I will do the presentation regarding garbage rate adjustments for fiscal year 21-22. The objective of this presentation is to receive an overview of the ecology rate application for fiscal year 21-22. And also, we would hope the council would adopt a resolution initiating property owner notice and protest process following Proposition 218. The agenda of today's presentation will cover a review of the franchise agreement between Recology and the city, and it will look at their rate adjustment application for fiscal year 21-22. We'll also provide a sample of a residential and a commercial total rate change for the next fiscal year. We will compare the proposed increase rate with a neighboring city in San Mateo County, and also we'll provide a review of the historical rate increase comparisons. We'll provide a timeline regarding the protest period to implement a new rate. There is also an alternative timeline with a delayed rate increase. We'll also give the council a preview of the public notice and then provide some options for the council decision making and then staff recommendation. And at last, we'll also questions the councils may have. The franchise agreement between the city of San Bruno and Recology is effective between July 1 to 1998 to June 30, 2024. It's regarding the solid waste collection service, and then the franchise agreement provides provisions for billing, record keeping, and billing fees, etc. The fiscal year 21-22 rate adjustment is an interim year rate increase. It's purely based on the CPI factor, and this Recology rate adjustment application has been reviewed and verified by the city staff. Every 3 years, there will be a detailed year rate increase. That increase will be reviewed by independent consultant. That's going to happen in the fiscal year after actually going to happen in the fiscal year 22-23. Due to the complexity of the integrated waste management services, staff recommend the council to hold a study session during the Q4 of calendar 2021, and then provide some guidance on the future of the waste management service.
Can you 1 second? I'm hearing that the presentation is still on the agenda slide. Is that correct?
You are correct.
Okay. So let's
share.
Retry this.
Slide number 5.
Can you see the full screen now?
It's not in presentation mode.
Javon, let me know if you would like me to pull it up.
How about now?
No.
All right, Melissa, we're having some issue. Will you pull it up?
Yes. I believe you were on this slide.
Yeah, can you go to the next slide? Thank you. So the proposed rate adjustment for 2021-22 is to increase rate by 1.87%. This rate will take effect in the next fiscal year if approved by the City Council. The rate change factor is only based on the CPI calculation. Next slide, please. This provides a sample view of some residential and commercial garbage total rate change for the next fiscal year. So the most common total used by the residential customers are the 32-gallon toter. With this rate increase, we're looking at a 60 cents increase per month in the next fiscal year. Next slide, please. Staff compared proposed rate with neighboring cities in San Mateo County. As you can see, the proposed new rate still ranked the seventh lowest rate in the list. We are actually comparing the proposed rate with the current rate adopted by the neighboring cities. So those rates are subject to increase in the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. This is a look at a historic increase for the garbage rate increase during the last few years since the fiscal year 2008 and 2009. The lighter color bars indicated increase interim year. Historically, the average interim year increase was about 2.23%. The nearly proposed increase of 1.87% is below the average. Next slide, please. Normally, garbage rate increase takes effect on July the 1st. And should the council go that route, this will be the guideline we will implement a new rate increase. So notice for rate increase will be mailed out on April the 9th so that we can comply with the 45-day period required by Proposition 218. And then council would have to hold a public hearing on May the 25th and then adopt the rate increase on June 8th so that we can have the rate take effect on July 1st. Next slide, please. So in January 2021, the council directed city manager to request Recology to cancel fee increase in light of the impact of COVID-19. In response, Recology proposed to postpone the rate increase to September 1st. In addition, they also informed the city manager that they would initiate an abandoned waste program in July this year. This program will survey known problem areas daily and collect waste when discovered, and monitor all other areas when drivers are on regularly scheduled routes. With city's permission, Recology would obtain access to San Bruno Response app and service reported items within 24 hours. Recology will run this program in a 2-month pilot operation, and after that 2 months, they will determine whether this pilot operation has been effective or whether additional staff will be added to the program. Next slide, please. So if a council agrees to Recology proposal, this is a look at alternative timeline with a delayed rate increase taking effect on September the 1st. Based on the schedule, we believe we would have to send out the notice to customers on June 25th, and public hearing will be held on August the 10th, and August 24th, the council will decide to conduct a second hearing and take action to adopt new rates so that the rate will become effective on September 1st. Next slide, please. This is a look of the public notice with the rate taking effect on September 1st. As always, the notice will contain information regarding public hearing schedule, protest period, approval process, rate adjustments, and a proposed increase for garbage, recycling, and organics container types. Next slide, please. So staff believes council have several options in making the garbage rate increase. First option will be enact the rate increase on July 1st, 2021, or council can accept Recology proposal to postpone the rate increase to be effective on September 1st, or council can direct the proposed rate increase to be amended using other factors at your discretion, and or council can choose not to proceed with the process to adopt a new rate. I want to warn that the last two options is subject to Recology's acceptance. If Recology does not accept those two options, we may looking at a void of a service for the residents of the city. So next slide, please. Here's the staff's recommendation is staff recommended council to enact a garbage rate increase as proposed by Recology and the proposed rate increase to be effective on September 1st, and adopt a resolution initiating property owner notice and protest process as required by Proposition 218 for fiscal year 21-22. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. If there's anybody from the public that is with us this morning and wishes to speak, if you could raise your virtual hand and we'll call on you instantaneously when I see it. But for right now, I'll turn it to the colleagues. Councilmember Mason.
I just wanted to thank staff for bringing this letter to Recology. I do just want to express that I have some disappointment in some of the answers that were received by Recology for the amount of, I think, questions and community benefits or community, I guess, givebacks that were part of the contract. I was a little concerned first that we only went back 18 months in a 24-year contract, where in one entire year there was a California order to shelter in place. So I know that the garbage kept going, essential workers, very important, and very thankful for their work to keep our streets clean. But I also think that the time frame really should have been longer to have a better idea of what was going on. So with that said, we have what's in front of us. And I just really want to point out a couple of things. The first one is around the backyard composting. This is section 4.4. There was a response around the technical advice and management assistance to city staff around developing and implementing a backyard composting program. And the response to that was really that the San Mateo County office is handling it. So it goes on to say that Recology rolled out an organics program, and at the request of city staff, Recology has also helped composting classes, but there's no list of when those classes happen. There's no flyers. There's nothing to say how often this happened. And, you know, again, with a 24-year contract, how can we really get a clear picture of what staff has asked for? And it's really putting the burden on the city staff. So unless you have city staff that has continuously followed the contract, which I would imagine there's rotating staff, then staff may not know that the trigger or the burden was on staff to make that request. Around the community education, the Recology employing the recycling coordinator, 50% of their time is to be allowed to the city. We just are on such a shoestring budget right now. We have been hearing left and right from every department how they need help. And based on what the response was, it's unclear that 50% of one individual's full-time job is being allocated to the city of San Bruno. So I'm hoping my colleagues will support the request of the city manager to engage in conversations with Recology around how we can best utilize 20 hours a week. We know that Cleaning San Bruno has really taken a lot of effort and mobilization. There's a committee around Cleaning San Bruno. There are a number of residents now writing Caltran, BART. There's a lot to be done, and if we want to focus on zero waste, great, but I just want to make sure that we're utilizing what's in the contract, which is 20 hours a week. The next one is around the grants. There's a report around the grants and what was applied to. So I'm glad to see that there was a grant that was recently applied to. But again, I think we need to figure out, is the holdup that the city does the city know? Is the city the trigger? Is the city the one that has to request the help? It's not very clear, and it feels like that's the response that Recology put out there, that, you know, we've helped this time in the last couple of months. It's very unclear, though, if this is going to be ongoing. And since we have this person that apparently, you know, is 50% of their time maybe to do zero waste type grants, we can utilize that staff person's time. The community relations and youth, I think this might be the last one. No, there's two more. This is around the pandemic. Recology's usual community and youth outreach efforts that have been put on hold was Recology's answer. I don't know, I was just kind of curious, what is this Touch a Truck event? And then the Warm Coach Drive, is that for the city? Is that specific to the schools? It's just not really clear. And in none of these responses, by the way, there's no flyers, there's no dates, there's no attendance records, it's just incredible, very, very broad for a request to make sure that you're in compliance with the contract. And then the last one I just want to focus on is around the class. There's two parts to it, which is the classroom educational program regarding recycling. And then the second part is the Cash for Class recycling fundraiser. I have talked to a couple of people, and nobody seems to know about this Cash for Class fundraiser that's supposed to be an annual event for the last 24 years. So I'm kind of saddened to hear that our schools that are so limited in funds right now, where teachers are paying out of pocket for supplies like pencils, are not getting the benefit of our agreement with Recology. So it is clear that there's some kind of educational programming going on, so I'm thankful to see that. But I do just want to reiterate that the second part of that is the annual fundraiser. So again, with consensus from my colleagues, I'd really like to encourage the city manager to get together with the superintendent of the San Bruno Park School District and Recology to determine what kind of fundraiser could be provided in this next year that could comply with that part of the agreement. And then other than that, I appreciate all the contributions to the various San Bruno-based organizations and just want to figure out whether that is in compliance with the contract. That can be answered to me at a later time because we're already here and I don't know if that's going to be answered, but there are other organizations that are mentioned in the answer, and I don't know if that would necessarily comply with the city's agreement because I don't see that in the city's as part of the city agreement. Even though I'm thankful for Recology's, commitment to San Bruno. And so I think that's it. I'm pleased to see that the city and Recology are looking to, add this additional abandoned waste collection program. I think that's a great move forward. It just makes me sad that it feels like we've really kind of lost out on some of these opportunities in the past. I did just want to ask one question, and I'm not sure if it would be to Recology or to the city manager, but I've gotten a couple of requests around the apartments, and I'm not really clear how they work. So for not large apartment buildings, but I'm guessing these 20 units and less apartments, my understanding is that they each get a garbage or recycling compost, but they don't each get the 2 times a year pickup. And I'm just hoping somebody can provide some clarification on that.
Okay. Do we want to see if there's other questions from colleagues, and then maybe we take them all at once? That will help. No? Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm a little slow.
No worries, no worries. Vice Mayor.
Morning. Yeah, I was able to look at the response from Recology. I don't know if staff has been able to provide a response to their letter. So I think it's probably appropriate to hear from the city manager. Councilmember Mason has brought up a number of points. And do we need to deal with that tonight, or that's something that the city manager could spend some more time on and get some, whether or not the city manager feels that the responses are appropriate. So just kind of wanted to see where staff is coming from with that response, because we don't know what it is currently.
Well, and some of it could be clear, like the Touch a Truck. No, they couldn't do it during COVID, but I've been to that program. So I personally know the Codes for Kids. Because of COVID, they had to modify it, but they've done it. But anyway, city manager?
Sure. Hi again, Javon Grogan, city manager. Let me begin on the balcony and then step down a little bit. it's important to note that what the action before the city council is. This is not a detailed rate review year. This is a CPI adjustment year, what in the contract is called a interim year. It provides the contractor, Recology, with the ability to increase rates based on a CPI and a process. And what you have articulated in the staff report is Recology has made that request. The city has analyzed that request and found that their request for a CPI increase is valid and in compliance with the contract. And so the city is bound by the terms of that contract to either one, say yes, or suggest modifications that Recology would then have to agree with. And so what the city staff's analysis has said is that the request from Recology complies with the terms of the contract. And in addition, in the letter, we asked a number of contract compliance questions. Those are questions because the staff handling this, our finance director, is new. I only have in just a month or two, 3 years with the city. And as Councilmember Mason mentioned, this contract has been with the city for approximately 24 years. I know the contract initially went into effect or was signed in 1998. So I haven't done the total math, but I think that to me sounds like an odd number, not an even number, but I actually have not done the math. It will expire in 2024 based on the last extension. And so I will also say that while I understand council members are expressing not full satisfaction or potentially dissatisfaction with the answers that Recology provided, the city has no information, nor has the city said that Recology is not in compliance with the contract. In addition, I think what the history shows us is there have been a number of conversations between the city and Recology to add services, for example. One of them was mentioned by Councilmember Mason, and the question sort of what happens with apartment bulky pickups. So based on the contract, most apartments actually do not receive bulky pickups. However, I've learned, and Recology has clarified, and I've talked to staff, that several years ago, Recology did work with the city and agreed to start taking bulky pickups from people that live in apartments that call them. Primarily for the realization that if someone is calling to utilize a bulky pickup for a mattress, if Recology says no, unfortunately, it's only single family homes, that mattress may end up on the street. And so there was a conversation to say, hey, let's add this. Now, unfortunately, that conversation and that reality, which is today that if someone lives in an apartment and calls Recology to pick up for bulky pickup, Recology responds to that. We know that happens. We know that's been happening for several years. That was not codified in a contract amendment, unfortunately. And so I think the effort to go through a fine-tooth comb on what services were added or modified based on agreements is a long and involved one. But that was not this year. And I think the council should be very clear on what's before you and what the contract says vis-a-vis a CPI increase. And so with that, what I would say is Recology has submitted an alternative that staff is recommending, which pushes, based on the council's request, to cancel the rate. Recology has offered to push the rate increase out to September 1st and also offered to begin a pilot program for an abandoned waste pickup program. And that was articulated in the PowerPoint at this late hour. I won't go over that. And so that's really what's before the council tonight. Do we want to act on Recology's initial request, which is for July 1? Do we want to say yes to the alternative, or is there something else that council would like to direct staff? I know that this is a late hour, but it is extremely important because if we are to begin with Recology's initial request as per the contract, which we have a duty to respond to, in order to have that 218 process done and effectuated for July 1, we really need to begin immediately. I'll stop and turn it back over to council.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Well, I think the vice mayor was going to finish up because that was part of the question. I'll let the vice mayor.
I apologize, Vice Mayor. I thought you were done, but I wanted to make sure everybody got at least a chance.
No, that's fine. It's early in the morning. No, thank you, City Manager, for clarifying that. I was just trying to figure out, and you answered it, where we're at. The questions that were posed by Councilmember Mason, those should get answers, but those aren't particularly relevant to what we're doing right now at this time. That could be done at a later time, and there will be some follow-up to that. Is that what I heard, basically, City Manager?
So I will continue to have conversations with Recology on their contract compliance questions. Next year is a detailed rate compliance year. And so that is when we take a detailed look at the rates and other sections of the contract. I think Councilmember Mason has asked some questions about the recycling employee that is dedicated 50% to San Bruno. Absolutely, I have and will continue to have conversations with Recology. I think Councilmember Mason has mentioned additional support for the schools. We're certainly constantly partnering and talking to the superintendent of schools, and we'll have those conversations about what additional support Recology can provide to the schools.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Hamilton's turn.
Mr. Hamilton.
So, looking at what's before us, which is the options for the CPI increase request. While I would have preferred the amount to be zero, we did ask, and I'm glad that we did, because ask and you shall receive, and we got the offer to postpone the increase until September, and then also, which was a welcome surprise, the offer to pilot the abandoned waste program. I think that's huge. I think that's huge for us in San Bruno at this time, given the challenges that we have. So I would be supportive of that option for taking action tonight. I also think, though, that Councilmember Mason's concerns are all valid, and I would not want us to wait until next year to do a detailed review of, just to make sure that the contract is in compliance. That's something that should be an ongoing procedure in my view. And if everything is in compliance, then great. Then now we know. But if there's not, and if there are services that we should have been getting all this time, waiting another year without those services is just hurting us more. So for tonight, I recommend accepting the proposal to postpone the rate increase and to be effective on September 1st, and accept the gracious offer of the abandoned waste program, but then also to direct a review of contract compliance.
That was a motion. I'll second it.
I didn't say the word motion, but okay. I didn't know.
Will that work? Are you making a motion, Mr. Hamilton?
I can turn that into a motion.
Okay. Motion made and seconded. There's nothing else. I'm going to ask for a roll call, please.
I have to clarify, was there an amendment to the recommended motion? If so, can we get it read into the
Or we can do it as two. We can do it. Why don't we do it as two? Why don't I make a motion? My first motion would be to accept the staff recommendation to enact the garbage rate increase as proposed, and adopt a resolution initiating the property owner notice and protest process under Proposition 218. Knowing that also includes the abandoned waste pilot program to begin in July.
Got it.
That's the motion.
Mr. Salazar, I saw your head. Is that a second?
Yes.
Okay.
I reaffirm my second of that motion.
Thanks, Al, for the clarification. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
No.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So the second thing was, and correct me, is that City Manager, you are and have been and are continuing and will be working for clarity to those items as outlined by any of the council members and within the questions of the contract, singular, sorry, it's late.
So let me be crystal clear. The city has no knowledge that Recology is not in compliance with the contract. The question has been asked, for example, how Recology has helped us apply for grants. Whether they have or they haven't, right? The question was, well, is it up to the city to raise their hand? What you're asking for could be a full contract compliance on Recology. I would ask for additional parameters on that because we asked for what I believe is a reasonable look back in 18 months since the last time we've done a detailed review. Again, the next detailed review is next year. What I heard from Councilmember Mason is that's not sufficient because it involves a significant amount of time, if not all, or the vast majority was during COVID-19. Is the council asking for a detailed review of the compliance of this contract over the 23 years? Are you asking if the city has any knowledge that Recology is not meeting the terms? Because the answer to that is no. We have no knowledge that Recology is not in compliance with the contract. In addition, what we do know is there have been conversations over the years where Recology has transitioned services and added things. Now, I do not know, I was not here, if it was, okay, well, we're not going to do this, but we're going to do that. If we are to reconstruct all of that, you're asking for a significant endeavor that I would ask for an allocation of resources so we can have somebody come in and do that work. But again, this is also a contract where we have a detailed rate year next year, and it expires in 2024. And in 2021, we will be bringing you a option and a discussion around how we proceed forward with the pending expiration of this contract in 2024. I will also point out to council that the contract compliance questions that were in the letter were placed there because of questions that were asked last year and questions that staff in reading the contract wanted an answer to. I have no problem as your city manager to work with Recology and ensure that I get a satisfactory answer to those questions. But if your question is, we think that there are issues with the contract, we are requesting a detailed review of if Recology is in compliance with the contract, that I want to make sure that that's the question that council is asking. And I want you to understand what that means, because it essentially means reconstructing what's happened over a long period of time. And I don't know where we come out with that, and I can't tell you right now what resources that takes. And so I don't want us to sort of jump into this, oh, there's an issue with non-compliance, when I don't think that, as your city manager, I don't think that we have evidence to conclude that. Thank you.
Okay. I know it's late, but I do appreciate you asking for the clarity and being concise because we have to, make sure we're all on the same page. Councilmember Mason, you have your hand up, please.
So just for clarity, the two areas that I asked for, again, I do know 24 years is a long time, so I narrowed down the request for consensus, which was the use of the staff time at 20 hours a week. And the second one was the fundraiser for the schools, because I know that they're in need always. but I think that if we could get those two figured out right away, that would be ideal.
And let me say, no problem with doing that. Those are questions that we ask, and I will absolutely follow up. I intend to follow up on those questions.
Okay. Okay. I see enough nods, thumbs, and others. Okay. So with that, I'm going to consider, city manager, you stop me, or the finance director, that topic is done for the conduct of business. We're going to move to consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented at earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. There are items A through E. I know on D there was a correction noted on the March 9th minutes that it was Kelly and not Rick from the Planning Commission who gave the report. But is there anything that anybody would like to pull for a separate vote on consent? Is there anything that anybody would like to have a statement or a question on? Seeing nothing, is there any action then by the council for consent for A through E?
To approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Thank you. Motion made and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Aye.
Councilmember Mason.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Marty Medina.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carried.
Thank you. And as you know, the study session we are putting off, but remember the question was to please check your calendars March 30th because of the parameters of the grant and the need to have action. And then we'll go on to item number 9, comment from council members. I'll just go around the Zoom land here. Mr. Medina, anything?
Just it's late, everybody continue doing the COVID good stuff and be looking out for kids playing baseball and getting back to school. Just be careful, take your time getting to school and around town. You might get a ticket if you go too fast, you might run into red, so you got the data. And again, it was a good presentation from our chief, so thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Salazar? Mr. Hamilton?
No, I just want to thank the members of the public who stuck with us. There are even some still with us even today. If we had the San Bruno equivalent of a Karate candlestick, you would all get one. Thank you.
Mrs. Mason?
Yeah, I just want to say, and I should have said it in the last item, but I'm tired. But seeing that the business rep for Recology is here, just as a disclaimer, had invited me for coffee on Saturday. And I just want to be clear that the questions around Recology are really around compliance and whether it's the right time for any increases, given where we are right now with the pandemic. But other than that, it is, I think Recology is doing a great job, definitely on the door-to-door pickups and very professional staff. So I just want to throw that out there. I did want to say that I did send an email to Chair Salazar of the Heart Committee. I know he agendized at the last meeting the report out, and so I did send a number of suggestions over to Chair Salazar, and we'll see what we end up with. Hopefully we've got something cooking. I also just wanted to thank San Bruno, the cleaning, and I'm forgetting right now, but the cleaning group, because we had another cleanup and pickup on this past Saturday. And so to all the council members that were there and the mayor, I think it was a really nice event. And I feel like every event you've got new people coming, and it's just really a great community building event. And then to the residents who are doing the planners downtown, this one behind me is in one of the planners. But I think they're so fun, and it was neat on Saturday. I took a walk downtown, and there were people, at least 2 people that I saw taking pictures of the planners as we were walking around. So I invite the public, if anybody's watching this, just to take a walk. I think over the next couple of weeks, they'll get even better. And it's just, again, another little light in our downtown. So thank you, everybody.
Thanks, and thank you to staff and the reports and the late hour. The city of Millbrae had, probably they're done, but they had adjourned in Don Leclerc's memory. Don Leclerc was a Millbrae resident for some time, but was a teacher cappuccino for his whole career. And unfortunately, about a month ago, or this month, was shy of his 93rd birthday. But I think he was worth mentioning because he was born in Oakland, raised in San Francisco, and made his home in Millbrae since 1958. Was married to his wife, who's already passed, but 56 years, and that's impressive in itself. And he began his teaching career at Cappuccino in 1952 and retired in 1988. He started as a classroom teacher and then went into athletics and sports. And I remember him when I attended CAP. But what was interesting, in 1972, the groundbreaking Title IX was implemented. And as you know, what that did for the most folks, but what he did is he embraced the change, became the department head for the new unified program, and focused his career coaching the girls' team in his final years before retirement. So I will miss him, and the last time I saw him was prior to COVID, and even though he was one of my teachers and a good person, as he said, Rico, I've been retired for a long time, and you've certainly been out of high school for a long time. Please call me Don. So I'd like to we adjourn tonight in his memory, we will go ahead and adjourn to the next regular city council meeting, which will be held on April the 13th, 2021, 7 o'clock via Zoom. Good morning, all.